U.S. Route 41, the long road north. Small cities and towns from the Tamiami Trail to Michigan's Copper Country. Mark Bureau. Foreword. A highway more than 2,000 miles long can easily become a list of distances, state lines, and destinations. U.S. Route 41 deserves a different kind of attention. From the warm streets of South Florida to the rocky edge of Michigan's Copper Country, the road crosses a remarkable range of landscapes. Yet its character is often clearest not in the largest places along the way, but in the smaller communities that have lived beside it for generations. This book follows those communities. It pauses where an old depot still faces the tracks, where a courthouse square continues to organize daily life, where a river once carried trade, and where a main street remembers a busier season. These places were never merely points between major cities. They supplied farms, received travelers, repaired automobiles, shipped timber and crops, and gave the highway a human scale. U.S. Route 41 entered the federal highway system in 1926, but much of its story began earlier. Footpaths, wagon roads, military routes, rail corridors, and local streets helped determine where people could move and where towns could grow. The numbered highway gathered many of those older passages into a single northward line. Later roads would offer greater speed, but Route 41 remained close to the places it had helped connect. In Florida, the journey begins in a world shaped by heat, water, limestone, and the long contest to make travel possible across difficult ground. Gulf Coast towns carry memories of fishing, rail service, agriculture, and seasonal visitors. Farther north, springs and rivers soften the landscape, while courthouse towns and trading centers reveal an older pattern of settlement. Georgia brings pine country, red earth, brick storefronts, and communities formed around cotton, tobacco, railroads, and road travel. In places such as Acworth, the highway shares space with older transportation stories. Tracks, lake water, historic streets, and the road itself show how one town can be reshaped many times without losing its sense of place. Beyond Georgia, the land rises into the ridges and plateaus of Tennessee, then opens across Kentucky and Indiana. The route passes farm towns, railroad crossings, river country, and small commercial centers whose importance cannot be measured by population alone. Each served a particular landscape, and each found its own way to endure as travel habits and local industries changed. The northern miles introduce prairie wind, Wisconsin forests, and the industrial and mining history of Michigan's Upper Peninsula. By the time Route 41 reaches Copper Harbor, the highway feels far removed from its beginning. Even so, the road remains recognizable. It is still a line of exchange between communities, still a witness to work and weather, and still a record of how Americans adapted movement to the land before them. This is not a guide to the fastest journey. It is an invitation to notice what speed leaves behind. The chapters ahead look closely at 30 smaller cities and towns, giving each one room to stand on its own, while also showing how it belongs to the larger road. Their histories differ, but together they reveal the quiet strength of places that continue after traffic patterns shift and familiar industries fade. Route 41 is long enough to contain many versions of America. Its most lasting story, however, may be found in the ordinary evidence beside the pavement: a depot window, a shaded square, a weathered sign, a bridge over dark water, or a storefront that has welcomed more than one generation. These details turn mileage into memory. They are the reason to follow the old highway north, one small community at a time. Part 1. Small Cities of the Florida Road. Part 1 follows U.S. Route 41 from the western edge of Miami across the Tamiami Trail and then north through Florida's Gulf Country. Sweetwater introduces the highway as a neighborhood street opening toward the Everglades. Everglades City reveals the river port and construction base that helped complete the cross-state road. At Venice, railroad planning and Mediterranean revival streets show how transportation could shape an entire town. Palmetto brings the journey to the Manatee River, where wharves, produce sheds, rails, and bridges met. Brooksville closes the section on oak-shaded ridge country, its courthouse square and brick streets rising above the coastal plain. Together, these five communities show a highway changing direction and character while remaining tied to local work, civic life, water, rail, and the enduring scale of small-town Florida. Chapter 1. Sweetwater, Florida. Calle Ocho and the First Western Miles. Calle Ocho carries U.S. Route 41 west from central Miami towards Sweetwater, where storefronts spread apart, palms rise above low roofs, and the numbered highway begins to reveal its older purpose. Route 41 leaves the dense center of Miami on Southwest 8th Street, a road known across much of the city as Calle Ocho. The famous name belongs most strongly to the neighborhoods closer to downtown, yet the pavement continues beyond them without breaking its identity. Storefronts spread farther apart, palms rise above low roofs, and the numbered highway begins to reveal its older purpose. Near Sweetwater, 8th Street is also Tamiami Trail, the road that once promised a direct automobile passage from Miami toward the Gulf Coast. The city stands beside that transition, close enough to the metropolis to feel its energy, but small enough to preserve a separate story. The layers of names are important. US 41, State Road 90, Southwest 8th Street, Calle Ocho, and Tamiami Trail can all describe parts of the same east-west corridor in Miami-Dade County. Each name carries a different memory. The street number belongs to the county grid. Calle Ocho reflects the cultural life that reshaped the road closer to Miami. Tamiami recalls the bold attempt to join Tampa and Miami by crossing country that many early motorists considered nearly impassable. US 41 places the local road within a national route that eventually reaches Michigan. Sweetwater occupies the point where these identities gather before the highway presses west. Before engineers built the trail, movement beyond the settled edge of Miami was difficult and uncertain. South Florida's flat landscape held broad wetlands, seasonal water, sawgrass, limestone, and deep organic soil. A roadbed could not simply be graded across that terrain. It had to be raised, drained, and supplied with rock. The challenge was not only distance, it was the absence of firm ground. Travelers moving between Miami and the southwest coast faced a landscape that resisted ordinary road building, while communities on either side depended on longer and less direct connections. The proposal for the Tamiami Trail emerged in 1915 as local leaders sought an automobile road between Florida's Gulf and Atlantic coasts. Construction stretched for more than a decade. Crews blasted limestone, excavated canals, and used the broken rock to form an elevated roadbed. Florida memory photographs show workers, dredges, temporary tracks, and heavy equipment operating in conditions far removed from a modern highway project. The finished trail opened in April 1928. It was celebrated as an engineering achievement because it gave motorists a practical east-west route across southern Florida. It also created a durable line from which new settlements, farms, service stations, and roadside businesses could grow. That road arrived during an unstable period for South Florida development. During the land boom of the 1920s, the Miami-Pittsburgh Land Company purchased acreage west of Miami and laid out a community called Sweetwater Groves. The name suggested productive land, shade, and a planned suburban future. Streets and lots on a plat could make undeveloped acreage appear ready for homes and investment. Then, the hurricane of 1926 struck South Florida, and the real estate boom collapsed. Sweetwater Groves did not become the community its promoters had imagined. For years, the plan remained more promise than town. A second beginning came in 1938, when Clyde Andrews acquired most of the Sweetwater Groves tract and began marketing lots again. Among the buyers was a group of circus performers of short stature who were seeking a place to retire. Some built small-scale homes suited to their needs, giving early Sweetwater a character remembered in city histories. Their deeper importance was practical. They purchased property, established households, and helped turn an abandoned land venture into a functioning community. Sweetwater incorporated on October 10, 1941. City records describe a founding population of only 25 residents. The numbers were modest, but incorporation carried weight. It gave residents a local structure through which they could provide services, maintain streets, and guide growth. The town was no longer simply a name left from a speculative plat. It had boundaries, public offices, neighbors, and a shared responsibility for the streets where people now lived. The small town developed gradually. By 1959, Sweetwater had about 500 residents, 183 homes, a town hall, a church, a grocery store, and a service station. A two-man police force and a volunteer fire department handled local needs. These details describe a community built at the scale of daily life. The grocery supplied nearby households. The church created a gathering place. The service station connected the town to the steady movement on Tamiami Trail. In an era when automobile travel still required frequent fuel, repairs, directions, and rest, a roadside business could serve residents and strangers at the same counter. US 41 gave Sweetwater access without giving it a grand depot or a harbor. Its transportation history was written mainly in pavement. The highway carried workers, families, salesmen, farm goods, construction materials, and tourists past the city's southern edge. It also connected Sweetwater with the wider commercial world of Miami. A resident could follow 8th Street east toward established neighborhoods and downtown crossings, while a traveler heading west could continue toward the open country and the Everglades. The road made the town less isolated, but it did not erase the compact pattern of homes and neighborhood services that defined its early decades. In 1970, Sweetwater still held only about 3,000 residents and was remembered as a small country town. The following decade brought rapid change. Florida International University opened just south of the city, while major expressways were constructed to the north and west. New families arrived as western Miami-Dade County expanded. The population more than doubled during the 1970s. Homes, shops, schools, and services spread into land that had once seemed distant from Miami's center. Growth altered the appearance of the corridor. What had once been a road leading from city blocks toward fields and wetlands became a busy urban avenue. Traffic signals multiplied. Shopping centers and commercial buildings filled frontage that earlier generations had known as open ground. Yet the old geography remained legible. Southwest 8th Street still marked Sweetwater's southern side, and the highway still carried the Tamiami name. The city remained small in area, even as the metropolitan landscape closed around it. Caliocho also carried a broader cultural meaning westward. Along the corridor, Spanish joined English on storefronts, menus, signs, and everyday conversation. Restaurants and small businesses reflected the habits and tastes of families who made Western Miami-Dade home. Sweetwater developed its own commercial life within that larger pattern. The change was not a replacement of the city's early history, but another layer added to it. A tract first promoted during the land boom, revived by unusual pioneers, and organized as a tiny municipality became part of a bilingual metropolitan region while keeping its own name and government. The historic road carried consequences beyond settlement and commerce. Across the Everglades, the raised Tamiami Trail embankment and its canal interrupted natural water flow. The same engineering that made automobile travel possible also changed the movement of water through a vast wetland system. Later projects added culverts and bridges to restore portions of that flow. Those environmental effects are most visible farther west, but their story begins with the same ambition that placed Sweetwater on an important corridor: the determination to turn a difficult landscape into a dependable route. Sweetwater, therefore, makes a fitting first stop on the long road north. It is not the place where US 41 begins, and it is not the most famous community along Southwest 8th Street. Its value lies in what it reveals. Here, a national highway is still a neighborhood street. A road associated with Miami's cultural heart becomes the opening mile of a cross-state journey. The built-up avenue points toward the Everglades, and the history of a tiny incorporated town stands beside one of Florida's boldest transportation projects. Continuing west, the traveler leaves Sweetwater's tight grid and follows the old trail toward wider skies. The road will soon pass canals, limestone cuts, sawgrass, and places founded because the highway finally reached them. Behind lies a city born twice, first on a 1920s plat, and again through the determination of a few residents in the years before World War II. Ahead lies the long crossing that gave Tamiami Trail its legend. Sweetwater is the threshold between those worlds, where Cal Ocho becomes the road into Florida's western distance. Chapter 2. Everglades City, Florida. Mangrove water at the edge of the trail. Sawgrass and wet prairie stretch toward the horizon as U.S. Route 41 crosses the Everglades on a raised ribbon of pavement with a canal running beside it. Near Carnestown, State Road 29 turns south through low mangroves toward Everglades City. The city lies about 5 miles from the federal highway, along the Barren River near Chokoloskee Bay and the 10,000 Islands. That short side road matters because Everglades City helped make the Tamiami Trail possible. Long before motorists could cross South Florida with ease, this waterfront settlement served as the western headquarters for the road project. Water explains the location. The Barren River offered a sheltered route from inland ground to the mangrove coast, where creeks, bays, and islands opened toward the Gulf of Mexico. Boats could reach places that wagons could not. Fishing grounds lay close, and the riverbank provided a practical site for trade. Even today, the city's streets seem to end in water. Docks, seawalls, and working waterfronts remain part of the landscape. US 41 passes to the north, but the older transportation map of Everglades City was drawn by tides and channels. Human history around Chokoloskee Bay reaches back more than 2,000 years. People of the Glades' cultural tradition, followed by the Calusa, lived from the resources of the estuary and built on shell deposits that raised habitation sites above surrounding water. Canoe routes connected coastal settlements across a region with few natural roads. Those layers of shell, tools, and altered ground show that the area was never an empty wilderness awaiting modern development. The landscape held long experience with seasonal water, storms, fishing, and travel before permanent American settlement began in the 19th century. William Smith Allen settled beside what was then called Potato Creek in 1873. When Allen left for Key West in 1889, George W. Storter Jr. became the leading landowner. Storter cultivated sugarcane, opened a trading post in 1892, and secured a post office named Everglade in 1895. His riverside house expanded as northern visitors arrived by yacht to fish and hunt. That hospitality became the foundation of the Rod and Gun Club, one of the community's best-known landmarks. The lodge preserved the pattern of an earlier era, when the river served as front door, commercial street, and connection to the outside world. Life remained demanding. Supplies came by water, communication was irregular, and storms could erase years of work in a single night. Hurricanes in 1909 and 1910 battered communities around Chokoloskee Bay. Saltwater flooded low fields and spoiled rainwater stored in cisterns. Shell mounds and other elevated sites offered precious high ground. Residents relied on fishing, small farms, trading, and seasonal visitors, combining whatever work the coast allowed. Everglade was still a small outpost in 1920, with scattered wood frame buildings along the river and no dependable land route to the larger towns of southwest Florida. Baron Gift Collier changed the scale of local ambition. The New York advertising businessman began purchasing Storter property in 1921 and acquired the trading post the following year. His holdings spread across immense tracts of southwest Florida. In 1923, the legislature created Collier County, partly in connection with his promise to help finance the stalled highway across the Everglades. Everglade became the new county seat, and the town incorporated during the same year. Only a few families lived there, but the settlement carried the governmental and commercial duties of an immense county. Collier made the town a base for construction and land development. Engineers, surveyors, dredging crews, mechanics, and office workers supported the Tamiami Trail project from Everglade. Building the road required blasting limestone, excavating a canal, and piling rock into an elevated bed across wet ground. In Collier County alone, crews used millions of sticks of dynamite. The town supplied housing, repair facilities, storage, and administration for the effort. At the same time, work advanced on the road that became Route 29, giving Everglade its first dependable overland connection and linking the river headquarters with the trail 5 miles north. The company town acquired an orderly civic center. Collier interests developed a courthouse, bank, general store, garage, laundry, newspaper, telephone service, and employee housing. The former commercial laundry, opened in 1927, survives as the Museum of the Everglades. Its broad frame building recalls the practical services required by a remote workforce. The old courthouse later became City Hall, while the Bank of Everglades building and other structures preserved the compact center around Broadway and the town circle. These buildings were not decorative additions. They were working parts of a place expected to direct the growth of a new county. The Tamiami Trail officially opened in April 1928 after more than a decade of effort. Everglade marked the occasion with a major celebration on April 26th. Crowds gathered, a motorcade arrived, and entertainment filled streets that had recently belonged to an isolated river town. The highway, now carried by US 41, connected the Atlantic and Gulf sides of southern Florida by automobile. It did not run through the city itself, but Road 29 delivered travelers from the new pavement to the county seat. The opening changed Everglade from a boat-dependent settlement into a roadside destination with access to both Miami and Naples. Another connection arrived in 1928 when the Atlantic coastline extended rail service to Everglade. The branch reached farther south than any other point on the railroad system. Freight, equipment, mail, and passengers could now move through a town that had relied almost entirely on boats only a generation earlier. The combination of river, highway, and rail made the community an unusual transportation center at the mangrove edge. Yet the railroad's life was brief compared with the waterways. The tracks were removed in 1957 as trucks and improved roads took over more of the region's freight and passenger movement. Everglades National Park added another purpose to the town's geography. President Harry South Truman dedicated the park in Everglades in 1947, recognizing a protected landscape that stretched south and east of the community. The Gulf Coast entrance developed at the end of Road 29, where visitors could reach Chokoloskee Bay and the 10,000 Islands. Park boats, fishing guides, and small tour businesses carried travelers into country that pavement could never fully enter. The city became a western gateway, not because it commanded the wetland, but because its river gave access to the mangrove wilderness beyond the last streets. Hurricane Donna struck southwest Florida in September 1960 with destructive wind and coastal flooding. Everglades suffered severe damage, and the storm accelerated changes already underway in Collier County. Population and business growth had shifted toward Naples, while the railroad had disappeared 3 years earlier. County offices moved north, and by 1962, East Naples had replaced Everglades as the county seat. The courthouse lost its original role, but the town endured. Its official name became Everglades City in 1965, a change intended to distinguish the municipality from the much larger wetland region surrounding it. After the county government departed, the working waterfront remained. Commercial fishing, stone crab harvesting, and guide services continued traditions shaped by the bay. Logging and clam dredging, once important local industries, faded as land management and conservation priorities changed. Tourism grew around fishing, paddling, birding, and boat travel through the islands. The economy was smaller than Collier's planners had imagined, yet it remained closely tied to natural conditions. Tides, weather, fishing seasons, and navigable water still mattered more here than the schedules of a distant metropolitan center. The surviving town center makes that history visible. City Hall occupies the former county courthouse. The Museum of the Everglades preserves the 1927 laundry, and the Rod and Gun Club faces the barren river from the site of Storter's early home and trading activity. Low buildings, palms, docks, and the circular street plan give the city a scale unlike the expanding communities farther north. Each landmark belongs to a different layer of the story: pioneer trade, corporate development, county government, the trail, and the modern park gateway. Together, they show how a small river settlement briefly became the administrative heart of Southwest Florida. Returning to US 41 means following Road 29 north from Mangrove Water to the broad east-west pavement. The trail brought Everglades City its great period of construction and connection, but it also altered the wetlands by blocking part of their natural southward flow. Later bridges and restoration projects sought to reopen that movement of water. The relationship is therefore complicated and revealing. Road and river, development and preservation, access and isolation all meet near this small city. Northbound travelers rejoin the highway carrying a clearer sense of what lies beyond the shoulder. A coastal community whose history was built where the automobile road met the older world of boats. Chapter 3. Venice, Florida. Rail memory beneath the Gulf Coast sun. At Venice, the old road divides into two ways of seeing the Gulf Coast city: a bypass for through traffic and US 41 business through the historic center. Route 41 approaches Venice through the settled Gulf Coast, where the highway divides into two ways of seeing the city. The bypass carries through traffic around the older center, while US 41 business follows the historic approach across waterways and into the planned streets. Venice is larger than the remote communities farther south, yet its heart remains compact and legible. Palms mark broad avenues, cream-colored buildings hold shaded arcades, and the Gulf lies only a few blocks beyond downtown. Beneath that polished coastal scene rests a transportation story shaped first by rails, then roads. The setting attracted people long before a railroad appeared. Roberts Bay, coastal hammocks, creeks, and the nearby Gulf supplied fish, shellfish, game, and navigable water. Archaeological evidence held by local collections reaches into the region's prehistoric past, when travel followed shorelines and estuaries rather than surveyed streets. During the 19th century, settlers established farms, cattle ranges, citrus groves, and small landings around the bay. The future city had no single center. It was a scattered coastal district connected more easily by boat, sandy track, or horse than by any dependable overland road. Among the early names was Frank Hegel, who arrived in the area in 1881 and developed a citrus business. He processed fruit into products that could survive a difficult trip to market, including syrup, juice, preserves, and orange wine. Joseph Lord built a two-story house overlooking Roberts Bay and his groves in 1896, then placed Hegel in charge of local affairs. The restored Lord Hegel House survives near City Hall as a reminder of the landscape before formal planning. Its wood frame walls belong to an era when citrus, fishing, timber, and practical experiments sustained a thinly settled coast. A decisive change began after Bertha Honore Palmer acquired vast Sarasota County holdings in 1910, including much of the land that became Venice. The Seaboard Airline Railway extended service to the area in 1911. A dredged water route toward Sarasota followed in 1912, and a town plat named Venice was filed in 1915. Rail service gave growers, lumber interests, and residents a steadier connection to northern markets. It also made large-scale promotion possible. For the first time, the future city could be imagined not simply as a cluster beside Roberts Bay, but as a destination reachable on a timetable. Dr. Fred H. Albee entered that possibility in 1917 when he and his wife Luella purchased land from the Palmer family's company. Albee was an orthopedic surgeon who believed the Florida climate could support healing as well as development. In 1925, he hired John Nolan, one of the nation's leading city planners, to design a complete community. Nolan treated the Gulf, bays, vegetation, and existing transportation lines as organizing features. His plan joined commercial streets, residential neighborhoods, parks, civic spaces, and waterfront access. Venice was to grow by design rather than by the chance extension of roadside lots. Before Albee could carry out the plan, the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers purchased his property in 1925. The union saw Florida real estate as an investment and a potential source of security for its members. Nolan revised his plan for the Brotherhood in 1926, the same year Venice incorporated as a town. Rail workers were therefore not distant visitors to this story. Their organization became the principal developer, marketing the community, directing construction, and shaping its public image. Few American towns connected the identity of a labor organization so directly with an ambitious program of city building. The Brotherhood wanted architectural unity as well as profitable land sales. Designers favored Mediterranean revival buildings with stucco walls, red tile roofs, arches, balconies, courtyards, and shaded passages. Venice Avenue became the ceremonial spine, running from the rail approach toward the Gulf. Parks and landscape medians softened the geometry, while different residential areas provided varied lot sizes and housing types. The Hotel Venice, commercial blocks, churches, and private homes shared enough details to create a recognizable whole. The result was not an imitation of an ancient Italian city, but a carefully managed Florida interpretation suited to sun and sea air. The Venice train depot, completed in 1927, made the plan's promise tangible. Its long platform, deep eaves, pale walls, and red tile roof greeted prospective buyers at the eastern end of Venice Avenue. Passengers stepped from seaboard trains into a community arranged to impress them from the moment of arrival. Freight cars brought building materials, household goods, mail, and supplies. Outbound shipments linked local work with distant markets. The depot functioned as gateway, sales room, meeting place, and transfer point. More than any brochure, it demonstrated that this new Gulf Coast city was connected to the wider country. Road travel soon challenged the railroad's position. The Tamiami Trail opened through the region in 1928, and US 41 gave motorists a continuous route along Florida's Gulf side and across the southern peninsula. Venice now received visitors by windshield, as well as coach window. The two systems briefly strengthened one another. Trains handled long-distance passengers and heavy freight, while automobiles widened the surrounding market and made beaches, farms, and neighboring communities easier to reach. Yet the timing was harsh. Florida's land boom collapsed, national economic trouble followed, and the Brotherhood's grand development program could not continue at its original pace. Venice survived the lean years by finding new uses for buildings and connections already in place. In 1933, the Kentucky Military Institute established winter quarters in the city, bringing cadets and faculty by rail. That same year, Albee purchased the former Parkview Hotel and opened the Florida Medical Center. Patients, relatives, staff, and supplies moved through a town whose population remained modest. The depot still mattered because it gathered many separate needs at one dependable point. Scheduled arrivals gave rhythm to a community that otherwise might have become another unfinished Florida boom venture. World War II transformed Venice again. In 1942, the United States Army developed the Venice Army Air Base south of downtown, and the installation became fully active the following year. At its peak, thousands of service members lived and trained there, while pilots learned to fly several types of fighter aircraft. The railroad and depot helped receive military personnel, equipment, and supplies. Downtown rooms, restaurants, and services filled new roles. When the base closed in 1945, its airfield passed into municipal use. The airport remained, adding another layer to a city already shaped by water, rail, and highway. A different traveling institution arrived in 1960 when Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey established winter quarters in Venice. Circus performers, animals, equipment, and visitors made the city part workshop, part rehearsal ground, and part seasonal spectacle. The depot welcomed the circus along with homebuyers, cadets, and military travelers, giving one building an unusually broad place in local memory. The circus remained until 1991. By then, its rail-centered world had changed, but residents still remembered long trains and specialized cars as part of the city's working landscape, rather than as a museum display. Passenger rail service to Venice ended in 1971, closing a chapter that had begun before the planned city existed. Freight use lasted longer, but the corridor gradually lost its original purpose. Preservation gave the depot a second life. Restored by 2003, it now serves public transportation and historical uses beside Rollins West Coakley Railroad Park. The former rail corridor also became part of the Legacy Trail and the Venetian Waterway Park, where steel wheels once carried buyers, cadets, soldiers, and circus equipment. Walkers and cyclists now follow a continuous path through the landscape. US 41 recorded the same shift from concentrated gateways to dispersed movement. The Venice bypass opened in 1966, directing through traffic away from the older avenue system. Business 41 continued through the historic core, preserving the relationship between highway and downtown even as suburban growth spread inland. The later intracoastal waterway cut completed the physical outline of the island of Venice, with bridges becoming important entrances. A traveler can therefore read several transportation eras within a short distance: the former rail line, the planned boulevard, the business route, the bypass, the airport, and the waterway. Venice's rail memory survives because it is woven into useful places. The depot remains at the head of the old approach. Mediterranean Revival buildings still frame Venice Avenue. The Triangle Inn houses the City Museum, and the Lord Hegel House recalls the earlier citrus shore. Parks preserve Nolan's belief that public landscape should guide growth, while the Legacy Trail keeps the railroad corridor open as a line of movement. Northbound U.S. Chapter 4. Palmetto, Florida. River trade and sun-worn streets. The broad Manatee River announces Palmetto before its streets do, gathering bridges, rail lines, and the old commercial center near the water. Route 41 reaches Palmetto at the broad Manatee River, where bridges, rail lines, and old streets crowd together near the water. The main highway crosses on the Hernando de Soto Bridge, while Business 41 uses the Green Bridge and enters the older town more directly. From either approach, Palmetto appears as a low Gulf Coast city of palms, brick storefronts, modest houses, and working corridors. Its story is not built around a grand resort plan. It begins with river landings, produce crates, and a wide avenue drawn between wharf and depot. The Manatee River shaped settlement before any federal highway existed. Nearly a mile wide near Palmetto, it offered a sheltered route toward Tampa Bay and the Gulf of Mexico. Fresh water, rich soil, and a long growing season supported farms and groves along the North Bank. During the middle 19th century, newcomers arrived by water because reliable roads were scarce. Small sailing craft and steamers carried mail, passengers, tools, and household goods. The same vessels returned downstream with citrus and vegetables, making the river both Palmetto's first street and its first commercial connection. Palmetto dates its formal beginning to Samuel Sparks Lamb, who arrived in 1868. Lamb came from South Carolina and named the settlement for that state's familiar palmetto emblem. He surveyed his property into a village and imagined more than scattered farmsteads. His broad main avenue was intended to connect two gateways, the river wharf and, later, the railroad depot. Lamb also donated ground for churches, a cemetery, a public library, the women's club, and a park. Those gifts established civic anchors that survived long after the original waterfront businesses changed or disappeared. River commerce expanded with the region's farms. Winter vegetables could reach northern tables when much of the country was locked in cold weather. Oranges, grapefruit, tomatoes, celery, and other produce moved from fields to packing sheds, then on to crowded docks. Historical accounts describe steamers leaving Manatee River landings heavily loaded after each growing season. The boats also tied Palmetto to Tampa, St. Petersburg, Bradenton, and Sarasota before bridges made those trips routine by road. A shipment depended on weather, tides, careful packing, and a captain's schedule, so the waterfront set the pace of everyday business. The settlement acquired the institutions of a town in stages. A post office served the community by 1880, and residents organized schools, churches, stores, and social groups as the population increased. Florida granted Palmetto a city charter in 1897. The Women's Club began in 1900, continuing the pattern of local organizations creating public services before municipal government could provide everything. Much of the early business district was built of wood. Fire was a constant danger, and supplies arrived irregularly. The community had a name and charter, but its physical center was still changing. Railroad arrival in 1902 reorganized Palmetto. The Seaboard Airline completed a bridge across the Manatee River and placed the depot near 10th Street. For the first time, freight and passengers could move on a dependable overland timetable without transferring to a steamer. Commercial activity shifted away from the wharf toward the tracks. Railcars also delivered brick in steady quantities, allowing owners to replace vulnerable wooden structures with more durable masonry buildings. The town did not abandon the river, but its working map now had two strong lines: water along the south edge and rails through the center. Agriculture gained speed from the new connection. Packing houses, fertilizer dealers, crate makers, produce brokers, and cold storage operations grew around the rail corridor. Growers could ship larger harvests with fewer delays, while agricultural agents carried research about plant varieties, soils, pests, and disease control from experiment stations to local farms. Frank M. Connor, a prominent railroad agricultural agent, kept offices in Palmetto and served farming districts along Florida's west coast. The prosperity was seasonal and vulnerable to freezes, storms, and market prices, yet it gave the small city a national reach through ordinary boxes of produce. Old Main Street records the shift from dockside village to railtown. Lamb had planned the avenue as a generous passage between river and depot, and its width allowed commerce to spread along a clear civic axis. Early 20th century brick blocks gathered shops, offices, and services near the railroad approach. Their practical facades lacked the theatrical style of Florida resort towns, but they offered shade, solid walls, and large street windows. The sun softened painted signs and bleached awnings, while wagons and later automobiles wore familiar paths between storefront, packing shed, station, and wharf. Public memory now gathers at Palmetto Historical Park. Its central landmark is the 1914 Carnegie Library, a small masonry building created during the nationwide movement to provide communities with free library space. Nearby stand an 1880 post office, a one-room schoolhouse, a turn-of-the-century cottage, a replica chapel, and buildings devoted to agricultural and military history. Some were preserved or relocated so that several layers of local life could be read within one landscaped block. Together, they show that Palmetto's growth depended not only on shippers and growers, but also on teachers, librarians, craftspeople, and civic volunteers. Agriculture also took public form through the Manatee County Fair. The fair began in 1916, offering a place to compare crops, livestock, equipment, household work, and community achievement. Permanent fairgrounds were established in Palmetto in 1950, strengthening the city's place as a meeting ground for the wider county. A fair is temporary by nature, yet its yearly return preserves the rhythm of planting, harvest, judging, and display. Long after packing houses diminished, exhibits and demonstrations continued to explain how strongly the surrounding economy had depended on fields, groves, ranches, and practical knowledge passed between generations. Bridges changed the river from a water route into a highway crossing. Victory Bridge opened between Palmetto and Bradenton in 1919, giving residents a direct road connection across the Manatee. A hurricane destroyed it in 1926. The replacement, known as the Green Bridge, opened in 1927 and later carried business US 41. A modern span eventually assumed the traffic load, while part of the earlier bridge survived as a fishing pier. The sequence captures a larger transition. Boats once linked separate river towns, but bridges gradually made the water feel like a scene passed over on the way elsewhere. US 41 added Palmetto to a continuous Gulf Coast route. The federal highway brought through travelers, fuel stations, repair shops, restaurants, and roadside businesses, yet its alignments divided the experience of the city. Business 41 followed the Green Bridge toward the historic streets. The main route joined US 301 and crossed the river on the Hernando de Soto Bridge, moving heavy traffic past a broader commercial landscape. Palmetto became a junction, as well as a destination. River, railroad, and highway occupied the same compact ground, each serving a different scale of movement. The Palmetto Historic District preserves neighborhoods built during the city's strongest early decades. Most contributing houses date from roughly 1900 to 1930 and include frame vernacular cottages, bungalows, Queen Anne details, colonial revival forms, and occasional mission influences. Wide yards, porches, shade trees, and open spaces soften the regular street grid. The district also includes masonry commercial buildings and older civic ground. Its importance lies in the collection rather than a single mansion. Ordinary houses reveal how clerks, growers, railroad employees, business owners, and tradespeople lived near the routes that supported their work. Rail activity declined as trucks and changing distribution systems took more freight. The spur and yard near today's Connor Park remained useful through much of the 20th century, then were decommissioned and removed. Industrial use left contaminated soil, a hidden cost beneath land that appeared vacant. Cleanup and redevelopment turned the former freight ground into a public park designed to help treat stormwater before it reaches the Manatee River. Named for Frank M. Connor, the site joins agricultural history with environmental repair. It does not erase the railroad era. It gives that ground a safer purpose while keeping its story visible. Palmetto's history can still be followed on foot from Old Main Street toward the river. Brick storefronts recall the depot years. The Carnegie Library and Schoolhouse preserve civic life, and Riverside Park opens the view across water that once carried nearly every arrival and shipment. Northbound US 41 soon pulls away towards smaller inland towns, but the crossing leaves a clear impression. Palmetto was shaped by repeated changes in transportation without losing the scale of its original plan. Wharf, rail yard, bridge, and highway remain connected by sun-worn streets that still lead back to the Manatee River. Chapter 5. Brooksville, Florida. Oakshade and the Ridge Country. Florida's Gulf Plain begins to rise near Brooksville, where Broad Street bends through live oak shade and slopes unusual in the peninsula. Route 41 leaves the flatter Gulf Coast Plain and begins to rise near Brooksville. The road bends through slopes unusual in peninsular Florida. Broad Street carries the highway past commercial corners toward an older center shaded by live oaks. Brick buildings, courthouse grounds, and residential hills rise in layers. Brooksville has long depended on its inland position, where roads from the coast, farm country, and central Florida met on firm, high ground. The landscape explains much of the town's character. Brooksville stands within a band of rolling uplands, commonly called the Brooksville Ridge. Limestone lies close beneath sandy soil, shaping hills, sinks, springs, and irregular drainage. Water may vanish into porous rock in one place and return at the surface in another. Oaks, magnolias, pines, and palmettos share the slopes, giving streets alternating passages of sun and deep shade. The elevation offered drier building sites and healthy air, yet the same limestone that formed the hills sometimes made dependable wells difficult to establish. An early settlement known as Old DeSoto or Fort DeSoto stood northeast of the present town during the 1840s. Families built log structures near an established route, expecting a lasting community. A hard bed of limarock made water difficult to reach, while supplies arrived irregularly. Residents shifted south and west towards springs and workable ground. That move placed homes, stores, and public life closer to the site that became Brooksville. Two small communities developed there, Pierceville and Melendez. Pioneer families cleared land, planted crops, operated stores, and connected their scattered properties with sandy roads. In 1856, the settlements were joined under the name Brooksville. The union gave the county a more definite center, but the place still looked more like a collection of homesteads than a finished town. Courthouse business, mail, churches, and trade drew people toward the same crossroads. Over time, paths became named streets, public squares gained boundaries, and the ridge began to carry a recognizable civic plan. County government became one of Brooksville's strongest anchors. A wooden courthouse was erected during the 1850s, and the courthouse square established a regular destination for residents traveling from distant farms. The county seat briefly moved to the coastal community of Bayport, but records and court functions returned to Brooksville during the 1860s. Fire destroyed the courthouse and many records in 1877. A replacement rose the next year, built from lumber cut at a local sawmill. Each rebuilding strengthened the square as the fixed center of a county whose boundaries and settlements were still changing. Brooksville incorporated in 1880 when only 19 voters participated in organizing the municipal government. The number was small, yet incorporation allowed residents to manage streets, safety, taxes, and local services through a formal town structure. Wooden stores gathered near Main and Broad streets. Kerosene lamps later illuminated commercial blocks, while wells, cisterns, and volunteer fire protection answered practical needs. The surrounding countryside remained closely tied to town. Saturday trade brought farm families to merchants, blacksmiths, attorneys, doctors, and public offices, turning the courthouse streets into a weekly meeting place. The railroad arrived in 1885 and altered the pace of Brooksville. The Florida Southern Railroad built a depot on Russell Street as its line moved through Central Florida. Passengers bought tickets in the office, freight was weighed and stored, and telegrams carried news faster than wagon roads could. Citrus, timber, livestock products, and manufactured goods gained wider markets. The depot later became part of the plant system and eventually other railroad networks, but it remained on its original site. Its platform connected a small ridge town to ports, cities, and northern buyers. Citrus brought Brooksville one of its brightest early booms. Groves covered well-drained slopes around town, and railroad access allowed fruit to leave soon after packing. By 1894, local accounts credited Brooksville with producing roughly 1/10 of Florida's orange crop. The Great Freeze of 1895 damaged trees and disrupted fortunes almost overnight. Some growers replanted, others changed crops, and later decades made tangerines a local specialty. The freeze demonstrated how an economy rooted in favorable soil and climate could still be overturned by a few nights of severe cold. The ridge supported more than oranges. Pine forests supplied timber and turpentine. Cattle moved through open country, while limestone quarrying and hard rock phosphate mining created heavy freight. Farms produced vegetables, corn, and feed for local use and shipment. Sawmills, crate makers, warehouses, and repair shops formed links between raw land and distant markets. These industries left marks beyond account books. Rail sidings crossed workyards, quarry cuts exposed pale stone, and modest houses climbed nearby slopes. Brooksville's commercial reach grew from several practical trades rather than from a single resort or coastal attraction. Fire repeatedly tested the wooden business district. Brooksville's first brick structure appeared in 1888, offering an example of more durable construction. A major fire in 1899 destroyed buildings along Main Street and increased the demand for masonry walls, safer spacing, and improved equipment. Rebuilding gave downtown much of its lasting texture. Brick storefronts stood close to the sidewalk with broad display windows, recessed doors, shaded awnings, and offices above. Their scale remained modest, but together they created a solid commercial street that could withstand weather and daily use better than the earlier wooden blocks. Civic improvements accelerated during the first years of the 20th century. Telephone service arrived in 1903. The Board of Trade formed in 1910, and brick paving appeared on city streets in 1911. Electric streetlights followed in 1912. In 1913, a new Hernando County courthouse rose at the center of town, joined by a movie theater and the enduring Weeks Hardware building. These projects changed how Brooksville looked after dark and how easily residents moved through rain and sand. The town was modernizing, but its improvements remained concentrated within a walkable group of public and commercial blocks. The Maystringer House preserves a more domestic side of the ridge town. The house began around 1855 and received extensive alterations by the early 20th century, creating the layered Victorian appearance seen today. Its porches, Steep roof lines, wood siding, and rooms filled with household objects reveal how a residence changed with several generations. Now operated as a museum, it stands near the historic center rather than behind a distant estate gate. The building connects public history to ordinary matters of cooking, furniture, clothing, childhood, work, and the effort required to maintain a Florida home. South Brooksville Avenue carries another concentrated record of local life. Its historic district contains houses built mainly during the early decades of the 20th century, when new subdivisions extended the town beyond its oldest commercial streets. Frame vernacular homes, folk Victorian details, Queen Anne forms, colonial revival designs, and craftsman bungalows share sloping lots beneath mature trees. Porches face the street, and changes in elevation give each house a slightly different outlook. The district matters as a group because it shows how merchants, professionals, railroad workers, and families lived within walking distance of downtown. The highway era placed Brooksville on a longer north and south line. US 41 followed Broad Street through a landscape already crossed by county roads and rails. Service stations, repair garages, cafes, tourist cabins, and roadside signs appeared for motorists who might stop only briefly. The Sinclair Auto Fountain, opened in 1930, represented a period when fuel, food, and conversation gathered at the same highway corner. Traffic brought business, but it also changed the street from a local gathering place into a route carrying strangers toward Tampa, Inverness, and points far beyond Hernando County. Brooksville still rewards a slower passage than highway speed suggests. The 1885 depot survives beside the former rail bed, now part of the Good Neighbor Trail. Main Street brickwork, the 1913 courthouse, the May Stringer House, and oak-shaded neighborhoods remain close enough to understand as one connected town. Northbound US 41 climbs away through the ridge toward Inverness, passing soil and stone that shaped every earlier chapter of local growth. Brooksville's strongest impression comes from that meeting of geography and memory. Limestone beneath the road, oak limbs above it, and civic streets fitted carefully between the hills. Part 2. Springs and Border Towns. Part 2 carries U.S. Route 41 north from Brooksville through Florida's Spring Country and across the Georgia line. Inverness opens among lakes and courthouse streets, where the ridge begins to soften into north-central Florida. Dunnellon recalls phosphate trains and the shaded meeting of the Rainbow and Withlacoochee rivers. High Springs reveals a rail town built above clear water moving through limestone. At White Springs, the Suwannee River and the Old Mineral Spring preserve a quieter chapter of travel, health, and resort memory. Hahira closes the section in South Georgia, where brick storefronts, tobacco fields, and pine shade announce a new landscape. Together, these towns show how US 41 passes from lake country to river crossings, from Florida limestone to Georgia soil, carrying local histories across a border that changes the scenery without ending the road. Chapter 6. Inverness, Florida. Lake country and a slower Florida. Lakes, pine, and low wet ground surround the northern approach to Inverness, where the highway bends toward a compact downtown beside the Sala-Apopka chain. Route 41 leaves Brooksville's ridge country and enters Citrus County through long stretches of pine, oak, and low wet ground. The highway approaches Inverness as South Florida Avenue, then bends toward a compact downtown gathered around the old courthouse. Water appears almost everywhere beyond the storefronts. Lake Henderson and the wider Sala-Apopka chain lie close to the road, softening the town's edges with coves, marshes, and tree-lined shore. Inverness feels less like a place built beside one lake than a civic island set among many. That lake country explains the slower rhythm promised by the chapter's title. Sala-Apopka is not a single open basin, but an interconnected system of lakes, pools, canals, wetlands, and wooded islands within the Withlacoochee region. Limestone beneath the soil shapes drainage in ways that are not always visible from the pavement. Water can spread through shallow marsh, gather in blue coves, or disappear into porous ground. Cypress, live oak, pine, and palm meet along the margins, creating a landscape that changes gradually rather than announcing a sharp border. Fort Cooper State Park preserves wooded ground beside Lake Holaflakaha, south of Inverness. A temporary military post stood here in April 1836, chosen for its water, elevation, and position near practical routes through the lake country. The surviving site is interpreted along trails that pass beneath oaks and through open pine land. Today, the park adds outdoor recreation to the town's historical landscape, linking hiking, paddling, wildlife, and lake views, with a place that appeared on regional maps long before Inverness gained a courthouse or rail depot. Permanent settlement near the future city gathered slowly after the war years. In 1868, Alfred D. Tompkins moved to land beside the Tsala Apopka Lakes. Known locally as Uncle Alf, he worked to attract neighbors and establish the practical services a scattered community required. His family connections joined him to Francis Marion Dampier, who operated a steam-powered sawmill, maintained a general store, and became active in local government. Timber from the surrounding woods supplied buildings, while lake routes and sandy tracks tied farms and homesteads to the first small center of trade. The settlement took the name Tompkinsville and was formally platted on March 10, 1887, across 160 acres. That same year, Citrus County was created from the northern portion of Hernando County. The new county needed offices, records, roads, and a permanent administrative center. Tompkinsville was still tiny, with only a few dozen residents, but it stood near rail development, timber work, and the lake system. Those advantages mattered because a county center had to be reachable from widely scattered farms, camps, mines, and river communities. A new name arrived with new investment. In 1889, Tompkins and other property owners agreed to the sale and reorganization of the town by a Jacksonville development firm. Inverness replaced Tompkinsville on the map. Local tradition says a Scotsman connected with the firm believed the blue lakes and wooded headlands were called Inverness in Scotland. Whether the resemblance was exact mattered less than the promise carried by the name. It gave a small Florida settlement an identity broad enough for the courthouse town its promoters hoped to build. Inverness became the permanent Citrus County seat in 1891, replacing the temporary seat at Manfield. Government business drew attorneys, clerks, merchants, witnesses, jurors, and farm families toward the same square. An early courthouse rose at the center of a diamond-shaped street plan, its entrances angled toward the roads approaching from four directions. Court days gave the town a regular public rhythm. People who came to file deeds, pay taxes, settle disputes, or attend trials also bought supplies, collected mail, and exchanged news along nearby storefronts. Hard rock phosphate transformed the county during the late 19th century. Deposits discovered in the region attracted mining companies, laborers, equipment, and speculative capital. The mineral was dug, washed, loaded, and carried toward ports and fertilizer markets. Mines did not fill the center of Inverness, but their demands reshaped the town. Freight offices, warehouses, commissaries, and legal work multiplied, while new tracks reached into the countryside. The boom was uneven and vulnerable to market changes, yet it gave the county seat a commercial reach far beyond its quiet lakes. Railroad growth strengthened that connection. Henry Plant's system completed a route from Croom to Inverness in the late 1800s as part of its West Coast network. The depot, built in 1892, served passengers, mail, and freight near the center of town. Citrus, timber, phosphate, household goods, and visitors could now move on a dependable timetable. The plant system became part of the Atlantic coastline in 1902, then later the Seaboard Coastline in CSX. Each corporate name changed, but the rail corridor remained a fixed line through Inverness for generations. Commerce collected between the tracks, lakes, and courthouse. General stores supplied mining camps and farm households. Sawmills turned local pine into boards, while hotels and boarding houses served court visitors and railroad travelers. Brick gradually replaced wood in the central blocks, especially as merchants sought stronger protection from fire. The Masonic Building and rows of early 20th century shops gave West Main Street a more permanent face. Their scale remained modest: narrow fronts, shaded sidewalks, upstairs rooms, and doors close enough for neighbors to conduct business without crossing a wide city. The present Old Citrus County Courthouse was completed in 1912 and 1913. Architect Willis R. Biggers answered the unusual street geometry with a building turned so that its corners faced the cardinal approaches. A clock tower and copper-colored cupola rise above the square, while classical columns give the courthouse a formality greater than the surrounding commercial blocks. It remained the county's principal government building until 1977. Restored as the Old Courthouse Heritage Museum, it now holds exhibits while preserving the courtroom and public spaces that once drew the county together. By the late 1910s, Inverness had taken on the structure of an incorporated city. Electric lights, paved streets, telephones, schools, churches, and civic organizations made daily life more dependable. Entertainment also found a permanent address. Pearl G. Maddox opened the Valerie Theater in 1927 and named it for her daughter. Silent pictures were accompanied by an in-house pianist before sound equipment arrived. After a 1939 fire, the theater reopened and remained a social landmark. Restored decades later, it again faces Courthouse Square as a cultural center. The phosphate and railroad era also produced working neighborhoods beyond the older town center. In 1927, homes for mine workers and their families were moved to a subdivision called Rosemary between present-day US 41 and the Atlantic coastline tracks. Residents carried years of experience in mines, rail service, domestic work, and local trades into a neighborhood built during the industry's decline. The settlement later disappeared, leaving street patterns and vegetation where houses once stood. Remembering Rosemary widens the town's history beyond courthouse blocks and prominent merchants. The highway and railroad eventually exchanged roles. US 41 became the main north-south automobile route, curving through older neighborhoods and sharing part of Inverness's Main Street with State Road 44. Gas stations, restaurants, motels, and roadside shops followed motor traffic, while freight and passenger rail service declined. In 1989, Florida purchased 46 miles of former CSX right-of-way for the Withlacoochee State Trail. The paved corridor now passes the 1892 depot, the Lake Henderson Trestle, downtown parks, and reminders of the line that first accelerated the town. Inverness rewards the traveler who steps away from highway speed. From Courthouse Square, the old depot, Valerie Theater, brick storefronts, Liberty Park, and Lake Henderson lie within a compact landscape. The town's strongest feature is not a single monument, but the closeness of civic streets, rail memory, and open water. Northbound US 41 eventually straightens toward Dunnellon, leaving the courthouse clock behind and entering another stretch of pine and limestone. Inverness remains beside the lakes, a county seat shaped by movement, yet remembered for a pace slow enough to notice the shore. Chapter 7. Dunnellon, Florida. Phosphate memory and river shade. Pine woods, pasture, and pale limestone mark the miles between Inverness and Dunnellon, where William Street descends toward the Rainbow and Withlacoochee rivers. Route 41 leaves Inverness and follows pine woods, pasture, and low limestone country toward Dunnellon. The road enters town as William Street, where the scale remains close to the traveler. Modest storefronts, older houses, broad trees, and side streets that descend toward water. Dunnellon stands near the meeting of the Rainbow and Withlacoochee rivers, a location that shaped settlement, industry, and recreation. The highway may be the modern approach, but the town's deepest lines of movement were drawn first by clear springs, dark river bends, and rails carrying heavy mineral freight. The Rainbow River begins at one of Florida's great first magnitude springs, then runs several miles before joining the Withlacoochee. Its water rises through limestone after rainfall filters through soil and an underground system of rock and cavities. The result is an unusually clear spring run shaded by cypress, oak, palm, and pine. The Withlacoochee moves with a different character, broader and darker beneath wooded banks. Dunnellon's geography is defined by their meeting. Water provided food, transportation, power, and an inviting place to settle long before streets were surveyed or a railroad timetable named the town. Evidence found around Rainbow Springs reaches far beyond Dunnellon's recorded history. Mammoth and mastodon fossils have been recovered from the spring and river, while pottery and tools show that people used the area more than 10,000 years ago. Clear water offered fish and other resources, and the connected rivers formed natural travel corridors through the interior. Later communities continued to understand the value of the same place. Although buildings, mines, and roads altered the land, the spring remained the source around which human activity gathered. Its steady flow gives the Dunnellon story a foundation older than any boom. Permanent American settlement increased in western Marion County during the 1840s and 1850s. Families established farms, cattle ranges, and citrus groves near the confluence of the rivers. The sandy uplands supported pine, while richer pockets of soil could be cultivated. Timber became lumber for houses, fences, stores, and boats. Travel was slow along rough tracks, so river access mattered to households separated by woods and wet ground. By the 1880s, land once reserved for government use had opened to further settlement. A small agricultural community was forming, but the mineral beneath its fields would soon change its purpose and pace. Railroad development supplied the framework for a town. John F. Dunn, an Ocala banker and railroad promoter, supported transportation and business ventures in the region. Dunnellon was named for him and formally formed in 1890. Tracks connected the young community with Ocala, the Gulf Coast, and expanding markets. The station became an organizing point for streets, warehouses, stores, and lodging. A rail stop alone might have created a small service center, yet Dunnellon possessed something far more powerful. The arrival of trains nearly coincided with the discovery that placed the town at the center of Florida's hard rock phosphate field. In 1888, local prospector Albertus Vogt identified hard rock phosphate near the Rainbow River. The mineral was valuable because manufacturers could process it for fertilizer and other products. Tests showed that deposits around Dunnellon were unusually rich, and investors moved quickly to secure land. The Marion County Phosphate Company began extensive operations, followed by competing firms. Mines with names such as Tiger Rag, Early Bird, and Eagle appeared across the surrounding countryside. Within a few years, a rural settlement had become a nationally important mineral center. The nickname Boomtown described both its sudden growth and uncertain future. Hard rock phosphate did not lie in one neat underground seam. Crews cleared vegetation, removed soil, and dug large pits in search of scattered nodules and boulders. Steam-powered machinery lifted earth and mineral, while washer plants separated usable rock from sand and clay. Temporary tracks reached into the workings so small locomotives and freight cars could move the heavy load. Pits, spoil banks, trestles, sheds, and machine shops transformed the terrain near Dunnellon. Some excavations later filled with water, including areas now absorbed into neighborhoods and parkland. The physical landscape still carries shapes made by the industry's search. Transportation determined whether the phosphate could reach buyers. Mine railroads carried rock to transfer points, where crews loaded freight cars or barges. Historical photographs show boxcars standing beside the Withlacoochee as laborers moved phosphate into rivercraft. Barges then followed the natural current toward Port Ingles and the Gulf of Mexico. Other shipments traveled by rail to ports and processing centers. The system joined pit, track, river, and ocean into one industrial route. Dunnellon's location at the river junction made it more than a mining camp. It became the business and transportation center for a broad phosphate field. Prosperity reshaped the town between the late 1880s and the years after 1900. Merchants opened groceries, hardware stores, banks, hotels, and offices. Skilled workers built houses with broad porches suited to Florida heat, while investors erected larger residences on shaded streets. Churches and schools gave the growing population permanent institutions. Brick commercial buildings replaced some early wooden structures near the tracks. The surviving Boomtown Historic District preserves this compact pattern of homes and businesses. Its modest scale is important. Dunnellon grew quickly, but it remained a small town whose neighborhoods were closely tied to mines. The Atlantic Coastline built the depot on South William Street in 1908. Its long roof and trackside platform served passengers, mail, produce, timber, and phosphate. Travelers arrived within walking distance of the commercial streets, while freight moved through adjacent yards and sidings. Rail service linked local farms and mills with distant cities without requiring Dunnellon to become one. The depot also provided a daily measure of outside movement through a place surrounded by rivers and woods. Preserved as a local museum, the building now interprets the transportation system that allowed a mineral discovery to become a town-wide economy. The boom could not continue forever. European demand weakened during the First World War, richer deposits became harder to find, and Florida's pebble phosphate fields could be worked more economically. Mining around Dunnellon declined through the 1920s and later decades. Banks, stores, and rail traffic felt the loss as payrolls shrank. By 1938, only a few phosphate companies remained active in the area, and local hard rock production eventually ended. Limestone extraction continued in places, but the era that made Dunnellon famous had passed. Houses, rail grades, pits, and company records became the durable evidence of its brief industrial prominence. Rainbow Springs offered another economic direction. During the 1930s, owners developed the headspring as a private tourist attraction. Visitors came to see clear water, ornamental gardens, animals, and unusual boats with viewing areas below the waterline. Builders placed artificial waterfalls on piles of soil left from phosphate mining, turning industrial remains into a tropical landscape. Later additions included a zoo, rodeo, gift shops, and a monorail with leaf-shaped gondolas. The attraction sold an image of Florida very different from the mines, yet its scenery was partly constructed from the ground those mines had disturbed. Changing travel patterns eventually worked against the attraction. Interstate 75 directed long-distance traffic toward Ocala, bypassing many small towns and older roadside destinations. New entertainment centers near Orlando also drew visitors away. Rainbow Springs closed in the 1970s, and vegetation covered paths, fountains, and garden structures. Florida acquired the property in 1990, while local volunteers cleared walkways and helped prepare the site for public use. Reopened as Rainbow Springs State Park, it now protects the headspring, river habitat, sandhill, and surviving features from both the phosphate and attraction periods. U.S. Route 41 became Dunnellon's principal automobile corridor as rail service declined. William Street carries the highway through town, while nearby Pennsylvania Avenue and the riverfront preserve much of the older pattern. Service stations, restaurants, and shops adapted local commerce to drivers, anglers, paddlers, and families visiting the springs. The town still serves communities spread across the borders of Marion, Citrus, and Levy counties. Its historic districts and depot prevent highway travel from erasing the earlier routes. Within a few blocks, a visitor can read the sequence from river landing to railroad hub and roadside destination. Dunnellon is most revealing where its histories overlap. Clear spring water passes land once cut by mining equipment. A preserved depot recalls trains that hauled phosphate, timber, produce, passengers, and mail. Porch-lined houses stand beneath the trees planted during the boom years, while US 41 carries present traffic past the same compact center. The road continues west and north toward High Springs, leaving the Rainbow River to join the Withlacoochee behind it. Dunnellon remains at that meeting place, its industrial memory held in rails and limestone, its enduring character settled beneath river shade. Chapter 8. High Springs, Florida. Clear water beneath the limestone. Clear water lies beneath the landscape long before High Springs comes into view, moving through limestone passages below pine, pasture, and shaded streets. Route 41 leaves Dunnellon's river country and crosses a broadening landscape of pine, pasture, and pale limestone toward High Springs. The highway enters a compact town where brick storefronts, railroad memory, and tree-shaded streets remain close together. Water seems less obvious than it did beside the Rainbow River, yet it defines the region just as strongly. Springs gather beyond the city limits, and the Santa Fe River slips above and below the ground. High Springs stands on a limestone threshold where surface roads meet an unseen network of caverns, fissures, and flowing groundwater. The chapter's title begins with karst, the landscape produced when slightly acidic rainwater slowly dissolves limestone. Openings widen into sinkholes, caves, and underground channels. Groundwater moves through those passages as part of the Floridan aquifer, then returns to daylight at springs with remarkable clarity. The ground can look firm and dry beneath longleaf pine, while a river travels far below it. Around High Springs, this geology controls drainage, vegetation, settlement, and recreation. It also explains why a town known first for railroads now serves as a gateway to some of North Florida's clearest water. Human history around the springs reaches far beyond written records. Bones of prehistoric mammals and stone tools have been recovered from nearby rivers and spring basins. Limestone outcrops supplied chert that could be shaped into points and cutting tools, while the water offered fish, travel routes, and dependable gathering places. The Santa Fe River Sink and River Rise created a natural land bridge used for thousands of years. At that crossing, the river disappears into a vast underground system before returning miles away. Long before High Springs had a name, people understood the routes concealed within its terrain. The region later became part of a wider network of villages, missions, and inland travel routes. Mission San Martin de Timucua was established near the Ixutucknee in 1608 and served as an important interior settlement for much of the 17th century. Trails connected river crossings, farms, missions, and the road toward St. Augustine. The natural bridge over the underground Santa Fe remained a practical landmark because it allowed travelers to cross without a ferry. These early corridors did not follow the straight lines of later railroads, but they established a lasting pattern. Movement concentrated where limestone and water made passage possible. English-speaking settlers began establishing permanent farms in northwest Alachua County during the late 1830s and early 1840s. Crockett Springs, about 3 miles east of present High Springs, became one of the earliest small communities. Fernando and Mary Underwood and Marshall Blanton were among the families associated with the area. Farms remained scattered across pine uplands rather than gathered around a town square. Corn, livestock, timber, and garden crops supported local households, while rough roads led towards springs and river crossings. A recognizable town would not appear until transportation and industry supplied a stronger reason to build close together. Names shifted before the community settled on High Springs. The vicinity was known informally as Orion, and the name High Springs came into use in 1880. When a post office and a railroad station opened in 1884, records also used Stantaffy, a common spelling connected with the nearby Santa Fe River. Such changes reveal a place still finding its identity. High Springs ultimately described both elevation and water, even though the best-known springs lay beyond the central streets. The name proved durable because it joined local geography with the promise of a town about to expand. The decisive change arrived in 1884 when the Savannah, Florida and Western Railroad extended its line from Live Oak to Gainesville. A station placed High Springs on a dependable route through North Florida. Timber, farm produce, mail, passengers, and manufactured goods could move on scheduled trains instead of uncertain wagon roads. Stores and boarding houses gathered near the tracks, while new streets followed the rail alignment. The town's location between established markets gave it value as a stopping and transfer point. Rail service did more than improve travel. It supplied the framework around which High Springs could become a commercial center. Hard rock phosphate brought the first major boom after its regional discovery in 1888. Deposits lay close to the surface among limestone and sandy soil, allowing companies to open pits across western Alachua County. The mineral was washed, graded, and shipped for use in fertilizer. Mines created payrolls and freight, while prospectors, merchants, equipment suppliers, and investors moved into nearby communities. High Springs became a natural collection point because the railroad already passed through it. The mines did not define every block, but the demand they created accelerated construction and tied local growth to distant industrial markets. High Springs incorporated in 1892, giving formal government to a town expanding around tracks and warehouses. The following year, the railroad's South Florida division established a connection toward Port Tampa. That route linked North Florida freight with a major Gulf port and strengthened High Springs as a junction. Phosphate moved outward, while tools, food, building materials, and passengers arrived. Civic institutions followed commerce. Churches, schools, offices, and public services gave the settlement a more permanent shape. By the end of the decade, High Springs was no longer merely a rural station. It was a small incorporated town with regional reach. In 1895, the plant system selected High Springs as a division headquarters. The decision produced a large rail complex southwest of downtown. A roundhouse, turntable, repair shops, yards, water facilities, and a two-story district hospital supported locomotives and crews. Steam engines needed frequent cleaning, fueling, inspection, and repair, so the work was steady and skilled. Hundreds of engines and cars passed through the complex. The sound of whistles, hammers, and moving freight became part of daily life. For nearly half a century, the railroad supplied High Springs with its most important employment and public identity. Railroad activity supported more than the yards. Farmers shipped tobacco, peanuts, corn, melons, and other produce through town, while timber and phosphate filled freight cars. Hotels and restaurants served crews and passengers waiting for connections. Hardware stores supplied farms and shops, banks handled wages and business accounts, and small houses spread along shaded streets within walking distance of work. The commercial center remained compact because daily life revolved around the station and tracks. High Springs never became a large city, but its rail responsibilities gave its modest downtown a level of movement and service unusual for its size. A passenger depot built around 1910 became the public face of the railroad. Its broad roof sheltered travelers from sun and rain, while separate rooms, ticket windows, baggage areas, and a long platform organized departures. Nearby commercial blocks developed in brick, replacing some of the earliest wooden storefronts. Main Street businesses faced local customers as well as people arriving by train. The depot stood between the enormous working rail complex and the more polished downtown. It was a threshold where residents met visitors, collected parcels, read posted schedules, and watched the wider world pass through High Springs. The railroad's importance declined after the Second World War as diesel locomotives replaced steam engines and required less maintenance. Highway trucking and private automobiles also changed freight and passenger travel. The roundhouse, shops, hospital, and most yard structures gradually disappeared. Only the old passenger depot survived as a strong reminder of the larger complex. It was moved, restored, and reopened as a railroad museum in 1994. Preserving the depot did not recreate the lost yards, but it gave the town a physical place to explain why so many tracks once converged there and why downtown developed where it did. As rail traffic faded, the surrounding springs became central to the town's new identity. The Santa Fe River disappears underground at Olino State Park and rises again more than 3 miles away in River Rise Preserve. Gilchrist Blue Springs sends clear water along a short run to the Santa Fe, while Post Springs and the Ichetucknee add other windows into the aquifer. Divers explore submerged caves, and paddlers follow spring runs beneath cypress and oak. High Springs provides the stores, lodging, meals, and historic downtown that connect these scattered natural destinations to one recognizable community. Present-day High Springs holds railroad history and spring country within the same small scale. Brick storefronts, the preserved depot, older houses, and former track corridors recall a town built for steam locomotives. Beyond the streets, clear water rises through limestone, and the Santa Fe continues its hidden journey beneath the woods. U.S. Route 41 carries the traveler west and north toward White Springs, exchanging one river system for another. High Springs remains at the meeting of visible and concealed routes, rails that once organized commerce, highways that sustain the town, and groundwater moving steadily below them both. Chapter 9. White Springs, Florida. Mineral water and Suwannee silence. At White Springs, the Suwannee bends beneath wooded bluffs, while the old highway approaches through North Florida pine and pasture. Route 41 leaves High Springs and crosses North Florida through pine woods, pasture, and small clearings before reaching White Springs. The highway enters town near a high bend of the Suwannee River, where shaded streets descend toward dark water and limestone banks. White Springs is quiet today, but the stillness conceals an unusually layered history. A sulfur spring drew visitors from across the South. The railroad delivered crowds to hotels and bathhouses, and a memorial park turned a famous river song into a lasting public institution. Here the road meets mineral water, resort memory, and the deep current of the Suwannee. The river gives the town its setting. The Suwannee is a blackwater stream, darkened by tannins released from leaves and other vegetation in swamps and forests upstream. At White Springs, the channel curves beneath wooded bluffs, with exposed limestone and steep ravines interrupting the otherwise gentle terrain. The sulfur spring rose close to the river from the Floridan aquifer. Minerals and dissolved gases gave the water its distinctive odor and supported beliefs in the water's healing power. River and spring offered different waters side by side, one dark and moving, the other pale, enclosed, and celebrated for supposed healing power. People valued this bend long before hotels or roads appeared. Archaeological evidence indicates that the spring drew visitors from prehistoric times. Its dependable water, fishing, surrounding forest, and position beside the Suwannee made it a natural meeting and resting place. Later accounts emphasized the spring's reputation for healing, giving it a meaning beyond ordinary use. The peaceful image later promoted by resort owners rested on a much older understanding of the location. Water made White Springs practical first, then memorable. American settlement increased during Florida's territorial period as families arrived from Georgia and the Carolinas. Ferries became essential because the Suwannee was difficult to cross and surrounding roads remained rough. In 1835, Bryant Sheffield of Camden County, Georgia, purchased about 1,000 acres at the river bend for a cotton plantation. His property included the sulfur spring. Recognizing its reputation, Sheffield built a log hotel and promoted the water to travelers. A ferry, lodging, farmland, and the promise of relief from illness gave the community its first durable economy. The White Springs Post Office opened in 1842, placing the settlement on a more dependable line of communication. Stagecoaches traveling the mail road between Jacksonville and Tallahassee brought guests during the 1840s, and after 1858, travelers could connect by hired conveyance with the railroad at Wellborn. By the 1850s, the spring had become a recognized health retreat for planters and their families. Visitors combined bathing with hunting, fishing, dances, and long social stays. Local farms supplied corn, rice, peas, sugarcane, sweet potatoes, and Sea Island cotton. Commerce expanded after 1865. Robert W. Adams opened a general store near the spring that year. His family continued the business and built the surviving Adams store at Bridge and Spring Streets in 1892. The store served residents, farmers, and visitors while extending credit or accepting crops in trade. A large scale behind the building weighed wagons and cotton before values were entered in the ledger. That system reveals how a resort town also functioned as a rural trade center. White Springs incorporated in 1885 with roughly 350 residents. Its compact plan gathered houses, churches, stores, schools, and hotel grounds near the spring and river. A normal school founded in 1883 became an early institution for teacher education in Florida. C.F. Cone operated a sawmill, grist mill, and cotton gin that served surrounding farms. Wood frame houses rose on piers beneath broad porches, an arrangement suited to heat, ventilation, and uneven ground. Much of the historic street pattern changed little afterward. The Georgia Southern and Florida Railroad reached White Springs in the late 1880s and transformed access to the resort. The depot stood on Suwannee Street near the Cotton Gin, linking the town with Georgia, Palatka, and wider markets. 4 trains stopped each day in 1909, and several agents handled freight and passenger baggage. Rail service mattered because the river was too shallow here for dependable commercial navigation, and forest roads were still poor. Tourists could now arrive with trunks and remain for weeks, while farm products, lumber, mail, and merchandise moved on scheduled service. The station became the gateway that stagecoaches had once been. Timber added an industrial layer to the resort economy. Around 1898, Benjamin Franklin Camp and Robert Judson Camp established a large lumber and basket operation northwest of town. Sawmills, a planing mill, foundry, machine shop, commissary, and electric plant created hundreds of jobs. Crews cut virgin pine and cypress floated timber down the Suwannee and used a company rail line toward Wellborn to reach Jacksonville. The complex burned, was rebuilt, and finally closed around 1909 as resources and finances weakened. Its brief scale shows that White Springs was never sustained by tourism alone. Forest, rail, farm, river, and spring all contributed to the town's prosperity. The spring reached its grandest form near the beginning of the 20th century. A concrete wall, 2 feet thick, protected the clear basin from the Suwannee's dark floodwater. Above it rose a multi-level spring house with verandas, dressing rooms, refreshments, clinical spaces, and an elevator that lowered bathers toward the water. A boardwalk connected the attraction with amusements and the commercial streets. Water was even bottled and sold for its claimed medicinal qualities. Hotels and boarding houses multiplied, and by 1910, at least 13 accommodated guests. White Springs promoted itself as a leading southern resort, built around a single limestone pool. Disaster and changing travel habits ended that confidence. On February 24, 1911, wind drove a fire through the commercial district and destroyed more than 30 structures, including hotels, stores, houses, a school, and a cotton warehouse. The town rebuilt, but never regained its former population or prominence. Boll weevils damaged cotton in 1916 and 1917, weakening the farm economy. New resorts and improved highways carried vacationers toward Florida's Atlantic coast and farther south. White Springs continued to host visitors, yet its position changed from celebrated destination to a quieter stop remembered for an earlier style of health tourism. Surviving buildings preserve the scale of that earlier town. The White Springs Historic District includes frame houses, churches, schools, stores, the Telford Hotel, and the remains of the spring enclosure. Many houses use raised foundations, shaded porches, simple wooden siding, and additions made as families changed. During the Depression, a Works Progress Administration project created a limestone community center on land secured by the White Springs Women's Club. These resources do not form a polished resort campus. They stand among ordinary streets, showing how civic improvement, domestic life, and tourism occupied the same compact settlement. A new public identity developed around Stephen Foster's song about the Suwannee River. In 1931, Josiah K. Lilly proposed a memorial to the composer, and local organizations helped gather land and support. The state opened the Stephen Foster Memorial in 1950 with a museum and landscaped grounds. In 1957, a 200-foot campanile was completed with a 97-bell tubular carillon. Foster never needed to visit White Springs for the song to shape the town. The memorial joined a nationally familiar melody to the real riverbank, giving travelers a cultural reason to stop after the mineral resort had faded. The first Florida Folk Festival was held at the memorial grounds in 1953. Musicians, dancers, storytellers, cooks, and craftspeople turned the annual gathering into a celebration of living traditions rather than a monument to one composer alone. The park later became the Stephen Foster Folk Culture Center State Park, protecting more than 800 acres beside the Suwannee. Trails, cabins, museum exhibits, craft spaces, and festival stages connect natural scenery with cultural memory. The old spring enclosure also belongs to the park, where its walls and gate remain as evidence of the health resort that gave White Springs its name. Present day, White Springs is defined by what remains quiet. U.S. Route 41 passes the park entrance and the historic streets without separating them from the river. The Telford Hotel, Adams Store churches, porches, spring walls, museum, and carillon hold different eras within a few blocks. Beyond town, the highway continues west and north through pine country toward the Georgia line and Hahira. White Springs leaves Florida with an image unlike the crowded coast where this journey began. Dark water moves beneath trees, bells carry across the park, and a small town remembers the days when mineral water could make a remote river bend famous. Chapter 10. Hahira, Georgia. Tobacco streets and South Georgia shade. The Florida line gives way to pine woods, cultivated fields, and low Georgia horizons before Hahira gathers around its railroad crossing. Route 41 crosses the Florida line and enters Georgia through a broad landscape of pine woods, cultivated fields, and low horizons. Hahira appears in northern Lowndes County as a compact town gathered around the railroad and the crossing at Main and Church Streets. Brick storefronts, churches, civic buildings, and shaded residential blocks emerge at an easy scale. Yet this small place holds a history shaped by rail access, timber, cotton, tobacco, bees, and the determination to keep a recognizable center while larger roads pass nearby. Long before incorporation, farms and forest clearings spread across this part of South Georgia. The sandy soil, long growing season, and plentiful yellow pine encouraged agriculture and timber work, although distance made markets difficult to reach. Barry Folsom became the first Hahira postmaster in 1852, giving the scattered settlement an official name and a dependable mail connection. The origin of that name remains uncertain. Local tradition offers several explanations, including a possible biblical source, but no single story has displaced the others. The mystery has become part of the town's identity, rather than a problem that must be solved. The decisive change came with the Georgia Southern and Florida Railroad in 1885. Steel rails linked the settlement with Valdosta to the south and with communities toward Macon to the north. A depot followed in 1888, the same year that Moore and Tillman established the first local sawmill. Freight cars could carry lumber, naval stores, cotton, livestock, and farm produce far beyond the county. Passenger trains brought mail, salesmen, relatives, and new residents. Hahira began to concentrate beside the tracks because the station offered the most reliable connection to the wider region. Hahira received its municipal charter on October 2, 1891. Stores had already begun opening as families moved closer to the railroad during the previous decade. Churches and a school gave the new municipality social anchors, while merchants supplied tools, cloth, seed, groceries, and household goods. The street grid remained small enough to cross on foot. From the beginning, the town functioned less as an isolated destination than as a service center for farms spread across northern Lowndes County. Cotton first provided the leading cash crop. Gins processed the harvest, warehouses stored bales, and rail schedules determined how quickly the crop could reach buyers. Pine forests supported sawmills and turpentine work, leaving their own marks on the local economy. A bank opened in the first decade of the 20th century, and the Hahira Dispatch began publication in 1906. Electric service arrived in 1913. Hardware stores, professional offices, and small industries gathered near the commercial blocks. These institutions signaled that the railroad stop had developed into a durable market town, with ambitions beyond the depot platform. That cotton economy weakened when boll weevil spread across the region around 1920. Farmers searched for another crop that could provide dependable income, and brightleaf tobacco offered an answer. The plant required close attention, specialized barns, careful curing, and skilled grading. It also created a busy seasonal rhythm. Wagons and later trucks delivered cured leaf to warehouses, where rows of baskets waited for auction. Buyers evaluated color, texture, and quality before bidding. Hahira adopted the name Gold Leaf City, a phrase that captured both the appearance of cured tobacco and the money residents hoped the crop would bring. Tobacco changed the look and sound of town. Large warehouses stood near transportation lines, and auction days drew growers from the surrounding countryside. Hotels, cafes, banks, and stores benefited when farmers and buyers spent the day in Hahira. The crop tied rural labor to Main Street commerce, making the downtown busiest when the cured leaf reached market. Even residents who did not farm understood the cycle of planting, topping, harvesting, curing, and sale. Tobacco was not merely a product shipped away. For a generation, it supplied the calendar by which much of the community measured work and prosperity. Local businessmen tried to keep more of that value at home. In 1926, they organized the Gold Leaf Cigarette and Tobacco Company and built a factory beside the railroad on Coleman Road. Its first brand, Oteen, used locally purchased leaf and sold in green packages. The venture later became associated with the Julep Company and produced Happy Days cigarettes for a national market. The factory could not escape the pressures of the Great Depression, but the building survived through later uses until 1998. When it was demolished in 2002, bricks and heart pine timbers were salvaged, material reminders of Hahira's brief experiment in manufacturing. The same year the factory rose, Hahira completed a new city hall. Its construction reflected civic confidence during the tobacco boom and placed municipal government close to the commercial center. Other landmarks added layers to downtown: the Stanfill Building, Gold Leaf Hotel, City Cafe, churches, courthouse, hospital buildings, and railroad structures. Their uses changed as decades passed, but the close arrangement remained legible. Main Street still meets Church Street at the center of daily life, and U.S. Route 41 follows Church Street through town. The National Highway therefore passes directly beside Hahira's civic and commercial history. Beekeeping formed another distinctive part of the local economy. The Pouet Company became known for queen bees and apiary work, with the first package of queens recorded as shipped in 1920. Bees served farms by pollinating crops, while honey and beekeeping supplies created additional markets. Dadet and Sons established a Hahira branch in 1953, using the former cigarette factory property during part of its local history. This connection between tobacco buildings and bee equipment shows how small-town industries often reuse the same spaces. One enterprise fades, another arrives, and the working landscape adapts without losing every trace of what came before. Hahira turned that apiary tradition into a public celebration when the first Honeybee Festival was held in 1982. The annual event filled downtown with crafts, music, food, displays, and community gatherings. Its name honored an industry with real local roots, yet the festival also offered a way to present Hahira as more than a former tobacco market. Festivals can reshape memory by deciding which stories become visible in streets and parks. Here the bee joined the gold leaf as a symbol of patient work, close attention to the seasons, and cooperation across a farming region. The railroad no longer controls arrival as it once did, but its corridor still explains the plan of town. A preserved caboose and depot area recall the days when the station platform was Hahira's front door. Nearby commercial buildings stand close to the sidewalk with narrow fronts and shared walls, an arrangement created for walking rather than large parking lots. In 2022, the Hahira Commercial Historic District was listed in the National Register of Historic Places. Centered on Main Street between Marshall and Church Streets, the district recognizes the surviving architecture and the business history contained within a few compact blocks. Modern transportation brought a different pattern. Interstate 75 runs near Hahira, carrying long-distance traffic past the old center at highway speed. U.S. Route 41 offers the slower view. It approaches through planted fields and pine stands, enters the street grid and reveals the town one building at a time. The interstate supports regional access and growth, especially from nearby Valdosta, while the older highway keeps local geography visible. A traveler on Route 41 can still understand where commerce gathered, where the tracks crossed, and how civic buildings related to stores, churches, and houses. Preservation in Hahira is not limited to protecting isolated landmarks. The downtown affiliate and Main Street programs encourage businesses to occupy older buildings, improve facades, and use public events to keep the center active. Weish Square, civic grounds, storefronts, and the depot area form a walkable sequence rather than a museum separated from ordinary life. New shops may stand behind historic fronts, while older institutions continue nearby. This practical reuse matters because a small city's character depends on relationships among buildings. Saving one facade means little if the streets around it lose their scale and purpose. Leaving Hahira northbound U.S. Route 41 turns toward Adel through level South Georgia country. The town recedes as church towers, brick storefronts, the rail line, and shaded houses give way to pine rows and fields. Hahira's story is not one of a single surviving industry. Cotton yielded to tobacco. Tobacco warehouses lost their crowds. A cigarette plant found other uses, and the bee industry supplied a new civic emblem. What endured was the compact center created by the railroad and strengthened by generations of local trade. Route 41 carries that pattern north, toward another small city shaped by farms, brick streets, and the long reach of the rails. Part 3. Georgia's Small Town Main Street. Part 3 follows U.S. Route 41, north through the heart of Georgia, where railroad tracks, courthouse squares, red clay fields, and brick main streets shaped a chain of small communities. Adel opens beneath South Georgia pines, its storefronts tied to farms and the old rail corridor. Ashburn brings peanuts, red earth, and courthouse ground into the story. Unadilla holds the highway close to fields in a modest railroad town center. Barnesville recalls buggy manufacturing, cotton trade, and civic streets built around work and exchange. Acworth closes the section beside Lakewater and the rails, where an old downtown stands at the edge of North Georgia. Together, these 5 towns reveal a road moving from the coastal plain toward higher country, carrying the memory of agriculture, rail service, local commerce, and small-town government. Chapter 11. Adel, Georgia. Brick storefronts beneath the pines. Brick storefronts and the Cook County Courthouse rise from the level South Georgia landscape as the road reaches Adel Route. 41 leaves Hahira and continues through level South Georgia country, where pine woods alternate with fields and the horizon seems to stretch beyond every farm road. Adel rises from that landscape as a compact county seat. The highway follows Hutchinson Avenue past brick business blocks, civic buildings, and streets that still reveal the old railroad pattern. Nothing about the town requires a grand scale. Its story is carried by ordinary structures placed close together, each connected to the farms, forests, trains, and travelers that gave Adel its purpose. The low ground shaped the settlement before brick walls or paved streets appeared. Rain collected easily in the sandy coastal plain, leaving broad puddles along paths and wagon tracks. Residents called the place Puddleville, a name both practical and difficult to forget. Local tradition says Postmaster Joel J. Parrish wanted something more suitable for a growing community. He found the letters A, D, E, and L together near the center of Philadelphia and proposed Adel. Whether the inspiration came from a printed gazetteer or a shipping sack varies by telling, but the shorter name endured. Adel stood in Berrien County when the new name entered use. Farms occupied the surrounding countryside, and yellow pine offered timber, fuel, resin, and work. Corn, livestock, cotton, and household crops sustained families. But poor roads limited the distance that heavy goods could travel. A market town needed dependable transportation. That opportunity arrived when the Georgia Southern and Florida Railroad built its line from Macon toward Valdosta in the late 1880s. The rails placed Adel on a north and south corridor that reached well beyond the Wiregrass region. Rail service transformed the village into a shipping point. Lumber, cotton, farm produce, and naval stores could move to larger markets, while merchants received manufactured goods on regular schedules. Passenger cars brought salesmen, relatives, laborers, mail, and news. A depot became the point where the countryside met the national network. Streets and businesses gathered near the tracks because convenience mattered more than ceremony. Adel was incorporated in 1889, the year train service linked Macon and Valdosta, and the community began to assume the organized form of a railroad town. Wooden stores served the early trade, but fire and prosperity encouraged more durable construction. Brick storefronts rose with narrow fronts, tall windows, recessed entries, and shared sidewalls. Merchants displayed dry goods, hardware, groceries, medicines, and farm tools within steps of the rail line. Upper floors held offices, meeting rooms, or storage. The close arrangement allowed shoppers to complete several errands without crossing great distances. It also produced the strong street wall that defines an older commercial center. Beneath the pines, Adel acquired a downtown built for walking, trading, and repeated acquaintance. A major civic change came in 1918 when Cook County was created from part of Berrien County. Adel became the county seat, adding court sessions, record-keeping, legal offices, and county business to the traffic already generated by farms and trains. At first, city officials offered space on the second floor of City Hall for county use. A two-story garage later served as another temporary courthouse. These improvised arrangements lasted for 2 decades, showing that the new county's government developed gradually. Even without a monumental building, the seat strengthened Adel's role as the place where residents gathered for public affairs. The permanent Cook County Courthouse was completed in 1939 with assistance from the Federal Public Works Administration. Atlanta architect William J. Chase designed a 2-story building of brick and limestone in the stripped classical style. Its broad central mass, flat roof, and restrained vertical details conveyed dignity without the elaborate columns of an earlier courthouse. The design joined tradition with the cleaner lines of the 20th century. As Cook County's first purpose-built courthouse, it gave Adel a lasting civic landmark and provided a formal counterpart to the commercial blocks along Hutchinson Avenue. Agriculture remained the foundation beneath that civic growth. Cotton first dominated much of the region's cash economy, while pine forests supported sawmills and turpentine operations. When boll weevils damaged cotton and timber resources declined, farmers looked for products that could spread risk. Tobacco, peanuts, vegetables, and watermelons became increasingly important. Each crop required its own knowledge, equipment, buyers, and shipping arrangements. Adel's warehouses, banks, stores, and rail connections helped translate rural harvests into cash. The downtown therefore reflected far more than local retail. Its business rhythms began in fields miles outside the city limits. Watermelons gave that relationship its most distinctive monument. Regional growers organized the Southwest Georgia Melon Growers Association in 1920 to market their crop cooperatively, improve packing, and present a more consistent product to distant buyers. Known as SOEGA, the association opened its headquarters in Adel in 1931. The 3-story brick building at 100 South Hutchinson Avenue included green terracotta watermelon emblems on its facade. Those small decorative fruits turned a commercial office into a public statement about the surrounding countryside. The building later became a landmark commonly called the Watermelon Building. SOEGA's location on U.S. Route 41 joined farm marketing to the highway traveler's view of Adel. Inside, the cooperative coordinated standards, packing, shipping, and sales for a crop that could spoil if mishandled. Outside, the watermelon motifs made the purpose visible to anyone passing along Hutchinson Avenue. Trucking eventually brought stronger competition from Florida, and the association declined during the 1950s before selling the building in 1960. Yet, the structure survived. Its preservation keeps an unusual chapter of agricultural organization present within the everyday fabric of downtown. Route 41 introduced a different kind of movement from the railroad. Trains stopped at fixed platforms and followed published schedules, but automobiles could pause wherever a traveler found a meal, fuel, lodging, or repair. Businesses turned signs and entrances toward the highway. Service stations, cafes, motor courts, and garages extended the commercial landscape beyond the oldest blocks. Hutchinson Avenue became both Adel's main street and a segment of a national route. Local errands mixed with long journeys, and drivers moving between Florida and northern states encountered the city at street level rather than from a distant bypass. Interstate 75 later shifted much of that through traffic to the western edge of town. The faster road changed where travelers stopped, but it did not erase the older corridor. US 41 still provides the more revealing passage. It approaches gradually, enters the business district, and places the courthouse, the Sewega building, churches, shops, and residential streets within a single view. The railroad remains close enough to explain the town's orientation. Together, rail and highway show two eras of connection, one organized around the depot and freight platform, the other around the freedom to stop at any doorway. The landscape beyond the storefronts also remains part of Adel's identity. Reed Bingham State Park lies a short distance west, spanning Cook and Colquitt counties around a broad lake. Trails, wetlands, forest, and open water preserve a sample of the natural world that supports farms and towns across the region. Within Adel, mature pines rise behind brick facades and shade modest houses. Their presence softens the straight geometry of streets and commercial walls. The title of this chapter is therefore more than an image. Brick and pine describe the meeting of a constructed market center with the working landscape that sustained it. Downtown Adel now treats that inherited fabric as an active resource. Main Street efforts encourage facade repair, reuse of older buildings, improved sidewalks, landscaping, and new business within the traditional center. The goal is not to freeze every block at one date. A living downtown must accept new uses while preserving the scale and relationships that make the place recognizable. The courthouse still anchors public life. The Watermelon Building still tells an agricultural story, and connected storefronts still frame the street. Their value grows when they remain part of daily routines instead of isolated exhibits. North of Adel, US Route 41 returns to fields, pine stands, and a rail corridor that continues toward Sparks, Lenox, and Ashburn. The city falls behind in layers. First the civic buildings, then the brick shops, then the outer houses and roadside businesses. Adel's history explains why those layers formed. Wet ground inspired an early nickname. Rails created a market town. County government added permanence. Farmers organized around changing crops, and the highway opened another front door. The road carries all of that northward, leaving brick storefronts beneath the pines and pointing toward the next red earth community. Chapter 12. Ashburn, Georgia. Peanuts, rails, and red earth roads. Peanut country begins in the fields and red earth lanes around Ashburn, where railroad tracks run beside a compact commercial district. Route 41 leaves Adel and passes through Sparks, Lenox, and Sycamore before entering Ashburn. The country remains open and level, with pine woods giving way to broad fields and red earth lanes. In town, the railroad runs beside a compact commercial district of brick stores, civic buildings, warehouses, and modest houses. Ashburn does not conceal the work that created it. Rail lines, courthouse streets, peanut facilities, and farm roads remain close enough to read as one connected landscape, shaped by the movement of crops from soil to market. Before the railroad arrived, the crossroads carried other names. It was first known as Troopville Crossroads, and later as Marion, a small settlement within Worth County. Farms and timber operations occupied the surrounding wiregrass country, where transportation depended on wagons, rough roads, and patient animals. Cotton, corn, livestock, and forest products could support families, but distance limited trade. A farmer with a heavy load measured a journey by creek crossings, mud, heat, and daylight. The community needed a faster connection before it could become a dependable market town. That connection came when the Georgia Southern and Florida Railroad surveyed the area in 1889. Its new line linked Macon with Valdosta and continued toward Florida, placing the settlement on a busy north and south route. W. Ashburn, a landowner, banker, and sawmill operator, helped arrange real estate transactions as the town site developed. Railroad officials and local leaders attached his name to the station. Ashburn was incorporated in 1890, and the former crossroads began concentrating beside tracks that could carry freight, passengers, mail, and opportunity. The depot became the front door of the young town. Lumber and naval stores left from nearby sidings, while cotton bales and farm produce waited for shipment. Incoming cars delivered tools, cloth, machinery, building materials, and goods that local merchants could not produce. Hotels, stores, banks, offices, and eating places settled within walking distance of the platform. Streets were drawn to meet the rail corridor, and brick gradually replaced vulnerable wooden construction. The resulting business district served both town residents and farm families who arrived to sell a crop, collect mail, or purchase supplies. Ashburn's civic importance increased in 1905, when Turner County was created from portions of Dooley, Irwin, Wilcox, and Worth counties. Ashburn became the county seat, bringing legal records, court sessions, public offices, and countywide business into its center. A courthouse followed in 1907 and 1908. Designed by Alexander Blair and Peter Dennis, the red and buff building used neoclassical revival forms, including projecting entrances, paired ionic columns, pediments, and a prominent tower. Its scale announced that the railroad town had become the administrative heart of a new county. The courthouse did more than provide rooms for government. It established a public landmark around which lawyers, clerks, merchants, and visitors could organize their days. The county jail, completed during the same period, stood nearby with Romanesque details, while churches, schools, and residences extended outward from the commercial core. Ashburn Heights and Shingler Heights developed as recognizable residential neighborhoods, with houses reflecting Victorian revival and craftsman traditions. Together, Courthouse Square, business streets, rail facilities, and shaded homes created the varied but compact plan of an early 20th century county seat. Agriculture remained the reason much of that town existed. Cotton initially dominated the cash economy, linking local fields to gins, warehouses, banks, and rail schedules. Yet repeated planting exhausted soil, market prices changed, and boll weevils damaged the crop across South Georgia. Farmers needed alternatives that could grow in the region's sandy ground. Peanuts offered one answer. The plant matured below the surface, fixed nitrogen through its root system, and could become food, feed, seed, or oil. Its value depended on careful digging, drying, grading, storage, and processing. Peanut production changed the industrial side of Ashburn. An oil mill stood across the tracks from downtown, near warehouses, waterworks, and other practical brick structures. Growers delivered harvested nuts for weighing and processing, while rail cars carried finished products in bulk loads to distant buyers. The Ashburn Peanut Company began operating in the late 1930s and expanded the town's connection to shelling and storage. Silos and mill buildings rose as visible counterparts to the courthouse and storefronts. One side represented civic order, the other represented the work that kept the local economy moving. The crop also tied town life to a demanding seasonal calendar. Planting followed spring warmth, then months of cultivation and watching the weather. At harvest, specialized equipment lifted plants and turned them so the pods could dry before combining. Dust settled on roads and machinery as trailers moved toward buying points. Moisture and grade affected price, making storage and handling as important as yield. Businesses far from the field felt the results. A strong crop supported purchases, repairs, bank deposits, and new construction. A weak season narrowed choices throughout the county. Ashburn eventually made the peanut its most visible symbol. Community leaders promoted a monumental peanut during the 1970s to recognize the crop's role in Turner County and the scale of local processing. The tall roadside landmark became familiar to travelers near Interstate 75 and was designated Georgia's official peanut monument in 1998. Severe weather destroyed the original peanut in 2018, but public fundraising and local support produced a new version, unveiled in 2023. Rebuilding it showed that the monument represented more than a roadside curiosity. It carried a shared agricultural identity. U.S. Route 41 tells a different transportation story from the nearby interstate. The interstate moves long-distance traffic around the old center, while Route 41 approaches at a pace that reveals how Ashburn was assembled. The highway crosses farm country, meets local streets, passes buildings meant for ordinary errands, and remains close to the railroad. Drivers can see where freight once gathered and where county business drew people downtown. The older route therefore joins two kinds of travel: the national journey between states and the short trip from a farm gate to town. The Ashburn Commercial Historic District preserves much of that relationship. Its resources include commercial buildings, the courthouse, the county jail, a 1939 post office, and industrial structures across the railroad. Brick warehouses, a peanut oil mill building, the waterworks, a reservoir, and a metal water tower record activities often omitted from a polished Main Street view. Their plain forms are historically important because they show how the town functioned. Ashburn was not only a collection of attractive facades, it was a system for receiving, storing, processing, governing, and shipping. Red earth is the physical thread running through that system. It appears in freshly turned fields, unpaved shoulders, garden plots, and farm roads that leave the highway at right angles. Rain darkens it, drought loosens it into dust, and cultivation rearranges it with every season. Peanuts develop within that soil rather than above it, making harvest an act of uncovering what has grown out of sight. The brick used throughout Ashburn echoes the same warm color. Field and town seem made from related materials, one cultivated and the other fired into walls. Preservation keeps those relationships visible while allowing buildings to serve new purposes. Shops can occupy older commercial fronts. Offices can reuse rooms laid out for earlier businesses, and civic landmarks can remain part of daily life. The historic neighborhoods add porches, shade trees, and domestic scale to the town's public story. Local celebrations, including the Fire Ant Festival, bring activity back to central streets and give residents another reason to gather. Such events do not replace history. They help the same streets continue working as shared space rather than becoming scenery. North of Ashburn, U.S. Route 41 continues toward Arabi and the rail center of Coeur d'Alene. The courthouse tower, brick stores, tracks, mills, and peanut landmark fall behind as fields reopen beside the road. Ashburn's story is one of useful connections. A railroad turned a crossroads into a town. A new county gave it civic weight, and farmers transformed changing crops into an industry recognized far beyond Turner County. Beneath every stage lies the same red earth. Route 41 carries that pattern north, following rails and farm roads toward the next small Georgia community. Chapter 13. Unadilla, Georgia. A small town between fields. Fields hold the horizon nearly unbroken until Unadilla gathers around a railroad station, a few roofs, and the old north-south road. Route 41 leaves Ashburn with the railroad still close, and South Georgia spread wide on both sides. Long fields, pine borders, drainage ditches, and red earth lanes make the land appear almost uninterrupted. Then a few roofs gather near the tracks. The road meets a modest grid of streets, and Unadilla comes into view. The town does not rise above its surroundings so much as settle naturally within them. Its compact center, farm businesses, churches, houses, and civic buildings remain connected to the cultivated ground that has supported the community for generations. Dooley County was created in 1821, when this part of Georgia was still being divided into new counties, farms, and settlements. Families established homesteads where water, soil, and wagon routes allowed. The countryside produced corn, livestock, timber, and eventually large quantities of cotton. But transportation remained difficult. A load carried by wagon could move only as fast as weather and road conditions permitted. Small crossroads served nearby residents, yet a permanent town required a dependable way to move crops, supplies, mail, and travelers across greater distances. The railroad provided that connection. During the late 19th century, the Georgia Southern and Florida Railway pushed through Dooley County on its route between Macon and Florida. Its line created stations and encouraged communities to concentrate beside the tracks. Unadilla became one of those railroad towns and was incorporated in 1890. The station gave surrounding farmers a practical shipping point and placed the settlement on a larger commercial map. What had been scattered rural activity began gathering into a recognizable center, with streets, lots, stores, warehouses, and homes. A depot was more than a passenger stop. It was a place where the town met the outside world. Cotton bales waited near the platform, fertilizer and tools arrived by freight, and merchants received goods for shelves that served a wide farming district. Mail and newspapers traveled with greater regularity, while residents could reach county seats and regional markets without a long wagon journey. Businesses favored locations near the rails, creating the narrow commercial pattern common to towns that grew along the Georgia Southern and Florida line. Cotton gave early Unadilla much of its economic rhythm. Spring planting, summer cultivation, and autumn picking determined when money moved through stores and banks. Gins separated fiber from seed. Warehouses protected bales, and railroad crews carried the crop toward distant mills and ports. The work linked nearly every part of town life. Blacksmiths repaired equipment, merchants extended credit, laborers handled freight, and families timed major purchases to the harvest. A good season could brighten the business streets. A poor one could be felt far beyond the fields. One of Unadilla's most revealing buildings began as part of that cotton economy. The structure now used as City Hall was constructed in the early 20th century as a cotton warehouse. Its long brick form and practical interior reflected the need to receive, protect, and organize agricultural goods. In another period, the building served as a Chevrolet dealership, showing how quickly the town adjusted to automobile travel. Renovation later turned the former warehouse into municipal offices and a community center, giving one useful building 3 different civic lives. That reuse tells the larger story of transportation in Unadilla. The railroad first gathered trade beside its tracks. Automobiles then changed the way residents reached stores, farms, schools, and neighboring towns. U.S. Route 41 became the older national road through this north and south corridor, carrying travelers at a speed that still allowed them to see storefronts and cross streets. Warehouses, service buildings, and roadside businesses adapted to the new traffic while the rail line continued to mark the town's original commercial spine. Agriculture changed as well. Cotton never disappeared from the region, but farmers diversified when insects, depleted soil, and unstable prices made one crop too risky. Peanuts, corn, pecans, vegetables, livestock, and timber added new layers to the rural economy. Each required different schedules, equipment, storage, and buyers. The broad fields around Unadilla therefore represent more than one historical period. Their uses have shifted repeatedly as families balanced tradition with the practical need to keep land productive. The town center supplied services that individual farms could not. Grocers, hardware dealers, repair shops, banks, schools, churches, and public offices made Unadilla a regular destination for people living miles away. Saturday errands combined business with conversation, and church gatherings connected families across the countryside. The scale remained personal. A short walk could lead from a store to the railroad, from City Hall to a church, or from the commercial street to a shaded residential block. Local architecture reflects that practical scale. Brick storefronts stand close to the sidewalk, while simple houses sit behind lawns and mature trees. Church steeples provide vertical landmarks without overwhelming the low horizon. Industrial buildings near the tracks favor broad doors and sturdy walls over decoration. None was designed as a grand monument, yet together they explain how the community worked. The commercial block served trade, the warehouse protected crops, the depot handled movement, and the houses kept daily life within reach of each. Their materials also belonged to the region. Local timber framed roofs and porches, while warm brick echoed the color of freshly worked soil beyond the town limits each season. Interstate 75 eventually took most long-distance traffic away from the older road. Drivers in a hurry could pass the region without meeting its small centers, and businesses that depended on through travel faced a different future. Route 41 remained valuable because it continued to join farms, towns, and local destinations. In Unadilla, the highway reveals distance at a human pace. Field entrances, railroad crossings, civic buildings, and modest shops appear as parts of the same landscape, rather than brief shapes beyond an interstate barrier. The title of this chapter is literal. Unadilla is a small town between fields, with cultivated land approaching closely from every direction. Yet the phrase also describes the town's purpose. It stands between planting and market, between rural households and public services, and between the quiet of farm roads and the movement of a national highway. The community has long acted as a useful middle ground where people, crops, information, and supplies could change direction. Preservation here often means continued use rather than formal display. The former cotton warehouse survives because it became City Hall. Older storefronts remain meaningful when they hold working businesses or community activities. Railroad buildings and trackside spaces keep their importance when residents can still recognize why they were placed there. This kind of survival is quiet, but it protects the connections that make local history understandable. A building tells more when its relationship to street, field, and rail line can still be seen. Unadilla's importance does not depend on size. Its history belongs to the thousands of American communities that converted agricultural production into town life. Railroad schedules became store hours, harvests became deposits, and warehouses became civic landmarks. The result was a place capable of serving its countryside without separating itself from it. Even after travel patterns changed, the town continued to provide an address, a gathering point, and a shared name for people spread across the surrounding fields. North of Unadilla, Route 41 follows the old corridor towards central Georgia. The brick streetscape and railroad edge recede, and open land returns beside the pavement. Ahead lies Barnesville, another small town shaped by rails and agriculture, but with a distinctive history of buggy making, cotton trade, and courthouse life. Unadilla leaves a quieter impression. It shows how a station could gather a community, how one warehouse could change purposes, and how a modest town could remain firmly rooted between the fields that gave it work and the road that carried its story north. Its scale makes every surviving detail easier to read. Chapter 14, Barnesville, Georgia. Buggies, cotton, and courthouse ground. The land begins to roll near Barnesville, where long fields give way to Piedmont ridges and a town built from brick storefronts, railroad work, and courthouse life. Route 41 reaches Barnesville, where the open country begins to roll more noticeably and long. South Georgia fields give way to the gentler ridges of the Piedmont. The highway enters a compact town whose history can still be read in brick storefronts, railroad buildings, institutional lawns, and courthouse streets. Barnesville grew by turning its location into work. Cotton arrived from surrounding farms. Trains connected regional markets, and skilled shops transformed wood, iron, leather, and paint into vehicles once known across the South. The settlement dates to 1826, when the area served travelers and farm families moving between established communities. Roads were rough, distances were measured by the strength of animals, and a dependable stopping place mattered. Stores and services gathered where routes crossed, forming a practical center for the surrounding countryside. Cotton soon became the region's principal cash crop. Its cultivation supported merchants, warehouses, craftsmen, and lenders. But Barnesville's future changed most dramatically when railroad connections made distant buyers easier to reach. The railroad cut diagonally through the growing town and gave its commercial district a lasting shape. Businesses faced streets near the tracks, while warehouses and manufacturing buildings favored sites where freight could be loaded directly. Passengers stepped from trains within walking distance of hotels, shops, banks, and public offices. Incoming cars carried hardware, cloth, machinery, and finished goods. Outgoing freight included cotton, farm products, lumber, and eventually the item that gave Barnesville its best-known industrial identity, the horse-drawn buggy. Buggy making required a network of specialized trades, wheelwrights-shaped hubs, spokes, and rims with careful attention to balance. Blacksmiths forged tires and fittings. Woodworkers built resilient bodies. Upholsterers prepared seats and tops, and painters applied durable finishes and decorative striping. A finished vehicle needed to be light enough for ordinary travel, yet strong enough for rutted roads. Barnesville had access to timber, rail transportation, farm customers, and experienced labor, allowing small shops to develop into organized factories. J.G. Smith & Sons became the leading name in that industry. Its substantial brick building, erected in 1891, stood near the railroad and displayed an ornate pressed metal cornice above workrooms designed for production. By 1897, the company expected to ship about 1,200 buggies, with the possibility of doubling that output the following year. Those numbers reveal a business far larger than a neighborhood carriage shop. Barnesville vehicles traveled by rail to dealers and customers across a wide territory. Other makers, suppliers, and repair businesses joined the trade, earning Barnesville the title Buggy Capital of the South. Factory whistles and freight schedules organized daily life. Stacks of seasoned wood, iron components, painted bodies, and completed vehicles moved through buildings near the tracks. The industry supported families who might never have owned a farm, yet remained connected to agricultural life. Farmers needed transportation, and factory workers depended on the rural market that surrounded the town. Each completed buggy also represented cooperation among dozens of hands. A flaw in a wheel, spring, axle, or harness fitting could affect the entire vehicle, so reputation rested on consistent workmanship. The town's name became a promise attached to products that might travel roads hundreds of miles away. The automobile eventually ended that era. Motor vehicles offered speed, range, and independence from animal care, while improved roads made them increasingly practical. Buggy factories could adapt only so far. Some workers transferred their knowledge to new forms of manufacturing or repair, and some buildings found different uses. The industry's decline changed Barnesville, but it did not erase the street plan, factory walls, and civic confidence created during its busiest decades. Those traces keep the buggy story grounded in place. Barnesville gained another role in 1920 when Lamar County was created and the town became its county seat. Court sessions, records, public offices, and countywide errands brought residents toward the center. The present courthouse, completed in 1931, uses a formal neoclassical design suited to its public purpose. Its balanced facade, columns, stone trim, and elevated entrance give the building dignity without losing the scale of a small town. Courthouse ground became shared ground for administration, meetings, and memory. U.S. Route 41 strengthened that civic and commercial center. The highway, once promoted as part of the Dixie Highway system, follows streets through the historic district rather than avoiding it. Travelers passed shop windows, service stations, restaurants, lodging houses, and public buildings at street level. Local merchants gained customers, while residents gained a paved link to nearby towns and larger markets. The old National Road added automobile movement to a landscape already organized by wagon routes and rails. Gasoline pumps, garages, tourist cabins, and roadside signs introduced new building types, but they remained close to the established center. Route 41 did not replace Barnesville's earlier geography, It layered a faster form of travel over streets created for much older community needs. The Barnesville Depot, built in 1913, represents the mature railroad era. Its mission-style form, broad eaves, and passenger spaces brought architectural character to a highly practical building. Nearby tracks divided and connected the town at once. They separated commercial blocks from industrial properties, yet they also carried the freight and passengers that sustained both. Standing near the depot, a visitor can understand why factories, warehouses, stores, and hotels occupied their particular places. Another public landmark reflects a different kind of connection. Barnesville's Carnegie Library was built in 1910 in a restrained Georgian design by Whitfield and King. Its orderly brickwork, symmetrical facade, and welcoming entrance gave learning a permanent address. The library joined churches and schools as institutions that served people beyond immediate commerce. In a town known for manufacturing, such a building also recognized that reading, instruction, and shared knowledge were forms of useful community equipment. Education took deeper root through the institution founded in 1872 as Gordon Institute. It later became Gordon Military College and, after further changes, the state college known today. Its campus introduced lawns, classrooms, and residential life near the historic town. Students and faculty supported local businesses while connecting Barnesville to families across Georgia. The institution's long evolution parallels the town itself. Both retained a name and location while adjusting their work to changing times. Barnesville's commercial historic district gathers these stories into a compact landscape. Late 19th and early 20th century storefronts remain near the 1891 Buggy Building, 1913 Depot, 1918 Post Office, Railroad Corridor, and later Courthouse. Their varied styles matter, but their relationships matter more. Manufacturing stood close to shipping, stores close to passengers, and public buildings close to the people who use them. Preservation allows that working arrangement to remain visible rather than reducing history to isolated monuments. Details reward a slower walk. Pressed metal cornices, recessed doors, loading bays, brick arches, stone lintels, and traces of painted walls. Together, they show how beauty and utility occupied the same blocks. Cotton, buggies, and courthouse ground describe three stages of the town's development. Cotton drew rural wealth toward Barnesville. Buggies turned local skill into a product sold far beyond the county. The courthouse confirmed the town as a permanent center of public life. Each stage depended on movement, whether a farm wagon approaching market, a rail car carrying finished vehicles, or a Route 41 traveler stopping downtown. The roads changed, but Barnesville continued to gather people and purposes. Leaving Barnesville northbound, Route 41 passes beyond the courthouse streets, the depot, and the former buggy works. Ahead lies Acworth, where another railroad town grew beside an older trading route and later found a new identity between two lakes. Barnesville remains distinct in the rearview landscape. Its brick buildings hold the memory of precise hands shaping wheels, merchants grading cotton, passengers waiting under depot eaves, and citizens crossing courthouse ground. The old highway carries those connected stories north. The same patient work continues to keep the town's character visible today. Chapter 15. Acworth, Georgia. Lake light, rail memory, and a road north. Two lakes and a railroad corridor frame Acworth, a historic center set among the wooded ridges and narrow valleys of North Georgia. Route 41 reaches Acworth after the Georgia landscape has risen into wooded ridges and narrow valleys. Water begins to influence the view, with Lake Acworth and Lake Allatoona close to a historic center built beside the railroad. The setting feels different from the broad farm towns farther south, yet Acworth shares their dependence on transportation. An older trading path, the Western and Atlantic Railroad, the Dixie Highway, Route 41, and Interstate 75 have each carried people through this same corridor. The town's decisive beginning came with the Western and Atlantic Railroad. By the mid-1840s, trains were operating through the area, and a water stop known as Northcutt Station served northbound locomotives. Steam engines needed regular supplies of water and fuel, so a functional stop could become the seed of a community. Railroad employees, merchants, craftspeople, and families gathered near the tracks. The line offered a dependable connection to larger markets and turned a rural location into a place with commercial purpose. Railroad engineer Joseph Gregg is credited with renaming the stop for Acworth, New Hampshire, his northern hometown. The Georgia settlement retained that name and was incorporated in December 1860. Its streets developed in the pattern of a railroad strip town, with the principal commercial roads running parallel to the tracks and short cross streets tying the two sides together. Stores, hotels, warehouses, workshops, and houses remained close enough for passengers and freight customers to reach on foot. The railroad also placed Acworth in the path of national events. The Great Locomotive Chase passed through in April 1862, and wartime destruction reached the town in November 1864. Much of the early settlement was burned, leaving residents to rebuild businesses, homes, and community institutions. That loss helps explain why many surviving downtown buildings date from the later 19th and early 20th centuries. Brick construction, shared walls, and compact blocks represented both renewal and greater protection. Rebuilding also restored the everyday network a town required: places to buy food, repair tools, receive mail, worship, attend school, and arrange shipments. Recovery was not one grand project, but the accumulation of many useful structures. Cotton drove much of the rebuilt town's commerce during the 1880s and beyond. Farmers brought crops toward local merchants, gins, and warehouses, while the railroad carried bales to distant mills. Downtown expanded most strongly between 1890 and 1920, producing rows of one- and two-story brick commercial buildings. Banks, groceries, hardware stores, professional offices, and service businesses stood near the tracks. Their facades formed a public street, while rear doors and alleys handled the work of receiving goods. Industry added another layer. The unique knitting mill, Rothschild Mills, and operations associated with Coates and Clark connected Acworth to textile production. Millwork offered wages outside agriculture and created schedules set by whistles and shifts rather than weather alone. Industrial buildings needed rail access, dependable power, and room for storage. Workers needed nearby houses, churches, and stores. The result was a town where manufacturing, commerce, and domestic life occupied closely related districts. Textiles also connected local labor to distant sources of fiber and national markets for finished goods. Raw material, machinery parts, coal, packaging, and products could all move through the rail corridor, making the tracks as important to the mill as the factory floor itself. Road travel changed the same landscape. The old route through town was paved in 1926 as part of the Dixie Highway and became U.S. Route 41. Motorists brought new customers and new architecture: filling stations, repair garages, tourist lodging, cafes, and roadside signs. Main Street could serve local errands and long-distance travel at once. Unlike the railroad, which concentrated movement at the depot, the highway allowed travelers to stop wherever a business offered a convenient entrance. The railroad and highway remained close enough to be read together. Tracks defined Acworth's earliest commercial spine, while Route 41 broadened the flow through and around the center. Buildings adjusted their fronts, doors, and parking areas as transportation changed. Yet the basic geometry survived. Long streets parallel to the rails, brick storefronts gathered in rows, and routes north following the easiest passage between ridges. Acworth's growth was not a series of separate eras, but a layering of connections. A new landscape arrived in 1950 with the completion of Lake Allatoona. The reservoir covered valleys north of town and introduced broad water, wooded shorelines, flood control, and recreation to a region long defined by rail and road. Fishing, boating, camping, and lakeside businesses attracted visitors and changed the way outsiders understood Acworth. The town was no longer simply a stop on the way to another place. It became a destination connected to water. The reservoir also changed familiar geography. Creek valleys became coves, Hilltops became wooded points, and new bridges and access roads redirected ordinary trips. A transportation landscape gained an expansive new horizon, changing local views, habits, and seasonal routines for many generations to come. Lake Acworth followed during the 1950s, creating a smaller body of water close to downtown. Its scale made the connection between town and shoreline especially clear. Parks, beaches, paths, and views of quiet coves added public gathering places beyond the commercial blocks. Morning light on the lake could now become part of an ordinary trip through town. Acworth's identity as the lake city grew from the unusual closeness of historic streets, two reservoirs, and wooded Piedmont hills. The lakes did not erase rail memory. Freight trains and railroad right-of-way still mark the corridor, while downtown buildings preserve the narrow lots and shared walls created by 19th-century commerce. The contrast gives Acworth its character. Water opens wide views beyond the trees, but Main Street remains compact and architectural. A visitor can move quickly from a lakeshore to brick storefronts and then to tracks that explain why the town occupied this exact place in the first instance. Interstate 75 reached the area in the 1970s and shifted much through traffic away from the old road. Regional growth followed, bringing subdivisions, shopping centers, and commuting patterns tied to metropolitan Atlanta. Route 41 continued to serve local travel and older commercial areas. Its slower pace preserved a clearer view of the town's structure than the interstate could provide. The old highway still approaches businesses, crosses familiar streets, and stays close to the rail corridor that began Acworth's story. Historic preservation helps Acworth balance growth with recognition of place. Downtown's late 19th and early 20th century brick buildings can hold new shops, restaurants, offices, and community uses without losing their scale. Older houses, mills, railroad-related sites, and street patterns supply context. Preservation is most useful when it keeps relationships visible: store to track, house to workplace, road to lake, and civic space to neighborhood. Those links make individual buildings parts of a larger history. Lake light, rail memory, and a road north are not competing images. They describe the forces that continue to meet in Acworth. The railroad explains the town's location and narrow commercial form. Route 41 explains its automobile-era growth and continued northbound connection. The lakes explain the open horizons, public recreation, and modern identity that distinguish it from earlier stops. Together, they make Acworth both a transportation town and a waterside community. Its connected landmarks reward travelers who slow down and look carefully. Leaving Acworth, Route 41 continues north toward Emerson and the Etowah country. The lakes flash between wooded slopes. Then the road returns to a corridor shaped by rails, industry, and mountain-edge terrain. Behind lies a town that rebuilt after destruction, grew through cotton and mills, welcomed the Dixie Highway, and learned to face two new lakes. Acworth gives the journey a strong midpoint: historic brick beside steel rails, blue water beyond the trees, and the old road still carrying the story north. That continuity still matters. Part 4, Ridge and Valley Country. Part 4 follows U.S. Route 41 north from Acworth into the Ridge and Valley Country of North Georgia and Tennessee. Emerson opens beside the railroad and the Etowah foothills, where a small town grew between fields, mines, and passing trains. Adairsville carries the route through a preserved rail town shaped by farms, stores, and the Western and Atlantic corridor. Ringgold meets the Tennessee line among sandstone, courthouse streets, and the narrow passage through Taylor's Ridge. Jasper settles beneath the Cumberland Wall, where the county seat, river country, and valley railroad share the same landscape. Monteagle closes the section on the plateau, its mountain grade leading to schools, assembly grounds, and cooler Cumberland air. Together, these 5 communities show US 41 climbing from Georgia foothills into Tennessee high ground while remaining rooted in small-town places. Chapter 16. Emerson, Georgia. Etowah ground at the mountain's edge. Ridges, red mineral soil, railroad cuts, and the Etowah River compress Emerson's history into a narrow North Georgia corridor. Route 41 reaches Emerson, where the road enters a tighter North Georgia landscape of wooded ridges, red mineral soil, railroad cuts, and the Etowah River country. The city is small, but its setting gathers several large stories into one narrow corridor. The Western and Atlantic Railroad, iron furnaces, mineral companies, the old National Highway, and Lake Allatoona have all shaped the ground around it. Emerson stands at the mountain's edge, where routes north must negotiate water, stone, and rising terrain. Long before a railroad station carried the town's name, the Etowah Valley supported settled communities tied to rivers, creeks, fields, and wooded uplands. The Great Mound Center preserved nearby provides evidence of an organized society that built platform mounds, cultivated maize, and maintained regional connections centuries before modern development. Names such as Etowah and Hightower preserve fragments of that deeper geography, even where roads, mines, rail lines, and reservoirs later transformed the land. The Hightower Trail and the Old Alabama Road crossed this country before modern highways. Travelers followed practical passages near water and through gaps in the ridges. Gold discoveries and growing interest in North Georgia minerals increased traffic during the early 19th century. Wagons carried tools, food, timber, and ore along routes that were rough but dependable enough to guide later surveys. The familiar road landscape therefore developed through repeated use of the same natural openings. A new transportation system arrived when Georgia began building the state-owned Western and Atlantic Railroad in 1837. Construction reached the present Emerson area by 1839 and eventually connected Atlanta with Chattanooga. The early stop was known as Stigall Station for the family, whose land and business activity helped define the place. Railroad maps described it as a wood station, a necessary service point where steam locomotives could take on fuel. The first depot was reportedly a boxcar, followed by a wooden building in the 1850s. Telegraph lines made the station a center for news as well as travel. Rail access gave local mineral deposits commercial value. The red ground held iron, while nearby districts also yielded ochre, manganese, graphite, limestone, kaolin, and small amounts of gold. Moses and Elijah Stroop developed furnaces and forges in the region, and in 1842 the Stroops entered a partnership with Mark A. Cooper in the Etowah Manufacturing and Mining Company. Furnaces converted ore into pig iron, and forges worked that material into useful metal. Farm tools, stoves, machinery, railroad components, and other products linked mountain earth to markets reached by rail. The Western and Atlantic turned the corridor into a dependable freight route between Atlanta and Chattanooga. Its bridges, tracks, depots, cuts, and water stops required constant maintenance. Near Stigall Station, crews kept trains moving across the Etowah while local furnaces and workshops supplied iron products. Floods, washouts, and heavy grades could interrupt traffic, so repaired bridges and improved roadbeds became essential to the surrounding economy. The railroad was not merely passing through Emerson. It organized work and settlement around a narrow transportation line. 2 miles east, Allatoona Pass demonstrates the engineering challenge of rail travel through rising ground. The deep cut guided trains between steep slopes where there was little room for an easier alignment. Later changes moved the main track, but the old passage remained visible. Earthworks, grades, and abandoned rail surfaces allow visitors to read the site as terrain shaped for movement. It is a useful companion to Emerson's modest station landscape because both show how strongly transportation depended on the form of the land. Repeated repair of the Western and Atlantic strengthened the connection on which Stigall Station depended. Recovery involved more than rails. Families improved houses, churches, stores, workshops, and farms, while mining operations expanded around the industrial landscape. Each stronger bridge and more dependable train made ordinary trade possible again. The station gained value as a place where timber, ore, food, mail, and passengers could enter a larger commercial system. Promoters imagined a larger industrial town during the 1880s. The Emerson Land Company assembled acreage, surveyed lots, and sought northern investment for manufacturing that could process local minerals rather than ship them away as raw material. The post office adopted Emerson in 1888, and the municipality was incorporated in 1889. Surveyor H.J. McCormick laid out a grid with numbered north-south streets and east-west streets named for states. A three-story, 48-room hotel rose east of the railroad to house prospective residents and investors, announcing ambitions far larger than the station's earlier scale. Mining gave those ambitions substance, even when growth fell short of promotional dreams. Companies worked iron ore, graphite, ochre, limestone, kaolin, and other materials in the surrounding hills. The Brown-Jones Mining Company, Georgia Graphite Company, Emerson Malleable Iron Company, and firebrick and kaolin operations represented attempts to turn geology into jobs. Rail cars could carry heavy ore and finished products more efficiently than wagons. The railroad, mine, mill, quarry, and town therefore formed one system, each dependent on the other's location and labor. Community life developed beside that industrial system. Stiggles Chapel became the foundation of Emerson United Methodist Church, whose property was deeded in 1873. Schools, Baptist congregations, stores, a public well, workshops, and small businesses supplied daily needs. Teachers, craftspeople, shopkeepers, rail crews, miners, and farm families created networks of worship, education, care, and practical support within a town often described mainly through railroads and mining. Automobile travel added another route to the old corridor. U.S. Route 41 followed the broad north-south passage already proven by trails and rail. Service stations, roadside businesses, and easier local trips changed the town's relationship to nearby Acworth and Cartersville. Later, Interstate 75 carried much long-distance traffic at higher speed, yet Route 41 remained close to the older landscape. It still allows a traveler to notice the railroad alignment, modest street grid, mineral-colored soil, and wooded ridges that disappear too quickly from the interstate view. Lake Allatoona changed the eastern horizon in 1950. The reservoir flooded valleys, reshaped access roads, and introduced recreation to country once defined by mines and railroad passages. That same year, Georgia established Red Top Mountain State Park on land leased from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The mountain's name refers to soil colored by high iron content, tying the park's scenic identity to the mineral history beneath it. Additional recreation grounds were later joined to the park, expanding access to the lake and wooded ridges. Emerson now serves as a gateway between metropolitan growth and the Etowah landscape. New development has brought homes, commerce, and recreation, but the town's meaning still rests on connections that predate modern expansion. River crossings, rail grades, mine sites, church grounds, old street names, battlefield earthworks, and forested slopes remain parts of one story. Preservation here does not depend on a grand downtown. It depends on recognizing how scattered features explain the forces that gathered a community beside the tracks. Leaving Emerson, Route 41 continues north through Cartersville toward Adairsville. The Etowah River, Western and Atlantic rails, and mountain edge ridges remain nearby, continuing the pattern established at Stiggles Station. Behind lies a small city built from wood stops, mineral hopes, wartime destruction, and renewed connections. Emerson gives the journey a compact lesson in geography. The road does not merely cross red ground beneath wooded slopes. It follows a passage used again and again because water, iron, rail, and rising land made this the practical way north. Seen slowly, Emerson reveals how a small station could draw strength from several landscapes at once. Fields supplied food, wooded slopes supplied timber, mineral grounds supported industry, and the river fixed the route of bridges and roads. Modern recreation added another use without erasing those older connections. The town remains compact because every important line passes close. Each one remains visible from the old road. Chapter 17. Adairsville, Georgia. A depot town on the old Dixie Highway. The highway and the Western and Atlantic Railroad draw close in the Uthkaluga Valley, revealing Adairsville through its depot, public square, and shaded streets. Route 41 reaches Adairsville in the Uthkaluga Valley, where the old highway and the Western and Atlantic Railroad draw close beside a compact historic town. Brick storefronts, shaded houses, a public square, and the depot make the transportation story easy to see. Long before automobiles arrived, roads and rails used this broad passage through northwest Georgia. Adairsville grew because travelers, freight, armies, farmers, and merchants repeatedly chose the same practical route between Atlanta and Chattanooga. Unlike a bypassed crossroads hidden behind newer development, its origin remains visible from the road in the close alignment of highway, square, depot, and track. The Uthkaluga Valley offered water, productive ground, and a broad passage through the ridges long before Adairsville appeared. The creek name remains on the modern map and preserves the identity of the landscape. Farms and wagon roads spread across the valley during the early 19th century, using routes that connected homesteads with mills and regional markets. When railroad surveyors arrived, they selected the same practical corridor. The town's later prosperity grew from this combination of open valley ground, water, agriculture, and north-south movement. An early community stood north of the present center and was associated with Walter S. Adair, a local leader and merchant. The decisive change came when Georgia's state-owned Western and Atlantic Railroad selected a station site farther south. Town lots were surveyed and sold in 1846 around the expected rail stop. The place appeared under several names, including Adair Station in Williams, before the older settlement and new depot community merged. Incorporated as Adairsville in 1854, its original limits formed a half-mile circle around the depot. The railroad made the depot the town's working center. Adairsville stood nearly halfway between Atlanta and Chattanooga, an important position when early locomotives could not safely run through the night. Trains stopped for fuel, repairs, food, and lodging. A roundhouse, machine shops, hotels, warehouses, and stores gathered near the tracks. The public square faced the rail line, placing commerce where passengers and freight arrived. Even today, the town plan reads like a diagram of 19th century transportation. Farms in the fertile valley supplied wheat to water-powered mills and later to the steam mill established by J.M. Veach. The Uthkaluga country earned a reputation as Georgia's granary. Merchants sold tools, cloth, food, and household goods to rural families, then shipped flour and other products outward by rail. The depot did more than serve distant travel. It joined farm lanes, mill roads, town stores, and regional markets into one local economy. Seasonal harvests set the tempo, but scheduled trains made that rural economy more dependable throughout the year. Railroad operations gave Adairsville a daily rhythm. Northbound and southbound trains used sidings while crews handled water, fuel, baggage, express freight, and mail. The depot became a place where local time met the larger timetable of the Western and Atlantic. Telegraph messages could announce delays or changing freight needs before a locomotive arrived. Stores near the tracks adjusted their business to train hours, and hotels served passengers waiting for connections. The station turned a valley settlement into a recognizable stop between Atlanta and Chattanooga. The Octagon House became one of the town's most distinctive buildings. Its unusual 8-sided form offered rooms arranged around a compact center and gave the property a profile unlike the rectangular houses nearby. Farms surrounding Adairsville produced wheat, corn, livestock, fruit, and cotton for local use and shipment. Mills converted grain into flour, while merchants assembled produce for rail transport. Architecture, agriculture, and the depot economy developed together, giving the town more variety than its small size might suggest. By the late 1860s, trains, farms, and businesses again supported steady growth. Tracks were improved, merchants expanded around the public square, and wheat milling became an important local activity. The depot handled passengers, mail, farm produce, and manufactured goods, restoring a dependable rhythm of arrivals and departures. Growth also depended on residents who maintained ordinary institutions, from churches and schools to shops, kitchens, stables, and wells. The surviving depot reflects several generations of railroad use. Its core dates to the mid-19th century, with later additions producing the buildings seen today. Long eaves, freight doors, passenger rooms, and the platform reveal its practical design. Now the Adairsville Depot History Museum and Welcome Center. It interprets the railroad, the locomotive chase, local agriculture, the Dixie Highway, and community life. The tracks beside it remain active, preserving the relationship between historic building and working corridor. Its continued presence gives visitors something rare, a historic depot that can still be understood in the active setting for which it was designed. Late 19th century prosperity filled the surrounding blocks with brick stores, churches, schools, workshops, and Victorian houses. Cobblers, carpenters, laborers, domestic workers, teachers, shopkeepers, rail crews, and farm families all sustained the depot economy. Their work supplied clothing, repairs, food, lodging, education, and transportation. Such everyday activity widens the town's history beyond prominent buildings and company names. Adairsville endured because many practical trades met within walking distance of the tracks. Peaches added another identity to the valley. Orchards and packing activity tied Adairsville to Georgia's growing fruit trade, while rail service moved delicate produce quickly to distant markets. The town later participated in the chenille industry that became famous farther north around Dalton. Colorful bedspreads, robes, and rugs appeared at roadside stands, giving travelers a memorable view of Northwest Georgia enterprise. Agriculture, textiles, and transportation met at the edge of the road. The automobile brought a second transportation age. The Dixie Highway directed north-south motorists through Adairsville before federal route numbers replaced named trails in 1926. Much of the corridor became U.S. Route 41. Gas stations, garages, cafes, tourist cabins, produce stands, and souvenir sellers turned passing cars into customers. For families driving between the Midwest and Florida, Adairsville offered fuel and food, while its depot town streets supplied a visible sense of place. The journey north therefore changed from a railroad timetable to a windshield sequence, but the stopping place remained largely the same. Interstate 75 later shifted most long-distance traffic east of town, but the old route retained its human scale. On Route 41, storefront windows, porches, railroad crossings, and fields appear at the speed for which they were built. The historic district was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1987, recognizing its architecture, commerce, community planning, and transportation history. Preservation keeps the town's pattern legible even as new homes and businesses spread through the valley. The designation protected not a single monument, but an interconnected landscape of streets, buildings, tracks, yards, and public spaces. Adairsville's appeal rests on that continuity. The public square still faces the depot. Trains still use the old state railroad, and the highway still passes close to downtown. Nearby Barnsley Gardens and the ruins of an 1840s manor add another layer to the region, but the town itself remains the clearest exhibit. Here, valley geography, farm production, steam power, roadside tourism, architecture, and historic preservation occupy the same few walkable blocks. Leaving Adairsville, Route 41 continues north through Calhoun and Dalton toward Ringgold at the Tennessee line. Railroad tracks and wooded ridges remain close, repeating the alignment that first gave the town its purpose. Behind lies a place that has served travelers in many forms: rail passengers, soldiers, farmers, truck drivers, vacationing families, and present-day road explorers. Adairsville shows how an old corridor can outlast each technology that uses it, while still keeping the marks of every journey. The next miles tighten against the ridges, carrying the story toward Ringgold, and the final Georgia approach to Tennessee. The depot, square, highway, and surrounding farms still explain one another. Together, they preserve the useful scale of a town built for exchange rather than display. That pattern remains clear. Chapter 18. Ringgold, Georgia. Rails and ridges at the Tennessee line. Taylor's Ridge narrows the approach to Ringgold, where creek valleys, rails, and Nashville Street gather at Georgia's final passage toward Tennessee. Route 41 reaches Ringgold, where the landscape tightens into wooded ridges, creek valleys, and a narrow passage toward Tennessee. The old Western and Atlantic Railroad runs close to the highway, while downtown gathers around Nashville Street, the depot, and the courthouse. Ringgold is small enough for these relationships to remain visible. Road, rail, ridge, and civic center occupy the same compact view. After the broader valleys around Adairsville and Dalton, the town feels like a gateway. Every northbound route must respect the terrain before it can cross the state line. South Chickamauga Creek nearby springs and passages through the ridges made this valley a natural travel corridor long before Ringgold appeared. The federal road later crossed the region, carrying wagons, mail, livestock, and commerce through the narrow ground. Surveyors, road builders, and railroad engineers all depended on the same gaps in watercourses. Creek names, old alignments, and surviving paths preserve evidence of a transportation geography that existed before the depot and numbered highway. Ringgold was founded in 1847 and named for Major Samuel Ringgold, an artillery officer killed during the Mexican War. Its true engine of growth arrived 2 years later when the Western and Atlantic Railroad built through the settlement. The state-owned line connected Atlanta with Chattanooga and placed Ringgold on one of the South's most important transportation corridors. Stores, mills, warehouses, lodging houses, and saloons appeared near the station. For a time, Ringgold became a larger market than Chattanooga, receiving farm goods from the surrounding valleys and shipping wheat south from its depot. Scheduled trains also brought mail, newspapers, manufactured goods, and travelers, allowing a young border town to participate in a much wider commercial world. The depot, built in 1849 from local sandstone, remains the clearest witness to that first boom. Thick masonry walls, long eaves, freight openings, and a trackside platform show a building designed for work rather than ceremony. A historical marker records that the first train used this end of the line in May 1850. The station brought distant markets within days instead of weeks. Its surviving sandstone and pale limestone repairs also make the building a physical record of war, restoration, and continued use. Catoosa County was created in 1853 from parts of Walker and Whitfield counties, and Ringgold became the county seat. The first courthouse rose in 1856, with a Masonic meeting hall later added above its civic rooms. The present courthouse, completed in 1939 in the colonial revival style, anchors Nashville Street. Nearby government offices, churches, shops, and public spaces keep downtown tied to the daily business of the county. This role gave Ringgold a purpose beyond serving trains or highway travelers. The Western and Atlantic made Ringgold a busy operating point. Trains paused for water, freight, passengers, mail, and telegraph instructions before continuing through the gap. Sidings allowed locomotives and cars to meet along a line where the terrain left little room for error. Depot workers coordinated baggage and express shipments while merchants timed deliveries to the schedule. The arrangement exposed the importance of ordinary railroad infrastructure. A water tank, switch, platform, and message could determine how smoothly the entire corridor moved. Ringgold Gap gives the town its strongest physical identity. Taylor's Ridge narrows the approach, forcing roads and rails toward the same opening. Cuts, slopes, retaining work, and the close alignment of track and street show the difficulty of crossing North Georgia's ridges. Travelers may pass the gap quickly today, but earlier crews had to manage grades, drainage, rock, and limited turning space. The land explains why Ringgold became a gateway and why its depot occupied such an important position. The battle left marks across the town. Union artillery struck the depot, damaging its sandstone walls. The Whitman House became headquarters for General Ulysses S. Grant after the fighting, and residents watched combat around the station from its upper windows. Old Stone Church, built shortly before the railroad era, served as a hospital during wartime operations in the region. Monuments, markers, repaired masonry, and the preserved gap now link military history to ordinary buildings rather than isolating it on a distant battlefield. Ringgold recovered because the corridor still mattered. Tracks were repaired, trains returned, and farmers again brought grain, livestock, timber, and other products to town. Brick commercial buildings replaced or enlarged earlier shops along Nashville Street. The courthouse and depot anchored opposite kinds of activity. One organized law and public records, while the other handled movement and exchange. Houses, schools, congregations, workshops, and small businesses filled the surrounding streets as residents rebuilt community life. Community life expanded around the transportation center. Churches, schools, family businesses, medical offices, workshops, farms, and neighborhood gathering places supported the town between train arrivals. Teachers and craftspeople carried skills across generations, while merchants served both residents and travelers. These institutions broadened Ringgold's story beyond depot operations and public monuments. The small city worked because many kinds of daily service remained close to the courthouse streets and railroad. Automobile travel brought the old corridor into a new age. The Dixie Highway and then U.S. Route 41 followed the practical north-south passage through Ringgold. Nashville Street became both Main Street and National Highway, carrying local errands beside long-distance traffic. Service stations, garages, restaurants, tourist rooms, and shops met the needs of travelers moving between Florida, Atlanta, Chattanooga, and the Midwest. Drivers saw the courthouse depot and ridge at street level, making the town a memorable threshold near the state line. Ringgold also became known as a place to marry. Georgia's rules once made it possible for couples to complete blood tests and obtain a marriage license quickly, while local judges and churches accommodated visitors. Wedding chapels and courthouse ceremonies gave the town an identity unrelated to war or industry. Country musicians and other well-known couples added to the legend, but thousands of ordinary marriages made the tradition significant. The wedding story reflects the same quality that shaped the depot town. Ringgold offered a convenient stop along a heavily traveled route. License offices, churches, photographers, and small businesses transformed a legal convenience into a local tradition remembered far beyond Northwest Georgia. Interstate 75 shifted much through traffic away from the old highway during the 1960s, and regional growth increasingly tied Ringgold to nearby Chattanooga. New lodging, commerce, neighborhoods, and industry spread near the interstate, yet Route 41 retained the older view. Its slower passage through Nashville Street keeps storefronts, civic buildings, tracks, and the ridge in sequence. The 1849 depot now serves as a community and event space, while active rails beside it preserve the transportation setting that first created the town. Downtown preservation gives Ringgold continuity without freezing it in one era. Restored commercial buildings hold present-day shops and services. City Hall, the courthouse, the depot, creek walks, rail viewing space, and Ringgold Gap Park turn historic features into working parts of community life. The town is also rebuilt after damaging storms, including the tornado of April 2011. Recovery reinforced the value of a compact center where public institutions and local businesses stand close together beneath the ridges. Leaving Ringgold, northbound Route 41 crosses into Tennessee and passes through the Chattanooga corridor before turning toward Jasper beneath the Cumberland Plateau. Behind lies Georgia's final small city on this chapter of the road, a county seat built around sandstone walls, steel rails, courthouse ground, and a gap through Taylor's Ridge. Ringgold shows why transportation routes endure. Trains and automobiles changed the speed of travel, but both followed the passage the land allowed. The road now carries the story onward toward river country and the Cumberland Wall. At street level, the courthouse depot, shops, and ridge remain close enough to share one view. That compact scene gives Georgia's final Route 41 stop its lasting character. The road reveals it. Chapter 19. Jasper, Tennessee. River country beneath the Cumberland Wall. The Cumberland Wall gives Jasper its horizon, rising beyond a broad green valley where the road settles onto Betsy Pack Drive. Route 41 reaches Jasper after crossing the Tennessee line and passing through the Chattanooga corridor. The road enters a broad green valley bordered by long Cumberland ridges, then settles onto Betsy Pack Drive near the center of town. Jasper is a county seat, but it does not overwhelm the landscape around it. Courthouse blocks, small businesses, railroad traces, and neighborhoods remain close to fields and water. The Cumberland Plateau rises like a wall to the west, while the Tennessee and Sequatchie rivers shape the lower ground. This combination of civic center and mountain passage gives Jasper its quiet authority. Long before a courthouse defined the town, this valley offered travel, farming, and trade routes that followed the rivers and gaps. The Sequatchie Valley provided fertile bottomland and a natural passage through difficult country. Waterways connected local settlements to the Tennessee River, while paths crossed the plateau through the few practical openings. Later roads, rails, and highways reused that geography. Jasper's transportation story therefore begins before numbered routes or county boundaries. Its direction still depends on water, slope, and the shape of the land. Marion County was created in 1817, and a permanent county center was selected 2 years later. Elizabeth Betsy Pack sold 40 acres for the new town for $1. Her name survives on Betsy Pack Drive, the local course of US 41. The settlement was named Jasper in honor of Sergeant William Jasper, remembered for service during the American Revolution. Those names place several layers of local memory on the same ground. One recalls the landowner whose property made the county seat possible, and the other reaches back to the early republic. The first courthouse rose during the early 1820s, establishing the square as the center of public life. Court sessions drew farmers, lawyers, witnesses, merchants, and visitors from across a county divided by rivers and high ridges. Stores and lodging naturally gathered nearby. Deeds were recorded, taxes paid, disputes heard, and news exchanged on courthouse days. Jasper never needed to become a large city to matter. Its importance came from being the place where a scattered rural population conducted business and met neighbors. The early economy depended on farms, timber, mills, and access to water. Corn, livestock, cotton, and other products moved along rough roads toward river landings and regional markets. Ferries were essential where bridges had not yet been built, and seasonal floods could interrupt travel or rearrange the edge of cultivated land. The valley floor encouraged settlement, but the surrounding plateau limited easy movement. Jasper grew at the point where local roads could gather before following the Sequatchie River south toward the Tennessee. The same practical logic later guided engineers seeking dependable rail and highway corridors through southeastern Tennessee. The valley's roads, ferries, and river crossings became increasingly important as regional commerce grew. Farms needed dependable ways to move livestock, grain, timber, and supplies through the Cumberland country. Bridges reduced delays, while improved roads connected Jasper with Chattanooga and communities farther up the Sequatchie Valley. Each transportation improvement strengthened the courthouse town by bringing more trade through its streets. Geography still set the terms. The river could be an avenue or a barrier, and the plateau allowed only a few practical approaches. Rail service changed Jasper's reach. The Jasper Branch Railroad was completed in 1867, and its first recorded freight shipment consisted of 9 bales of cotton sent out on March 12th. The Sequatchie Valley Railroad was organized the following year and extended transportation farther into the valley. Rails allowed timber, coal, farm goods, and manufactured supplies to move more predictably than wagons on mountain roads. A depot also concentrated daily activity. Freight waited on platforms, mail arrived by schedule, and travelers could reach markets in cities that had once seemed remote from the courthouse square. The railroad strengthened Jasper without erasing its small scale. Warehouses, shops, and service businesses developed around the station and the road leading back to the square. Farmers timed deliveries to train schedules, while merchants stocked goods brought from outside the valley. Mining and timber interests used rail connections to reach broader markets. The whistle and depot clock introduced a more exact measure of time, yet the courthouse still organized records and public services. Jasper's identity formed between those two centers. Fire repeatedly tested the courthouse center. A destructive blaze in 1922 led to the construction of the present buff brick Marion County Courthouse, completed in 1925. Another fire damaged the building in 1984, followed by remodeling completed in 1986. Its continued presence shows how strongly residents valued the traditional seat of government. The courthouse is more than an architectural landmark. It keeps the square active through hearings, records, meetings, and public business. Around it, older commercial buildings and shaded streets preserve the spatial pattern established when Jasper first became the county seat. Community life extended well beyond official buildings. Churches, schools, family businesses, farms, workshops, and mutual aid groups held Jasper together through economic change. Teachers, shopkeepers, craftspeople, railroad crews, and farm families created institutions that served daily needs. Small-town history can look complete when told through prominent structures, yet those structures reveal only part of the past. Jasper's fuller story lives in the neighborhoods and ordinary places maintained by generations of residents. Automobile travel gave the Valley Corridor another form. U.S. Route 41 followed the north-south passage through Jasper, and Betsy Pack Drive became both local street and national highway. Filling stations, repair garages, cafes, motor courts, and groceries served drivers moving between Chattanooga and the Cumberland Plateau. The road brought travelers close to the courthouse rather than bypassing the town completely. US 72 added another important connection, reinforcing Jasper's role as a meeting point for regional routes. For residents, the highway remained practical. It carried school trips, farm errands, family visits, deliveries, and daily work. The Tennessee Valley Authority reshaped the wider river landscape during the 20th century. Dams, reservoirs, power lines, and new bridges altered travel, industry, and recreation along the Tennessee River. The later Nickajack Project changed familiar shorelines and expanded dependable navigation and electric service. Jasper remained slightly inland, but its economy and outlook were tied to these transformations. Improved roads and flood control encouraged new investment, while river access supported industry and outdoor life. The old dependence on ferries and uncertain water levels gave way to a managed system with benefits and costs spread across the valley. Interstate 24 eventually carried much long-distance traffic around Jasper, allowing US 41 to return to a slower pace. The change reduced the stream of travelers who once stopped for fuel or meals, but it also preserved the experience of entering town at street level. Betsy Pack Drive still passes businesses, civic spaces, and routes leading toward the river. The old highway shows how Jasper fits its setting instead of floating above it. Drivers can see the plateau wall, the valley floor, and the town center as parts of one continuous landscape rather than as separate destinations. The Jasper Regional History Museum and local preservation work help assemble the pieces. Photographs, tools, family records, railroad objects, and community memories explain how the county seat changed without losing its basic form. The courthouse square remains a natural place for civic events, and nearby river and mountain recreation brings new attention to the valley. Jasper is also part of the Sequatchie Valley Scenic Byway, which recognizes the road itself as a way to understand farms, towns, waterways, and plateau edges. Here, scenery and history are inseparable because both follow the same terrain. Leaving Jasper, northbound Route 41 turns toward the Cumberland Wall and the climb to Monteagle. The courthouse and valley recede as wooded slopes close around the road. Behind lies a town shaped by a founding landowner, county services, river trade, rail connections, and the age of the automobile. Jasper's strength is not a single landmark, but the way its pieces remain connected. Betsy Pack Drive still carries the highway through the community she helped make possible. while the plateau ahead announces a different Tennessee. Chapter 20. Monteagle, Tennessee. High ground and Cumberland air. The road climbs nearly 2,000 feet from the Sequatchie Valley to Monteagle, trading open farmland for hardwood forest and cooler plateau air. Route 41 leaves the Sequatchie Valley and climbs toward Monteagle, where the Cumberland Plateau rises nearly 2,000 feet above sea level. The air cools, hardwood forest closes around the road, and distant ridges replace the open valley view. Monteagle occupies high ground shared by Marion, Grundy, and Franklin counties. It is a small town with an unusually broad history. Railroad station, school center, summer assembly, highway stop, and gateway to outdoor country. Every version of the community has depended on the ascent. The mountain made travel difficult, but it also gave Monteagle its distinctive climate and setting. Paths crossed the plateau long before a depot appeared. Travelers sought water sources and the few manageable passages down the escarpment. Later wagon roads and rail surveys drew upon the same approaches, linking farms, timber camps, mines, and valley markets. Monteagle's history begins with that older geography. Sandstone, steep slopes, forest, and elevation determined where a route could climb and where a settlement could hold. The community grew at a summit where difficult movement became possible. Geology governed every journey. Sandstone cliffs, narrow coves, and steep grades made the plateau edge expensive to cross. Water drained in different directions from the high ground, and sudden fog, ice, or heavy rain could make travel dangerous. Yet the plateau also offered timber, coal, cooler summers, and striking overlooks. The town grew where transportation overcame elevation. Rail engineers, road crews, and later highway departments all confronted the same problem: how to move people and freight safely between the Tennessee Valley and the uplands. Monteagle became the name associated with that climb as much as with the settlement at its summit. John Moffett, a temperance organizer, purchased 1,146 acres here and founded a community in 1870. The place was first known as Moffett Station, a name that acknowledged the railroad as the settlement's practical center. Moffett imagined more than a depot stop. He wanted education, religious activity, and orderly community life to flourish in the mountain climate. The town later took the name Monteagle, combining a sense of elevation with an American emblem. Its beginning illustrates a pattern repeated across the plateau. A rail station opened access, and institutions soon gave the place a purpose beyond shipping. The mountain railroad carried coal, timber, passengers, mail, and manufactured goods across a grade difficult enough to inspire the name Mountain Goat. Steam crews managed curves and elevation with care, while depots linked small plateau communities to Cowan and larger rail systems. Monteagle's station welcomed summer visitors who preferred train travel to a long wagon ascent. Hotels, boarding houses, stores, and freight businesses grew around scheduled service. The train changed the mountain from an obstacle into a destination. It also tied local extraction industries to distant markets, bringing prosperity while accelerating the removal of natural resources from the plateau. Education became part of Monteagle's identity early. Fairmount College opened in 1872 and served the mountain region through changing forms until 1921. Its campus promoted learning in a setting considered healthy and morally uplifting. Buildings later associated with DuBois continued the tradition of retreats, conferences, and religious education. The surviving campus landscape gives the town an institutional scale larger than its population might suggest. Lawns, stonework, dormitories, and meeting rooms recall generations who came to the plateau for study and fellowship. Education here was never separated from place. The mountain environment was part of the lesson. The Monteagle Sunday School Assembly was chartered in 1882, inspired by the Chautauqua movement's combination of religion, education, culture, and recreation. Its first summer session opened on July 17, 1883. Railroad support and donated land helped the assembly grow into a wooded community of cottages, gathering spaces, and institutional buildings. Families returned year after year for lectures, worship, music, classes, and conversation. The cooler plateau climate made long summer programs comfortable, while the train made attendance practical. What began as a seasonal gathering became one of Monteagle's most enduring cultural landscapes. Inside the assembly grounds, architecture records changing ideas about leisure and community. Many cottages date from before 1930, each adapting porches, gables, and shaded rooms to summer life beneath the trees. The auditorium and chapel spaces were designed for shared listening rather than private display. Footpaths encouraged neighbors to meet without relying on vehicles. The result is not a conventional resort or subdivision, but a place organized around repeated gathering. Preservation keeps the physical pattern legible. Even when programs change, the relationship among cottages, woods, worship, learning, and communal space continues to express the assembly's original purpose. Monteagle also became home to an institution with influence beyond the plateau. In 1932, Miles Horton, Don West, Jim Dombrowski, and others founded the Highlander Folk School nearby. Its residential workshops used discussion, music, reading, and shared problem-solving as forms of adult education. Participants lived and studied together for short sessions, bringing experience from farms, workshops, schools, and towns. The mountain setting encouraged concentrated study away from daily routines. That approach made Highlander an important experiment in practical education. Highlander's Monteagle campus added another form of gathering to a town already known for schools, retreats, and summer programs. Meeting rooms, simple lodging, meals, libraries, music, and conversation created a learning environment less formal than a college classroom. The method treated experience as useful knowledge and encouraged participants to teach one another. Although the institution later moved away from Monteagle, its early years remained part of the plateau's educational story. The mountain repeatedly became a place where people arrived for study and carried new ideas home. Automobiles made the climb available to many more travelers. The Dixie Highway and U.S. Route 41 turned Monteagle into a familiar stop between Chattanooga and Middle Tennessee. Service stations, cafes, tourist cabins, garages, and roadside overlooks served drivers who needed rest after the grade. The mountain gained a reputation for sharp curves, fog, heavy braking, and caution signs, especially for trucks. Local businesses depended on traffic, while road crews continually improved surfaces, drainage, shoulders, and guardrails. The highway did not erase the railroad town. It placed a second transportation era directly across the same difficult landscape. Monteagle incorporated in 1962, giving municipal form to a community that crossed county lines and contained several distinct traditions. Town government had to serve year-round residents, seasonal families, businesses, schools, churches, and travelers. City Hall and Main Street are modest, fitting a population dispersed among wooded neighborhoods and institutional grounds. The town's boundaries matter less to visitors than the feeling of arrival on the plateau. Yet local government manages the roads, utilities, safety, and planning that allow that experience to continue. Small town administration holds together a place whose history reaches far beyond its size. Interstate 24 shifted most through traffic away from the old route and created a faster, wider crossing of Monteagle Mountain. US 41 retained the closer view of shops, side roads, forest, and historic grounds. Some highway businesses declined when travelers no longer had to pass every doorway, while new commerce gathered near interstate exits. The change divided movement into two experiences. The interstate treats the mountain as a grade to conquer efficiently. The older road reveals how the community adapted to elevation. Following Route 41 makes Monteagle a place rather than an interchange, with landmarks arriving in the slower order that shaped local memory. The Mountain Goat Trail gives transportation history a new use. Built along portions of the historic railroad bed, The paved path connects Monteagle with neighboring plateau communities and preserves the gentle curves engineers once required for trains. Walkers and cyclists now move through cuts, forest, and former industrial landscapes without the smoke and noise of steam power. The trail joins outdoor recreation to economic renewal, bringing attention to local shops, lodging, and heritage sites. Nearby parks, waterfalls, rock formations, and overlooks extend that connection. Monteagle remains a gateway, but the journey may now begin on foot as easily as by rail or highway. Leaving Monteagle, northbound Route 41 continues across Tennessee toward Adams and the communities beyond Nashville. The descent and distant valleys remind travelers how high the town stands. Behind lie a depot community founded by John Moffett, an educational campus, a Chautauqua-era assembly, a movement school, and an old highway remembered for its mountain grade. These histories share one essential fact: people had to choose to come here. The Cumberland Plateau made arrival demanding and departure memorable. Monteagle turned that difficulty into identity, using high ground and cooler air to create a meeting place whose influence traveled much farther than the town itself. Part 5. Tobacco, Rivers, and Farm Towns. Part 5 carries U.S. Route 41 north from the Cumberland Plateau through the tobacco, river, and farm country of Tennessee, Kentucky, and southern Indiana. Adams opens beside the Red River, where a railroad station, tobacco barns, and a lasting legend shaped a small community. Guthrie marks the Kentucky line with a true railroad junction. Crofton and Sebree reveal towns built to collect crops and serve wide western fields. Fort Branch closes the section where Sweetwater, an old trail, rail service, and the National Highway share one corridor. Together, these 5 places show how farms and transportation created useful towns between larger destinations. Chapter 21. Adams, Tennessee. Tobacco fields and a quiet border road. Barns, tree lines, and open fields replace Nashville's denser streets as the old highway returns to small-town scale near Adams. Route 41 leaves the Cumberland Plateau, crosses the broad middle of Tennessee, and eventually returns to small-town scale near Adams. The old highway enters Robertson County through rolling farmland where barns, tree lines, and open fields replace the denser streets around Nashville. Adams stands only a few miles south of Kentucky, close enough to feel like a border town, but firmly tied to the Red River country. Its center is modest, a former school serving as city hall and museum, a handful of businesses, railroad tracks, churches, and roads leading quickly back to farms. The town grew because several kinds of movement met here. First river and wagon travel, then rails, and finally the National Highway. The Red River supplied the first dependable geography. Its bends and bottomlands offered water, rich soil, timber, and a natural route through northern Middle Tennessee. Farms spread across the surrounding countryside as settlers established mills, churches, and small trading points. The community was first known as Red River Station, a practical name that connected the place directly with its landscape. Even before a formal town appeared, local roads converged near river crossings and productive land. Tobacco, corn, livestock, timber, and household supplies moved along those roads. Adams never needed a large harbor or courthouse square. Its importance came from serving a wide agricultural district whose daily work depended on nearby exchange. One of the oldest surviving institutions is Red River Baptist Church, organized near the close of the 18th century. The congregation moved and rebuilt as the community changed, but its long presence demonstrates how worship and neighborhood life preceded the railroad town. Early meeting houses were more than Sunday destinations. They offered places for announcements, funerals, weddings, instruction, and cooperation during illness or hard weather. Cemeteries preserved family connections to the land, while roads to churches became part of the local travel network. In a dispersed farming region, such gathering places gave residents a shared center before shops and a depot concentrated activity in Adams. The arrival of the Edgefield and Kentucky Railroad changed that pattern. A depot and post office appeared around 1859 and 1860, linking the Red River community with Nashville to the southeast and Guthrie to the north. The line later became part of the Louisville and Nashville system. Scheduled trains carried passengers, mail, manufactured goods, farm equipment, and agricultural shipments. A station also introduced a more exact sense of time. Farmers and merchants had to reach the platform before departure, while stores arranged deliveries around expected trains. The railroad did not replace local roads. It gave those roads a stronger destination and allowed products gathered from the countryside to move far beyond Robertson County. The station took the name Adams Station in honor of Reuben Adams, a merchant and railroad supporter. The shorter name Adams came into regular use by the end of the 19th century. Town boundaries were originally measured outward from the depot, a clear sign that the railroad occupied the center of community life. Stores opened within walking distance of the tracks. A flour mill, blacksmith shops, groceries, dry goods counters, medical offices, and tobacco businesses served farm families and train travelers. Churches and a school added stability. The town remained small, but its services were varied enough to make a trip into Adams useful for nearly every household in the surrounding district. Tobacco gave the local economy its most recognizable crop. Robertson County's soils and climate supported dark-fired tobacco, which was cured in barns with carefully managed smoke. The process required knowledge, patience, and repeated attention. Plants were raised, transplanted, topped, cut, hung, cured, graded, and prepared for market. Warehouses and dealers linked that seasonal labor to buyers. Rail cars could carry packed tobacco toward larger processing and distribution centers. The crop shaped more than income. Barn design, field schedules, wagon traffic, tools, and the smell of curing fires all became part of the countryside around Adams. Even travelers who never entered a warehouse could recognize the industry from the road. U.S. Route 41 added a new front door during the automobile era. The highway connected Adams with Springfield, Nashville, Guthrie, and communities farther north. Service stations, garages, groceries, cafes, and roadside stands met the needs of drivers who once used the road as a principal route between Florida and the Midwest. Unlike a railroad passenger, a motorist could stop anywhere, change plans, or turn onto a farm road. That freedom spread business along the pavement. It also brought the national route into the center of ordinary life. School trips, deliveries, family visits, and work commutes shared the same road with vacation traffic and long-distance trucks. The former Bell School is one of the town's most useful landmarks. Built in 1920, the brick building later became home to municipal offices, a library, and the Adams Museum and Archives. Its reuse keeps several kinds of memory under one roof. Classroom space now holds photographs, records, tools, and objects connected with farms, railroads, schools, businesses, and families. The building also gives Adams a civic center visible from Highway 41. Rather than preserve an empty structure, the town adapted it for daily service. That choice reflects the practical preservation found in many small communities, where an old building survives because it continues to work. Adams is also known nationally for the Bell Witch legend. The story describes strange events reported by the Bell family in the Red River community during the early 19th century. Versions multiplied through oral tradition, newspaper articles, books, plays, and later films. Details differ, and the account belongs to folklore rather than verified local record. Its importance to Adams is nevertheless real. The legend attached a memorable identity to a quiet agricultural place and brought visitors who might otherwise have passed without stopping. Historical markers, the Bell family property, nearby cave tours, and museum displays connect the tale with the landscape where it was said to occur. The railroad remained a powerful presence even after passenger service declined. Freight trains still use the old corridor, and their sound reaches across town much as steam whistles once did. The tracks explain why streets and buildings occupy their present positions. They also mark the connection between Adams and Guthrie, where rail lines divided toward Kentucky and Indiana. Modern freight moves through without the station activity that once filled local platforms, but the alignment remains legible. Houses, former commercial sites, crossings, and the old school all stand in relation to the railroad. The town still wears the shape created by scheduled transportation. Interstates 24 and 65 eventually drew much long-distance automobile traffic away from US 41. Passenger trains disappeared, roadside businesses closed, and the commercial center became quieter. The change was difficult, but it preserved a road experience largely free from the speed and scale of interstate travel. Highway 41 now allows fields, barns, houses, and railroad crossings to appear in the order local geography created them. A driver enters Adams at street level and can see how close the town remains to its agricultural surroundings. The old route has become less dominant, yet more revealing. Farming still frames the community. Fields change color with planting, growth, harvest, and winter cover. Tobacco barns stand beside newer agricultural buildings, while grain, hay, livestock, and equipment move along roads once used by wagons. The work has become more mechanized, but open land continues to set the town's scale. Adams does not fade gradually into suburbs. Streets give way quickly to fences, tree lines, and broad views. That edge keeps the Red River landscape close to the museum, railroad, and old highway. The relationship between road and town is clearest near the center. Highway 41 passes the former school, meets local streets, and follows the railroad toward the state line. Nothing is arranged for grand effect. The value lies in proximity. A visitor can move from museum records to the tracks, from the tracks to tobacco country, and from the fields to places associated with the Bell legend within a short distance. Each element explains another. The school recalls generations of children from nearby farms. The railroad explains commerce. The highway explains travelers. The Red River explains why settlement began in this particular ground. Leaving Adams, northbound Route 41 continues toward Guthrie, only a few miles beyond the Kentucky line. The road remains close to the tracks, carrying the traveler through fields that supplied the station town for generations. Behind lies a community known for an unusual legend, but sustained by far more ordinary strengths: farm work, rail service, local schools, practical reuse, and the patience required to keep a small place visible after traffic patterns change. Adams gives Part 5 its opening character. The road is quieter here, yet every barn, crossing, and brick wall shows how much history can gather beside a narrow highway. Chapter 22. Guthrie, Kentucky. Where Tennessee gives way to Kentucky. The Tennessee-Kentucky line passes almost unnoticed at Guthrie, where fields, rails, and the old highway continue through a compact border town grid. Route 41 crosses the Tennessee line and enters Guthrie almost immediately. The transition is gentle. Fields continue across the border. Railroad tracks remain close, and the old highway approaches a compact grid rather than a dramatic gateway. Yet Guthrie has always been a place of junctions. Stage roads, state lines, railroads, farm routes, and numbered highways met here because the ground offered a practical passage between Nashville, western Kentucky, and the Ohio Valley. Brick buildings, broad rail corridors, old houses, and modest commercial blocks preserve the scale of a town that once handled more movement than its population might suggest. Guthrie is where the road changes states without losing its story. Before the railroad, a stagecoach stop known as Pondy Woods served travelers near the present town. The name described a landscape of wooded ground and seasonal water near the Tennessee boundary. Stage travel depended on short, repeated connections. Horses needed feed and rest. Passengers needed meals and shelter, and coaches required repairs. A stop did not have to be large to matter. It needed dependable water, a recognizable location, and roads leading onward. The community was also called State Line for a time, a practical label for a place whose identity came from position. Those early names anticipated Guthrie's future as a transportation town. Agriculture surrounded the crossing. Farms produced corn, wheat, tobacco, livestock, timber, and food for household use. Local roads carried those products towards stores, mills, and larger markets. The state boundary mattered on maps and in records, but farm life continued across it. Families traded, visited, worshipped, and married on both sides. Guthrie's later commercial reach grew from that rural network. The town could gather goods from Tennessee and Kentucky because roads converged near a point already familiar to travelers. When rail planners sought a route through the region, they found a working corridor rather than an empty landscape. The decisive change came in 1867 with the founding of the railroad town. Guthrie was named for James Guthrie, an early leader of the Louisville and Nashville Railroad. The line connected with the route south toward Nashville and developed into an important junction. Tracks divided here, allowing trains to move toward Louisville and later toward Evansville. The town was formally incorporated in 1876. Rail yards, sidings, depots, platforms, water facilities, and telegraph offices occupied a broad zone through the community. The station became more than a place to board. It was the organizing center for freight, employment, time, and land development. Railroad work required many skills. Engineers and firemen operated locomotives. Conductors, brakemen, switch crews, telegraph operators, dispatchers, carpenters, machinists, freight handlers, and section workers kept the system moving. Hotels and boarding houses served employees and passengers whose schedules required overnight stays. Restaurants, saloons, groceries, and shops gathered near the depot. Coal, water tools, and replacement parts had to be ready when trains arrived. A junction magnified every need because cars and crews changed direction there. Guthrie's streets grew beside an industrial rhythm of whistles, bells, coupling iron, and messages sent along the wire. The town's rail geography influenced its architecture. Commercial buildings faced streets leading toward the station, while substantial houses stood within convenient walking distance of offices and yards. Porches, shade trees, brick walls, and decorative woodwork reflected the prosperity of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Warehouses and utilitarian buildings occupied ground closer to the tracks. The resulting pattern remains visible even where original uses have changed. Guthrie's historic district is valuable not because every building is grand, but because homes, stores, streets, and railroad space still explain how a junction town functioned. Tobacco connected Guthrie with the farm country around Adams and Todd County. Wagons brought leaf to dealers and warehouses, where it could be inspected, graded, sold, and loaded for shipment. Timber, grain, livestock, and general freight also passed through. In return, trains delivered farm machinery, building materials, packaged food, clothing, and household goods. The depot therefore concentrated an exchange between countryside and distant markets. A farmer might arrive with a crop and leave with tools or supplies manufactured far away. Guthrie made that movement predictable, giving a small border town influence across a much larger agricultural district. Passenger service gave the junction another kind of energy. Travelers waited under depot roofs, checked baggage, read posted schedules, and listened for announcements. Some were continuing north or south. Others were changing trains at Guthrie, turning the station into a brief meeting place for people headed in different directions. Mail and newspapers arrived with the same regularity. News from Louisville, Nashville, Evansville, and beyond reached local counters quickly. The railroad shortened distance not only by moving bodies and freight, but by accelerating information. A community on the state line became part of a national timetable. U.S. Route 41 translated that transportation role into the automobile age. The highway entered from Adams and continued north through western Kentucky, bringing motorists close to Guthrie's established center. Filling stations, repair garages, restaurants, tourist rooms, groceries, and roadside signs answered a new set of needs. Drivers controlled their own stops, but they still favored recognizable towns with fuel, food, and dependable directions. Guthrie's position remained useful. The same north-south corridor that guided trains now guided cars and trucks, while local streets continued to collect traffic from farms and smaller communities. The road and railroad created different views of the town. From a train, Guthrie appeared as platforms, yards, signals, warehouses, and roof lines. From Highway 41, it appeared as storefronts, houses, intersections, and signs. Both views were accurate, and together they explain the community's development. The highway did not erase the junction. It added another layer beside it. Freight trains continued to move through, even as passenger travel shifted to automobiles. Truck shipments increased, and businesses adapted their entrances and parking. Guthrie remained a place where movement changed form without abandoning the old corridor. The town is also the birthplace of Robert Penn Warren, born here in 1905. He became a poet, novelist, teacher, and the first person named United States Poet Laureate under that title. His association gives Guthrie a literary identity that contrasts with the mechanical image of the rail yards. Yet the two belong together. A junction town offers an early lesson in voices, departures, work, landscape, and the pull of places beyond the horizon. Warren's career carried him far from Todd County, but Guthrie retained the distinction of being his first home. It preserves that connection within its local history. As passenger rail declined and faster roads redirected travel, Guthrie lost some of the activity that had filled its depot district. Interstate routes allowed long-distance drivers to bypass the old town, and many commercial functions consolidated in larger centers. The change left quiet spaces where trains and travelers had once gathered. It also made the surviving pattern easier to study. Tracks still divide and continue north. Historic houses remain aligned with older streets. Storefronts face routes that once led directly to busy platforms. The town's reduced pace reveals the infrastructure beneath the boom. Modern preservation and local interpretation treat the railroad as a living framework rather than a vanished subject. Photographs show locomotives, depots, crews, hotels, and commercial streets during busier decades. Maps explain how lines divided at the junction. Surviving buildings give those records physical scale. A visitor can compare an early image with the present street and understand where freight waited or passengers walked. This kind of history does not require a single monumental structure. It depends on relationships among ordinary places and on the effort to keep their stories connected. Guthrie's border position remains visible in daily travel. Kentucky begins at the southern edge, but Tennessee businesses, farms, and communities remain nearby. Residents cross the line for work, shopping, school activities, family visits, and services without treating it as a distant journey. Highway 41 continues to make that movement simple. The town is both an entrance and a link, shaped less by separation than by exchange. Its history shows that state lines become most interesting where roads and rails make them easy to cross. Leaving Guthrie northbound Route 41 follows the old transportation spine toward Crofton and the farm towns beyond. The junction spreads behind, its tracks carrying freight toward several directions while the highway keeps one steady course. Guthrie gives the traveler a clear lesson in how a small town can be built by connection. Stage horses, steam locomotives, automobiles, and trucks arrived in different eras, but each depended on the same practical ground. At the Kentucky line, the long road north does not begin a new story. It carries an older one forward through brick streets, railroad space, and fields. Chapter 23, Crofton, Kentucky. Rail crossings and western fields. Madisonville Street gathers Crofton's houses, churches, small businesses, and railroad crossings into a narrow center surrounded by western Kentucky fields. Route 41 enters Crofton along Madisonville Street, where houses, small businesses, churches, and cross streets gather around a town shaped by the railroad. The surrounding countryside is broad and productive, with fields extending toward tree lines and low ridges. Crofton is not a county seat or a major industrial center. Its importance came from serving farms and travelers along a dependable north-south corridor. The highway and tracks passed close enough to reveal the town's original logic. Crofton grew where agricultural roads could meet rail service, and it endured when automobile traffic gave that same corridor a second life. Before the town appeared, family farms occupied the countryside of northern Christian County. Water, timber, and workable ground encouraged settlement, while rough roads connected mills, stores, churches, and larger market towns. Corn, wheat, tobacco, livestock, hay, and garden produce moved in wagons that depended on weather and road condition. The landscape did not naturally create a dense center. A town required a reason for people and goods to gather in one place. That reason arrived when railroad construction extended through the district. The new line turned a rural crossing into a station and placed local agriculture within reach of distant buyers. Crofton began with the railroad. Surveyors and construction crews established a route that later became part of the Louisville and Nashville system. A depot provided the fixed point around which streets, lots, warehouses, and stores could develop. Scheduled service changed the value of nearby land. Farmers no longer had to haul every shipment to a distant river landing or larger town. They could bring products to Crofton, where freight cars carried them onward. The station also received tools, lumber, coal, cloth, packaged food, and household goods. Rail service made the small community both a collecting point and a distribution center. The depot district followed the practical needs of trains and freight. Platforms required open space. Sidings allowed cars to be loaded or held while faster trains passed. Water and fuel supported locomotives, while telegraph service connected the station with dispatchers elsewhere on the line. Warehouses stood close enough for short transfers between wagon and rail car. Stores benefited from the same traffic. A farmer delivering tobacco or grain could purchase supplies before returning home. Passengers waiting for a train needed meals, lodging, newspapers, and information. Each service reinforced the others and gave Crofton a compact commercial center. Tobacco became one of the district's most important crops. The work stretched across the year, from preparing plant beds and transplanting seedlings to topping, cutting, curing, grading, and marketing the leaf. Barns were designed around the curing process, and wagons carried finished tobacco toward buyers and warehouses. Rail transportation reduced delay and allowed the crop to reach larger markets in dependable quantities. Tobacco did not stand alone. Corn fed families and livestock, hay filled barns, and cattle or hogs added other sources of income. Crofton served this mixed farm economy rather than a single factory system. The railroad also widened everyday choices. Mail arrived more regularly. Newspapers carried information from larger cities. Students, salesmen, relatives, and workers could travel farther without a long wagon journey. Merchandise that once seemed unusual became available on store shelves. The effect was gradual but lasting. A station connected Crofton with national patterns while leaving the town physically small. People could participate in broader markets without moving away, and local businesses could order goods from distant suppliers. The tracks made the horizon larger, even when most daily life remained tied to nearby fields. Churches and schools gave the town stability beyond commerce. Congregations built sanctuaries, organized meals, cared for neighbors, and created calendars of gatherings that continued regardless of freight prices. Teachers worked with children from town and surrounding farms, turning the school into another regional meeting place. Blacksmiths, carpenters, mechanics, barbers, doctors, and shopkeepers supplied practical services. These occupations rarely produced the largest buildings, but they made the community livable. Crofton's history rests on the steady exchange of skills as much as on the more visible movement of crops and trains. The automobile age brought U.S. Route 41 through the center as Madisonville Street. The federal highway followed a corridor already proven by local roads and the railroad. Motorists gained the freedom to choose their own schedules, while trucks could carry farm products directly from barns and businesses. Service stations, garages, cafes, groceries, and roadside stands appeared along the pavement. The town became part of a long route between Florida and the Great Lakes. A driver passing through Crofton might see only a brief sequence of buildings, but each stop supported local trade as well as long-distance travel. Highway businesses worked at a different rhythm from the depot. Trains brought concentrated bursts of activity at scheduled times. Cars and trucks arrived individually throughout the day and night. Signs had to catch attention quickly. Pumps, repair bays, parking space, and visible entrances became valuable. Some older stores adapted, while new businesses faced the road more directly. Houses once oriented toward neighborhood streets found themselves beside a national route. Crofton did not abandon its railroad form. The highway overlaid a second commercial pattern upon it. Coal activity in western Kentucky also influenced the region. Mines farther north and west generated freight, jobs, equipment traffic, and demand for services. Crofton remained primarily a farm town, but residents could find work in mining, rail transport, construction, and related trades. Heavy trucks and freight trains carried the evidence through the corridor. Economic ties therefore spread beyond the fields visible from Route 41. The town stood between agricultural ground and a wider industrial district, gaining opportunities while remaining vulnerable to changes in commodity prices and transportation. Faster highways eventually redirected much through traffic. The Pennyroyal Parkway, later incorporated into the Interstate 169 corridor, passed east of Crofton and offered a quicker route between Hopkinsville and Madisonville. Long-distance drivers no longer needed to follow every block of Madisonville Street. Some roadside businesses lost customers, and the old highway became quieter. Yet the change also returned Route 41 to local scale. The pavement still serves homes, farms, schools, churches, and nearby communities. It now reveals the town with less urgency, allowing the relationship among streets, tracks, and fields to remain visible. The railroad corridor continues to define Crofton even where station-era buildings have changed or disappeared. Trains still pass through, their length and speed contrasting with the compact town. Crossings divide ordinary errands into moments of waiting, just as they did generations ago. The sound reaches beyond the center into the countryside, connecting modern freight with older memories of whistles and depot platforms. Track alignment, nearby lots, and the orientation of streets preserve evidence of the station town. Infrastructure can outlast the businesses that first depended on it. Crofton's strongest feature is its closeness to the land it serves. Within minutes of the center, Route 41 passes barns, fields, ponds, fences, and farm entrances. Seasons remain legible from the windshield. Spring planting, summer growth, harvest dust, and winter stubble alter the same views. The town provides a brief concentration of roofs and pavement before the landscape opens again. That pattern explains why Crofton never needed metropolitan size. Its role was to collect, supply, repair, teach, worship, and connect within an agricultural district. Leaving Crofton, northbound Route 41 continues through western Kentucky towards Sebree. The road passes more fields and railroad crossings, repeating the geography that created a chain of small towns along the route. Behind lies a community built from schedules and seasons. Trains measured the day, crops measured the year, and the highway brought a continuing stream of movement between them. Crofton remains valuable because its structure is easy to read. Madisonville Street, the rail line, the side roads, and the surrounding farms still explain one another without requiring a grand monument. Chapter 24. Sebree, Kentucky. A small crossroads under wide skies. Wide skies and open farm country lead into Sebree, where the highway becomes a broad local street beside houses, churches, businesses, and nearby tracks. Route 41 approaches Sebree through the open farm country of Webster County. The road reaches town as a broad local street, passing houses, churches, businesses, and routes leading back toward fields. Railroad tracks remain close, preserving the transportation alignment that gave Sebree its start. The town stands between larger western Kentucky centers, but its own scale is compact and useful. It was built to gather crops, passengers, freight, mail, and services from a wide rural district. Under the broad sky, road and rail still define a place shaped by movement across level ground. Sebree was founded as a railroad town in 1868, shortly before the Louisville and Nashville line arrived that October. The timing reveals the confidence placed in rail transportation. Streets and lots could be planned around a station before regular trains began because residents and investors understood what the line would bring. A depot promised access to markets, manufactured goods, mail, and passengers. It also created a fixed center where farms and wagon roads could connect with a larger network. The community was named for Colonel E.G. Sebree, whose business interests included transportation and regional development. The surrounding countryside supplied the town's first economy. Farms produced tobacco, corn, wheat, hay, livestock, fruit, and food for household use. Wagons carried those products toward the station, where freight could be assembled in quantities large enough for shipment. In return, stores received lumber, machinery, cloth, tools, packaged goods, and other supplies. The arrangement reduced isolation without eliminating local independence. Farm families still produced much of what they needed, but Sebree allowed them to sell farther away and purchase from a wider range of goods. Railroad work created its own set of occupations. Station agents handled tickets, freight records, telegraph messages, and public questions. Section crews maintained rails, ties, drainage, and crossings. Train crews needed water, fuel, food, and lodging. Warehouses, platforms, sidings, and loading areas required labor. Hotels and boarding houses served travelers or employees staying overnight. The town's commercial streets grew close to this activity because distance mattered. Before automobiles, a passenger carrying baggage or a merchant moving crates needed the depot and storefronts within easy reach. Tobacco warehouses became important links between field and market. Cured leaf had to be graded, bundled, stored, sold, and transported under conditions that protected its quality. Buyers and growers met in town, bringing intense seasonal activity. Wagons lined roads near warehouses, while stores benefited from the same trips. A farm family might combine a delivery with purchases, repairs, medical appointments, or visits. The tobacco trade therefore supported more than growers and dealers. It brought customers to blacksmiths, grocers, dry goods counters, banks, cafes, and other services. Sebree also developed around water and the careful management of a growing town. Wells, drainage, street surfaces, and fire protection mattered in a community containing many wood buildings, barns, warehouses, and coal-burning stoves. Brick construction gradually gave commercial blocks more durability. Houses reflected changing prosperity through porches, decorative trim, larger windows, and planned yards. The surviving McMullen Warren House on West Main Street represents the substantial residential architecture that appeared as business and transportation expanded. Such buildings showed that a small railroad town could support skilled craftsmanship and confident investment. Schools and congregations anchored daily life. Children arrived from nearby streets and rural roads, carrying family connections from across the district into shared classrooms. Churches provided regular gathering places for worship, music, meals, and neighborly support. Lodges, clubs, and volunteer groups organized events and cared for public spaces. These institutions continued through changes in crop prices and transportation because their value was local. Sebree was not only a shipping point, it was a place where the countryside assembled for learning, celebration, mourning, and practical cooperation. U.S. Route 41 added automobile travel to the railroad corridor. The highway gave residents more flexible trips to Henderson, Madisonville, and communities between them. Trucks collected farm goods directly and delivered supplies without waiting for a freight schedule. Service stations, garages, restaurants, tourist rooms, and roadside stores appeared along the pavement. Sebree became one stop in a much longer journey between the South and the Great Lakes. The highway brought strangers through town while remaining essential for school trips, errands, deliveries, and work. Roadside commerce changed the appearance of the approach. Signs faced drivers rather than pedestrians. Fuel pumps and parking spaces occupied front lots. Repair bays needed wide doors and room for vehicles to turn. Restaurants promised quick meals, while motor courts offered lodging without the formality of a railroad hotel. Older commercial streets continued to serve residents, but the highway created a new edge. The town stretched along the route while keeping its original center close to the tracks. Western Kentucky's coal fields added another layer to the regional economy. Mines and processing facilities created jobs, freight, and heavy equipment traffic beyond the farm district. Rail lines carried coal in long trains, while roads supported workers and suppliers. Sebree stood near that activity without losing its agricultural identity. Fields still reached the town limits, and crop schedules continued to shape local trade. The combination of farming, transportation, and nearby industry gave families several ways to make a living, though each was subject to changes in markets and technology. The decline of passenger rail service changed the depot district. Fewer travelers waited for trains, and businesses that depended on station traffic adapted or closed. Freight continued, but its operations became more automated and less tied to local platforms. Faster highways drew some long-distance automobile traffic away from the old route. These changes reduced the bustle that had justified hotels, waiting rooms, and closely spaced services. Yet Sebree did not disappear. The same streets continued to connect homes, farms, schools, churches, and workplaces. Modern Route 41 offers a clearer view of the town's original structure. The road enters through open ground, reaches a compact center, crosses local streets, and returns to fields. Railroad tracks follow a parallel purpose. Together, they reveal how transportation concentrated settlement without producing endless development. Sebree remains a distinct place rather than a continuous strip between larger cities. Its edges are visible, and that visibility gives the traveler a sense of arrival and departure that faster roads often erase. Local preservation depends on ordinary buildings as much as recognized landmarks. A depot photograph, warehouse foundation, brick storefront, school picture, family house, or surviving sign can explain a different part of the town. Records held by families and local institutions preserve the names of businesses, train crews, teachers, craftspeople, and farm operators who made the system work. When those pieces are connected to the present street, Sebree's history becomes a map rather than a list. The town itself serves as the exhibit. Main Street also records the long adjustment from walking to driving. Older lots are narrow because stores once needed compact frontage near the depot. Later buildings spread outward to provide parking, truck access, and larger sales floors. Sidewalks, alleys, loading doors, and former service stations reveal these changes at ground level. None is dramatic alone. Together they show how merchants repeatedly fitted new forms of trade into a town designed during the railroad age. Sebree survived by adapting useful streets instead of abandoning its center whenever transportation changed. That patient adjustment still shapes the view from Route 41 today. Leaving Sebree northbound, Route 41 continues toward the Ohio River and the Indiana line. The highway passes fields that once sent wagon loads toward the station and now support trucks, machinery, and modern farms. Behind lies a small crossroads founded in anticipation of a train. Its history unfolded through tobacco seasons, depot schedules, school days, highway traffic, and the gradual adaptation of useful buildings. Sebree remains under wide Kentucky skies, where tracks and pavement still carry movement through a town built to serve the land around it. Chapter 25, Fort Branch, Indiana. Frontier Springs and Farm Country. Long before Route 41 had a number, the Red Bank Trail followed the productive ground and dependable springs around Fort Branch. Route 41 crosses the Ohio River into Indiana and continues through the flat, productive ground of Gibson County. At Fort Branch, the highway follows a corridor used long before federal route numbers. Fields, grain facilities, neighborhoods, businesses, and side roads gather around a town whose name remembers an earlier stopping place beside dependable spring water. Fort Branch grew through several transportation eras: trail, stage road, railroad, and highway. Each found value in the same practical line across southwestern Indiana. The town remains a service center for farm country, with its history visible in the close relationship among water, road, rail, and settlement. The earliest transportation route was the Red Bank Trail, a north-south passage between Vincennes and the Ohio River. Travelers needed a route that avoided the worst wetlands and offered regular access to water. A flowing branch near the present town made this location useful. In 1811, a small frontier fort was established beside the spring. 2 blockhouses and a surrounding stockade provided a protected stopping point along the trail. The fort itself had a short life, but its name remained attached to the branch and later settlement. Geography outlasted the structure. Stagecoach travel gave the old trail a more regular rhythm. A relay station allowed teams to rest or be changed while passengers found food, water, and shelter. The springs quenched horses and supplied the stopping place. Blacksmithing, wagon repair, feed, and lodging naturally developed around such traffic. Travel remained slow and vulnerable to mud, storms, heat, and winter cold, yet a known station made the journey more predictable. Fort Branch's later role on US 41 repeated that same function with different machines. The town served people moving along a long corridor because it offered dependable necessities. Farms spread across the surrounding prairie and woodland as drainage, roads, and settlement improved. Corn, wheat, livestock, hay, fruit, and household crops supported families and created products for sale. Local mills converted grain or timber into more useful forms. Stores supplied tools, cloth, salt, hardware, and other goods difficult to produce at home. The scattered countryside needed a center where exchange could occur. Fort Branch developed at the meeting of farm roads and the older north-south route, gaining importance before it became a formal railroad town. Rail construction in the early 1850s accelerated growth. Tracks brought scheduled transportation through Gibson County and created a station where freight and passengers could enter a regional system. The town was laid out more clearly around this opportunity. Warehouses, platforms, sidings, stores, and houses gathered within reach of the depot. Farm products could move in larger quantities and with fewer delays than wagons alone allowed. Inbound rail cars delivered lumber, coal, machinery, manufactured goods, and mail. The station made Fort Branch a stronger commercial center without separating it from the land that supported it. Railroad operations generated specialized work. Station agents handled records, tickets, freight, and messages. Section crews repaired ties, rails, drainage, and crossings. Train crews required fuel, water, meals, lodging, and supplies. Merchants adjusted deliveries around the schedule, while farmers watched weather and train times when bringing crops to town. The sound of locomotives became part of daily life. Even residents who rarely traveled depended on the goods and information carried by rail. Agriculture remained the foundation. Gibson County's level ground supported large fields and increasingly mechanized farming. Grain elevators and storage facilities allowed harvests to be collected, dried, held, and shipped when conditions were favorable. Livestock operations added feed demand and another market for local grain. Equipment dealers and repair shops served machines that became larger and more complex. The town's business cycle followed the countryside: spring preparation, summer growth, autumn harvest, and winter maintenance. Fort Branch functioned as a workshop and supply point for farms measured in hundreds of acres. Coal and manufacturing broadened the economy of southwestern Indiana. Mines, power generation, and factories created employment beyond agriculture and brought heavy freight through the region. Fort Branch residents could work in industrial plants while remaining close to family farms and small-town neighborhoods. Rail lines in US 41 supported that movement of workers, materials, and finished products. The result was not a complete replacement of the farm town. It was a layered economy in which barns, grain facilities, machine shops, and modern industry occupied the same broader landscape. US Route 41 inherited the line of the Red Bank Trail. The connection is unusually direct. An old path became a stage route, then a major automobile highway, while the springs that served travelers eventually contributed to the municipal water supply. Gasoline replaced feed, and repair garages replaced blacksmith shops, but the need for reliable service remained. Motorists found fuel, food, tires, lodging, and directions in Fort Branch. Trucks gave farms flexible shipping and allowed businesses to receive goods at their doors. The highway placed the town on a national route while continuing an older local purpose. Roadside businesses changed the approaches to town. Filling stations needed visible corners and room around pumps. Restaurants and groceries faced the pavement. Dealerships and repair shops required broad lots. Signs addressed travelers moving faster than pedestrians or wagon teams. Houses and older stores remained, but the highway created a commercial strip adapted to vehicles. Fort Branch became both a destination for rural customers and a stopping point for long-distance drivers traveling between Kentucky, Indiana, and the Chicago region. Schools, churches, parks, and community organizations kept the town centered on residents rather than traffic alone. Athletic fields, classrooms, sanctuaries, festivals, and volunteer work produced a calendar independent of harvest or highway volume. Local businesses sponsored teams and events, while families maintained connections across generations. Such institutions help explain why Fort Branch endured after newer highways changed travel patterns. A town based only on passing motorists would have weakened much more sharply. Fort Branch also belonged to the people who used its streets every day. US 41 remains a busy working road. Modern vehicles move quickly, and the corridor carries commuters, freight, farm machinery, service trucks, and local errands. Safety improvements, turn lanes, drainage, signals, and wider pavement have altered sections of the historic route. Yet the highway still follows the same north-south logic. It connects Fort Branch with Evansville to the south, Princeton to the north, and industrial or agricultural sites in between. The town sits inside a living transportation system rather than beside an abandoned road. The springs provide the most memorable connection across time. Water first made the location practical for trail travelers and stage horses. Later, it supported settlement and public supply. The feature is modest, but its influence is large. Roads can be surveyed on maps, yet their success depends on physical needs, such as water, grade, soil, and distance between stops. Fort Branch received its name because one of those needs was met here. The town's history is therefore rooted in a resource that travelers may pass without seeing. Downtown streets add a human scale to that long corridor. Storefronts, houses, churches, and public spaces remain close enough for short trips, even as modern commerce spreads along the highway. This compact pattern keeps local memory connected. A former shop can recall several businesses, and a familiar corner can hold generations of school routes, parades, deliveries, and conversations. Leaving Fort Branch, northbound Route 41 continues across Indiana toward Kentland and the Prairie crossroads farther north. Grain fields widen around the road. Rail lines continue through the region, and the horizon grows flatter. Behind lies a town whose transportation history forms a continuous chain. Trail walkers, stage passengers, train crews, motorists, truck drivers, and farm families all use the same corridor for different purposes. Fort Branch closes Part 5 with a fitting image. Spring water beneath a working town, old Route 41 carrying traffic above it, and farm country extending in every direction. Part 6, Prairie to Copper Country. Part 6 follows US Route 41 into its final northern landscapes. Kentland begins at a prairie crossroads of highways, railroads, grain elevators, and courthouse ground. Park City shows a newer small city shaped by the automobile corridor beyond Chicago. Peshtigo carries the memory of fire beside a working Wisconsin river. Calumet preserves the architecture and machinery of Michigan's copper country beneath deep northern snow. Copper Harbor closes the journey where forest, rock, Fort Wilkins, and Lake Superior surround the highway's quiet terminus. These communities lead the road from open fields to the end of pavement. Chapter 26, Kentland, Indiana. Prairie wind at the highway crossroads. Prairie wind, grain elevators, rails, and two crossing highways define Kentland before its courthouse square comes into view. Route 41 reaches Kentland, where the prairie opens into long views, and two major highways meet. US 24 crosses the route near town, creating a junction between north-south and east-west travel. The railroad adds another line through the landscape, while the courthouse square gives the community a clear center. Kentland is the seat of Newton County, but its scale remains closely tied to surrounding farms. Grain, wind, drainage ditches, elevators, streets, and public buildings fit together on level ground. The town shows how transportation and agriculture could turn wet prairie into an organized regional center. The land did not yield easily to settlement. Much of northwestern Indiana held marshes, shallow ponds, tall grass, and poorly drained soil. Spring water spread across low ground, while summer insects and winter winds made travel difficult. The prairie appeared open, but roads could become mud, and fields remained unreliable until drainage improved. Early settlers selected slightly higher ground and followed the few dependable routes between wooded islands, streams, and established communities. The landscape required patience, ditching, bridges, and repeated maintenance before its rich soil could support the large farms seen from Route 41 today. Alexander J. Kent arrived in the region during the 19th century and acquired extensive land when prices remained low. The town that carries his name dates to 1860. Its founding combined private development with the need for a center in the newly organized county. Streets were surveyed on a grid, lots were offered for homes and businesses, and public activity gathered around a courthouse square. The plan imposed clear geometry on prairie that had once seemed without boundaries. Kentland became a fixed point from which roads, property lines, drainage systems, and farm shipments could be organized. The courthouse established a dependable center. Legal records, property transfers, taxes, licenses, and public services drew residents from across Newton County. Court days brought farmers, witnesses, attorneys, merchants, and visitors into town, supporting hotels, restaurants, shops, and livery services. The square also served as a setting for announcements, gatherings, and ordinary conversation. Its buildings changed over time, but the spatial idea remained stable. Kentland did not develop as a scattered roadside settlement. It possessed a central block whose importance reached far beyond the number of people living within town limits. Drainage transformed the surrounding countryside. Ditches and tile systems lowered water levels and allowed fields to be planted more consistently. Roads improved as standing water was directed away from travel surfaces. Corn, oats, wheat, hay, and livestock gained larger roles, followed by soybeans and modern grain farming. The work altered the landscape in a way visible from every approach. Straight ditches, squared fields, fences, and roads reflect an engineered prairie. Kentland's growth depended on that transformation because the town served the farms made possible by it. Railroads strengthened the connection between county seat and countryside. Kentland was served by two lines, each with its own depot. Their tracks linked the community with markets in several directions and gave farmers alternatives for shipping grain or livestock. Freight houses, elevators, sidings, and warehouses developed near the rails. Trains delivered coal, lumber, machinery, mail, and manufactured goods while carrying agricultural products outward. The presence of two depots created a broader transportation district than a town of Kentland's size might otherwise have possessed. Depot activity shaped daily time. Station agents kept records and handled telegraph messages. Section crews maintained track, bridges, and drainage across soft prairie ground. Merchants watched arrivals for shipments, while travelers consulted printed schedules before leaving home. Hotels and restaurants served passengers waiting between trains. The railroad made Kentland less remote, but it also demanded coordination. Freight had to be ready, livestock had to be loaded safely, and grain cars had to arrive when storage space was available. A successful station town depended on many small acts of preparation. Grain elevators became vertical landmarks on the flat horizon. Their height reflected the need to lift, clean, sort, store, and load crops efficiently. Wagons and later trucks formed seasonal lines as harvest moved from field to bin. Elevators connected farm work with railroad and highway freight, allowing grain to wait for favorable shipping conditions. Their machinery, dust, sound, and scale gave Kentland an industrial edge without separating it from agriculture. The town processed movement rather than manufacturing a distant product. Its tallest structures belonged directly to the fields. The automobile era reinforced Kentland's role as a crossroads. US 41 carried travelers between Evansville, the Chicago region, Wisconsin, and Michigan. US 24 brought east-west traffic across northern Indiana. Service stations, garages, restaurants, groceries, motels, and equipment dealers took advantage of the junction. Highway signs announced distances and choices, while truck traffic expanded the movement of grain, livestock, fuel, and manufactured goods. Drivers could pass through without entering the courthouse square, yet the road remained connected to local commerce. Roadside design differed from the older center. Businesses near the highways needed wide entrances, visible signs, fuel pumps, parking, and room for trucks to turn. The courthouse district favored sidewalks, compact storefronts, and short distances between offices. Kentland accommodated both patterns. One served the passing vehicle, and the other served county business and neighborhood life. Their coexistence gave the town two centers of attention without erasing either. A traveler who leaves the junction and enters downtown can see how automobile commerce was added to a place already shaped by public services and rail. Schools, churches, parks, newspapers, and local organizations built community between transportation systems. Teachers and students arrived from town streets and rural routes. Congregations gathered families who might otherwise meet only during business trips. Athletic events, fairs, meals, and seasonal celebrations gave the year a public rhythm beyond planting and harvest. Local reporting recorded fires, storms, business openings, school achievements, and changes to roads or rail service. These institutions preserved Kentland as a place of shared memory rather than merely a convenient intersection. Downtown architecture reinforces that memory. Brick storefronts create a sheltered pedestrian edge near the square, while upper floors recall offices, meeting rooms, and apartments that once kept activity close. Alleys allowed wagons and trucks to reach loading doors without blocking the main street. Banks, groceries, hardware stores, cafes, and professional offices changed names over time, but their locations remained useful. The square's compact arrangement still contrasts with the wide highway junction, preserving a town center designed for walking and repeated face-to-face business. Modern agriculture has increased the scale of equipment and shipments. Large combines, tractors, trailers, and grain trucks use roads designed through continual improvement. Farms may cover more acreage, and fewer workers can produce larger harvests. Kentland remains valuable as a source of repair, fuel, storage, banking, food, public services, and transportation access. The exact businesses change, but the town continues to solve the same regional problem: how to connect widely spread agricultural work with the systems that support and carry it. Prairie weather gives the town another identity. Wind moves without obstruction, bending crops and carrying winter cold across open fields. Summer storms can be seen building at a distance, while sunsets spread across an unusually broad horizon. Snowdrifts reshape road edges, and spring rain tests drainage systems established by earlier generations. The landscape may appear simple from a passing car, but its use depends on constant management. Kentland's streets, ditches, bridges, and fields demonstrate how much work lies beneath an orderly view. Leaving Kentland, northbound Route 41 continues toward the southern edge of the Chicago region and the small city of Park City. The road carries heavier traffic as development increases, but the prairie remains visible behind. Kentland marks the beginning of Part 6 with a clear northern image: courthouse ground, grain elevators, railroad lines, and highways laid across open fields. Its history is the story of making connection dependable where water and distance once made movement difficult. At this crossroads, the long road north enters its final landscapes. Chapter 27, Park City, Illinois. A small city beyond Chicago. Route 41 changes character near Chicago, becoming the broad Skokie Highway as it passes the working neighborhoods and businesses of Park City. Route 41 enters Lake County as Skokie Highway, a broad working corridor of shops, service businesses, industrial properties, side streets, and heavy traffic. Park City occupies a small area between Waukegan and Gurnee, near the northern edge of the Chicago metropolitan region. It is not an old courthouse town or 19th century depot center. Park City became a municipality in 1958, shaped largely by the automobile era and the need to organize neighborhoods along expanding roads. Its history offers a useful contrast within this book. Route 41 did not only connect established small towns, it also helped create newer communities around modern travel. The wider landscape developed from prairie, woodland, farms, and routes leading toward Lake Michigan. Waukegan grew around a harbor and industrial waterfront to the east, while inland roads connected farms with markets and rail lines. As the Chicago region expanded northward, land between established communities gained new value. Factories, warehouses, roadside businesses, and housing appeared along highways that offered direct access without requiring a downtown address. The corridor, now called Skokie Highway, became one of those organizing lines. It carried local traffic and long-distance travelers while encouraging new development at its edges. U.S. Route 41 supplied a national identity to the road. Drivers could follow the shield south toward Chicago and Florida, or north toward Wisconsin and Michigan. Before interstate travel dominated, the highway carried vacationing families, salesmen, delivery vehicles, buses, and trucks through Lake County. Filling stations, restaurants, repair garages, motels, and stores appeared where motorists could enter safely and see signs from the pavement. The road's width and speed favored larger parcels than an older Main Street. Park City's commercial form grew from this landscape of vehicles, access roads, and visible frontage. Housing was equally important. Several residential communities and manufactured home parks occupied land near Waukegan during the middle 20th century. Residents needed local services, maintained streets, water and sewer connections, public safety, and a clear municipal identity. Park City was formally incorporated in 1958. The new city joined separate residential areas and commercial land within a compact boundary. Unlike towns founded around a depot square, it began with neighborhoods already shaped by automobiles. Roads did not merely pass through Park City. They were the framework that allowed its scattered pieces to function together. Belvedere Road provides an important east-west connection through the city. It links the Skokie Highway corridor with Waukegan, Gurnee, and other parts of Lake County. Greenleaf Avenue, Washington Street, and Old Skokie Road serve local movement among neighborhoods, businesses, schools, parks, and workplaces. These streets form a network rather than a single ceremonial center. Park City does not present one traditional main street lined with 19th century storefronts. Its identity is distributed among several practical routes whose crossings matter more than a courthouse square. Old Skokie Road preserves evidence of an earlier scale. It follows the corridor more closely than the divided highway and offers access to businesses and properties set back from faster traffic. The relationship between old and new alignments shows how road improvement can create parallel landscapes. One carries speed and regional movement. The other provides doors, driveways, and local turns. Park City grew in the space between them, adapting parcels and services to both. The pattern is common near metropolitan edges, but rarely receives the historical attention given to depots or brick downtowns. Industry and warehousing benefited from the transportation network. Businesses could receive materials by truck, reach regional customers, and connect with interstate routes nearby. Commercial properties along Belvedere Road and the highway served both residents and passing traffic. Repair services, building suppliers, food businesses, offices, and retail shops added employment and convenience. The city divided its limited land among homes, commerce, industry, streets, and public spaces. Because the boundaries are small, these uses remain close. A quiet residential street may stand only a short distance from a busy regional road. That closeness created a distinctive daily rhythm. Morning commuters moved toward Waukegan, Gurnee, and other employment centers. Delivery trucks entered commercial areas. Children and families used neighborhood streets and parks. Highway traffic continued through without pausing. Park City had to serve several scales at once: the household, the local business, and the national route. Sidewalks, signals, streetlights, drainage, and intersections became the structures that held those scales together. In an automobile-era city, such ordinary infrastructure carries the role that a depot or public square once held elsewhere. Manufactured housing forms a visible part of the residential landscape. These communities offered compact homes on organized streets within reach of jobs and regional transportation. Apartments and single-family houses added other patterns. The result is a city with varied building types, but little unused space. Small yards, shared facilities, neighborhood routes, and nearby services create density without the towers of a large city. Park City remains small in area even though its population is larger than many older towns in this book. Parks and community facilities provide gathering places away from the highway. Playgrounds, fields, paths, and meeting spaces give residents a local focus within a city whose commercial edges face outward. Trees and lawns soften the transition between homes and busy streets. Public works crews maintain drainage, pavement, signs, and seasonal services that are especially important in northern Illinois weather. These functions may seem ordinary, but they define the practical success of a community founded during rapid metropolitan growth. Lake Michigan lies only a few miles east, although Park City has no shoreline. The lake still influences weather, regional travel, and the location of nearby industry. Waukegan's harbor drew development to the area, while roads carried workers and goods inland. Cool spring winds, sudden fog, and lake-effect snow can reach the city even when the water is out of sight. Park City belongs to a broader Lake County landscape in which shoreline commerce and inland highways depend on one another. Route 41 supplies the north-south connection between them. Winter changes the corridor. Snowbanks narrow shoulders and parking lots. Road salt marks the pavement, and cold wind moves across open commercial parcels. Plowing must keep through lanes, side streets, and business entrances usable. Summer brings heavier vacation traffic toward Wisconsin lakes and northern destinations. Park City's location exposes it to both local commuting and seasonal movement. Route 41 is never only a scenic old road here. It is active infrastructure whose condition affects daily life. Interstate 94 carries much of the region's fastest long-distance traffic, but US 41 remains heavily used. The older federal route provides direct access to businesses and local streets that the interstate intentionally bypasses. Drivers can enter, stop, turn, and see the community at ground level. The contrast mirrors changes seen throughout the book. Interstates move between metropolitan regions. Routes, such as 41, continue to connect the places inside them. Park City exists precisely within that finer network. The city illustrates a later chapter of small community history. Many towns along Route 41 were founded because 19th century transportation concentrated farms or industry around stations. Park City formed when 20th century roads and housing needed their own structure. Its landmarks are therefore different. A recognizable intersection, community center, neighborhood entrance, old road alignment, or commercial strip may carry more meaning than a depot. Historical value does not depend on age alone. It also lies in understanding why a place took its present form. Leaving Park City, northbound Route 41 crosses into Wisconsin and eventually reaches the forest near Peshtigo. Traffic gradually thins. Metropolitan development breaks into smaller communities, and open land returns. Behind lies a compact city built beside one of the nation's long highways at the edge of a much larger urban region. Park City shows Route 41 as a living road rather than a preserved relic. Its streets, homes, businesses, and public spaces continue to negotiate movement every day, carrying the long journey north beyond Chicago and toward a different landscape. Chapter 28. Peshtigo, Wisconsin. Fire memory. Beside the river. Forest, river, industry, and the memory of fire converge at Peshtigo near the western shore of Green Bay. Route 41 reaches Peshtigo in northeastern Wisconsin, where forest, river, industry, and highway gather near the western shore of Green Bay. The modern route passes the city efficiently, but local streets lead toward the Peshtigo River and a community whose name is inseparable from fire. On October 8, 1871, a fast-moving wildfire destroyed the town and swept across a vast region. More than 1,000 people died, making it the deadliest wildfire in recorded American history. Peshtigo rebuilt, returned to work, and preserved the disaster as a lesson carried across generations. The river explains why the town existed before it explains how people survived. Flowing toward Green Bay, the Peshtigo carried logs from northern forests to mills and shipping points. Water-powered machinery, floated timber, and connected inland work with Great Lakes commerce. Lumber companies established mills, yards, docks, workshops, and housing near the river. The settlement grew quickly because white pine seemed abundant and national demand for boards, beams, shingles, and other products was high. Forest and river formed an industrial system whose speed transformed both the landscape and the town. Logging required a broad chain of labor. Crews cut trees in winter, moved logs over snow or ice, and used spring water to drive timber downstream. River workers broke jams, mill crews operated saws, and yard workers sorted and stacked lumber. Blacksmiths repaired tools, while teamsters carried supplies. Ships and rail cars moved finished products toward building markets. Peshtigo became a place of noise, sawdust, smoke, machinery, and constant handling. Wooden buildings stood near enormous stores of combustible material because that arrangement was efficient for the lumber business. The years before 1871 were unusually dry. Logging left branches, bark, stumps, and other debris across cutover ground. Farmers and work crews commonly use small fires to clear land or dispose of waste. Through summer and early autumn, many fires smoldered in the region. Wells dropped, vegetation dried, and smoke became familiar enough to lose its warning power. By early October, the landscape held fuel at every scale, from grass and slash to buildings and lumber piles. Strong wind turned scattered flame into a regional disaster. On the evening of October 8th, conditions changed with terrible speed. Wind drove fire toward Peshtigo and carried burning material ahead of the main front. People had little time to understand what was happening. Buildings ignited, streets filled with heat and smoke, and familiar escape routes disappeared. Many residents ran toward the river, wells, or open ground. Others tried to save relatives, neighbors, livestock, or possessions. The fire crossed roads and water, destroying nearly the entire community within a short period. Exact numbers remain uncertain because records and families vanished together. The Peshtigo River became the central place of survival and loss. People stood or lay in water while heat, smoke, sparks, and debris passed over them. Some sheltered behind banks or structures that offered brief protection. The same river that had carried logs and powered mills now offered the only available refuge for many residents. Its role gives the disaster a physical center still visible in town. A visitor can stand beside the water and understand why people moved toward it when every wooden surface seemed to burn. The catastrophe occurred on the same night as the better-known Chicago fire, and damaged communication delayed reports from northeastern Wisconsin. Roads, bridges, telegraph lines, farms, and communities across a huge area were affected. Survivors needed food, clothing, shelter, tools, medical care, and help locating relatives. Relief arrived by water and overland routes as news spread. Peshtigo's remote location made the response harder, yet the lumber and transportation systems that had built the town also helped deliver aid. Rebuilding began quickly because the river, timber economy, and surviving transportation connections still held value. Streets were cleared, temporary shelters appeared, mills and businesses returned, and families reconstructed homes. New buildings used different materials and arrangements where possible, though fire remained a constant risk in a working lumber town. Peshtigo incorporated as a village in 1887, and as a city in 1903. A municipal fire department began operating that year. Recovery did not erase the disaster. It created a second town whose institutions were shaped by what the first had lost. The Peshtigo Fire Museum occupies a church built soon after the fire and later moved near the cemetery. Its collections include objects that survived, photographs, tools, household items, maps, and accounts of the disaster. The building itself belongs to the rebuilding period, making it part of the story it interprets. Exhibits connect individual possessions with the larger forces of weather, land use, industry, and transportation. The museum avoids reducing the event to numbers. A scorched object or handwritten account restores human scale to destruction spread across more than 1,000,000 acres. Beside the museum, the cemetery contains a mass grave and memorials to victims. The grounds are quiet, set apart from the industrial noise that once defined the river town. Markers preserve known names while acknowledging many who could not be identified. The site became home to Wisconsin's first official state historical marker. It serves as both burial place and public classroom. Visitors encounter the disaster not at a distant overlook, but within the rebuilt community, close to homes, streets, and the river. Lumber remained important after 1871, though the industry changed as forests were cut, markets shifted, and companies adopted new processes. Wood products, manufacturing, and river-related business continued to support Peshtigo. Railroads and highways gradually replaced log drives and water shipping for many purposes. The town adapted existing skills in sawing, joining, engineering, transport, and factory work to new products. Industrial buildings along the river show continuity beneath the changes. Peshtigo did not survive only as a memorial. It remained a place of production. The river also gained recreational and scenic value. Parks, trails, fishing access, and public viewpoints allow residents to use water once dominated by logs and millwork. Upstream forests and downstream wetlands connect the city with a larger watershed that supports wildlife as well as industry. Seasonal high water, ice, and storms still influence the river's appearance. This modern use does not erase the working past. It gives people another reason to remain close to the water and to understand how strongly it shaped the town. Each season reveals a different part of that continuing relationship between current, shore, and city. U.S. Route 41 connected that working city with Green Bay Marinette, Michigan's Upper Peninsula, and the long national corridor to the south. Motorists brought business to service stations, restaurants, motels, and shops. Trucks moved lumber, manufactured goods, farm products, and supplies. Later highway improvements carried through traffic around the older center, reducing congestion while changing roadside commerce. The route now offers quick access, but the deeper story requires leaving the main lanes and following local streets to the river and museum. The fire's legacy remains relevant to forest management. Dry weather, accumulated fuel, wind, land clearing, and limited communication combined in 1871 with devastating results. Modern firefighting equipment, weather forecasting, roads, radios, and emergency planning provide tools unavailable then, but wooded communities still depend on preparation. Wisconsin agencies use the Peshtigo disaster when explaining wildfire behavior and prevention. The town's memory, therefore, reaches beyond commemoration. It informs practical decisions about burning, debris, evacuation, and public warning. Leaving Peshtigo, northbound Route 41 continues through forest and across the Upper Peninsula toward Calumet. The landscape grows rockier and more northern, but the Peshtigo River remains behind as one of the journey's most powerful landmarks. The city is not defined solely by destruction. It is equally a place of rebuilding, industry, preservation, and hard-earned knowledge. Fire memory stands beside a working river, reminding every traveler that familiar land can change quickly, and that a community's second beginning may become its longest story. Chapter 29. Calumet, Michigan. Copper memory beneath northern snow. Volcanic rock, deep snow, and the remains of an industrial district framed Calumet on Michigan's Keweenaw Peninsula. Route 41 enters Michigan's Keweenaw Peninsula through a landscape shaped by volcanic rock, forest, steep ridges, and Lake Superior weather. At Calumet, the highway reaches a small village surrounded by the remains of an industrial district once known across the nation. Mine shafts, rock houses, company buildings, churches, schools, commercial blocks, and worker neighborhoods preserve the scale of the copper era. Fewer than 1,000 people live within the village today, but the historic landscape was built for tens of thousands across the immediate area. Calumet is a small town containing the architecture of a much larger past. Copper occurs naturally in the Keweenaw's ancient rock. Long before industrial mining, pieces of native metal appeared in stream beds, glacial deposits, and exposed formations. 19th century geological surveys and reports drew commercial attention to the peninsula. Investors, prospectors, engineers, and laborers arrived by water because overland travel remained difficult. Early ventures searched for veins and masses that could justify the expense of deep work. The landscape offered extraordinary mineral wealth, but extracting it required capital, machinery, transportation, and a permanent workforce. The community began as Red Jacket during the 1860s, beside mines that became part of the Calumet and Hecla system. Company operations expanded rapidly. Shafts descended into copper-bearing loads, and rock houses lifted, crushed, and sorted material brought from underground. Steam engines powered hoists, pumps, compressors, and surface equipment. Rail lines connected separate shafts with mills, smelters, warehouses, and docks. What looked from a distance like a collection of tall industrial buildings functioned as one coordinated machine spread across miles. Ore processing extended the industrial landscape far beyond the shafts. Rock containing copper was crushed and concentrated at stamp mills, often near water that could supply machinery and receive waste material. Smelters separated metal from the concentrate, while shops shaped equipment needed underground. Docks loaded copper and unloaded coal or supplies. Rail cars linked every stage. Calumet's prosperity depended on this chain working continuously, even though much of it lay outside the village streets. Mining work was demanding and specialized. Underground crews drilled, blasted, timbered, loaded rock, maintained tracks, and controlled water. Surface workers operated hoists, boilers, machine shops, foundries, warehouses, and rail equipment. Carpenters, electricians, clerks, engineers, and medical staff supported production. Skill mattered because deep shafts and heavy machinery left little room for error. The industry also depended on cooks, merchants, teachers, builders, laundries, boarding houses, and family households. Calumet's mining story extends far beyond the shaft collar. Workers came from many countries and regions, bringing languages, foods, music, worship traditions, building skills, and family customs. Neighborhoods, churches, halls, bakeries, stores, and clubs reflected those varied backgrounds without losing their connection to the mines. A work shift could bring people together underground, while evenings returned them to distinct community institutions. Calumet streets therefore record both company planning and household identity. Stone churches, wood houses, brick commercial buildings, and meeting halls created a cultural landscape as complex as the industrial one. The Calumet and Hecla Company influenced nearly every practical system. It built or supported housing, utilities, medical care, recreation, schools, transportation, and public improvements while maintaining strict control over mine property. The arrangement produced impressive infrastructure in a remote place. It also tied community stability to the fortunes of one industry. When copper demand and prices were strong, construction and commerce expanded. When production slowed, nearly every business felt the effect. Calumet grew powerful and vulnerable at the same time. By the early 20th century, the immediate Calumet area held roughly 40,000 people. Red Jacket's commercial streets served a population far larger than the village does now. Department stores, banks, hotels, theaters, restaurants, professional offices, and specialty shops filled substantial buildings. Streetcars connected neighborhoods and industrial sites. Electric lights, water systems, and telephone service gave the remote mining center urban comforts. The scale remains visible in multi-story blocks whose upper floors now stand above a much quieter street. The Calumet Theater expresses that confidence. Completed at the turn of the 20th century, it brought touring performers, music, lectures, and community events to the Copper District. Its stage, auditorium, decorative interior, and prominent tower offered a cultural setting equal to buildings in much larger cities. The theater survived changes that emptied other commercial spaces and remains an active landmark. It demonstrates that mining profits and community ambition produced more than industrial machinery. They also created places for shared imagination. Public buildings reinforced the same urban scale. Schools, libraries, fire stations, utility structures, and company offices used durable brick or local stone and stood within a carefully organized street network. Sidewalks linked residential blocks with shops and industrial gates. Street lighting and water service supported dense settlement through severe winters. The surviving arrangement makes Calumet unusually readable. A visitor can understand where people worked, shopped, studied, worshipped, and lived without leaving a relatively small area. Corner entrances, upper floor windows, loading alleys, and stone foundations preserve details of a community built for year-round use despite deep snow. Railroads made the entire system possible. Tracks carried copper rock, coal, timber, machinery, mail, merchandise, and passengers through difficult northern country. Depots connected Calumet with Houghton, lake ports, and national rail networks. Winter maintenance demanded constant work because snow could bury switches, platforms, and street crossings. Freight movement continued regardless of cold. The railroad corridor reinforced US 41's later route, giving the highway a chain of established communities to follow through the peninsula. The village adopted the name Calumet in 1929, replacing Red Jacket and aligning its identity with the mining district already known by that name. By then, the industry faced increasing competition, changing ore quality, and unstable prices. Operations consolidated, shafts closed, and the population declined. Copper production continued in the region for decades, but the immense system no longer required the workforce that had built the early cityscape. Houses were moved or demolished, businesses closed, and industrial structures disappeared from the skyline. The final shutdown of major Calumet and Hecla operations around 1968 and 1969 marked the end of an era. The closure affected employment, stores, schools, transportation, and property across the peninsula. Yet abandonment was not complete. Residents found work in public services, small manufacturing, education, construction, tourism, and businesses serving the remaining population. Historic buildings continued as homes, offices, shops, churches, and gathering places. Calumet became quieter, but its physical record survived more fully than in many former industrial towns. Keweenaw National Historical Park now preserves and interprets the mining landscape through its Calumet and Quincy units and a network of partner sites. The park does not own every historic building. Instead, it works within living communities where industrial ruins, active institutions, private homes, and public streets overlap. Visitors can examine company offices, shaft sites, rail grades, churches, commercial blocks, and museum collections as parts of one system. This distributed approach suits Calumet because the story was never contained in a single mine. Snow gives the village another defining element. Lake Superior produces long winters, frequent storms, drifting, and heavy accumulation. Roofs, porches, road crews, heating systems, and daily schedules all respond to it. Snow softens abandoned industrial ground while making travel and maintenance difficult. US 41 must remain open as the peninsula's principal road, linking residents with work, supplies, medical care, schools, and communities farther south. The highway is both scenic route and winter lifeline. Leaving Calumet, northbound Route 41 continues toward Copper Harbor. Mine buildings give way to smaller settlements, forest, exposed rock, and glimpses of Lake Superior. Behind lies a village where industrial scale and small-town life occupy the same streets. Copper shaped Calumet's work, architecture, transportation, and population, then left a landscape too substantial to disappear. The surviving town turns that inheritance into memory without becoming an empty exhibit. Snow falls on old rock houses and active homes alike, carrying the road into its final chapter. Chapter 30. Copper Harbor, Michigan, where the highway meets the wilderness. At the far end of the Michigan Peninsula, the pavement narrows beneath forest and exposed rock before reaching Copper Harbor and Lake Superior. Route 41 reaches Copper Harbor at the far end of Michigan's Michigan Peninsula. The highway narrows beneath forest, climbs and bends through exposed rock, then enters a small community beside Lake Superior. Gratiot Street holds shops, lodging, food, and trail connections within a few blocks. Brockway Mountain rises to the west. Fort Wilkins stands beside Lake Fannie Hoo to the east, and the protected harbor opens northward. Beyond town, Route 41 continues a short distance to its northern terminus near the state park. After more than 2,000 miles, the road ends without ceremony in forest and stone. The harbor gave the place its first transportation advantage. A curved point and offshore land offered some protection from Lake Superior, whose storms could make open travel dangerous. During the early copper rush, boats carried nearly every person, tool, animal, machine, and supply into the northern peninsula. There were no dependable roads connecting the harbor with communities to the south. A vessel's arrival could determine whether work continued, mail moved, or families received needed goods. Water was not scenery. It was the front door. Geological reports during the 1840s drew prospectors and investment toward the Keweenaw. Copper occurred in veins, conglomerate beds, and loose masses shaped by ancient volcanic activity and later glaciers. By 1846, the rush had produced a tent settlement around the harbor as explorers searched surrounding ridges. Early mining ventures faced extraordinary difficulty. Equipment had to be unloaded from ships, hauled over rough ground, and operated far from established suppliers. Some discoveries encouraged deeper work, while others failed to repay their cost. Copper Harbor became a point of entry even when the richest long-term mines developed farther south. Fort Wilkins was established in 1844 beside Lake Fannie Hoo. The post contained quarters, workshops, storehouses, and support buildings needed for a small garrison in remote country. Its purpose was to support order and administration during the mining rush. The first occupation was brief, and the post later returned to use before closing permanently in 1870. 19 buildings survive at Fort Wilkins Historic State Park, including original structures from the 1840s. Their arrangement creates a remarkably complete picture of daily work at a northern outpost. The buildings emphasize routine rather than spectacle. Kitchens, barracks, officers' quarters, workshops, storage rooms, and hospital space reveal the practical demands of living far from supply centers. Firewood had to be cut, food stored, clothing repaired, tools maintained, and messages carried. Long winters intensified every task. The fort's survival allows visitors to walk through a planned community separate from the commercial street of Copper Harbor. It is an early counterpart to the service stations and lodging that later supported highway travelers. Lake Superior shipping soon required a stronger aid to navigation. The first Copper Harbor lighthouse began operating in 1849, one of the earliest lights on the lake. A later tower and keeper's dwelling improved the station as vessel traffic increased. The light marked the harbor entrance and warned crews approaching reefs, points, and shoals. Keepers maintained lamps, lenses, buildings, boats, and records in an isolated setting where weather could delay supplies. The station's history joins Copper Harbor with the broader network of Great Lakes lights that made commercial travel safer. Road development gradually reduced dependence on ships. Trails and rough wagon routes connected mining locations, but steep grades, swamps, snow, and rock made improvement expensive. The highway that became US 41 offered a dependable land connection through the peninsula. Its extension east of Copper Harbor toward Fort Wilkins gave the national route a clear final destination. Engineers still had to respect terrain. Curves followed ridges and valleys, bridges crossed streams, and crews cut through rock where gentler ground was unavailable. Automobile travel transformed Copper Harbor into a touring destination. Drivers could reach Lake Superior, the fort, mountain overlooks, forests, and old mining locations without relying on seasonal passenger vessels. Cabins, restaurants, gas stations, campgrounds, souvenir shops, and guide services developed around summer traffic. The road brought visitors close enough to see the harbor as a complete landscape rather than a distant port. It also supplied residents with groceries, fuel, mail, building materials, and access to larger communities. Brockway Mountain Drive adds a dramatic companion to Route 41. The road climbs above the harbor and offers wide views across Lake Superior, forest, inland lakes, and the spine of the peninsula. Its elevation reveals the geology that controls every route. Ridges run toward the horizon, and settlement occupies the few practical pieces of lower ground. Weather can close the view without warning, replacing blue distance with cloud or fog. The mountain road turns geography into a visible explanation for Copper Harbor's isolation. Lake Fannie Hoo creates a quieter inland landscape beside Fort Wilkins. Campgrounds, trails, fishing water, and wooded shore provide recreation only a short distance from Lake Superior's open horizon. The narrow ground between lake and harbor concentrates roads, park facilities, and settlement. Travelers can move from a historic fort to a freshwater beach, forest path, or commercial street within minutes. This closeness gives Copper Harbor unusual variety without metropolitan size. The Keweenaw's forests recovered after logging and mining altered large areas. Second growth woods now cover old grades, foundations, pits, and work sites. Trails reuse some of those corridors for hiking, cycling, skiing, and snow travel. Recreation depends on history even when the industrial purpose is no longer obvious. A gentle path may follow a former railbed, and an opening in the trees may mark an old building site. Copper Harbor's outdoor identity is therefore layered upon a working landscape rather than separate from it. Winter changes the community completely. Lake-effect snow can accumulate deeply. Businesses reduce hours, and travel requires preparation. Road crews keep Route 41 open because it is the principal connection with Calumet, Houghton, and services farther south. Residents manage roofs, heating fuel, vehicles, and supplies through a long season. Snowmobile and ski routes bring some winter visitors, but the town remains far quieter than in summer. The same isolation that attracts travelers becomes a daily condition. The northern terminus lies east of the village near Fort Wilkins. There is no monumental arch or crowded plaza. Pavement ends at a modest turnaround in the forest. The simplicity is appropriate. US 41 has crossed cities, farms, rivers, mountains, industrial districts, and small towns. Yet its final point returns the traveler to land and weather. A route created to connect places concludes where further road building would offer little advantage. Beyond are trees, park ground, rock, and Lake Superior. The terminus also keeps the highway human in scale. A traveler can stop, look back along the pavement, and recognize that every mile ultimately depended on ordinary streets, bridges, maintenance crews, and communities. Looking south from the end, the entire highway becomes a chain of local streets. In Sweetwater, it was Cali Ocho and Tamiami Trail. In Georgia, it followed depots and brick centers. In Tennessee and Kentucky, it crossed tobacco and river country. In Indiana and Illinois, it became Prairie Road and Metropolitan Corridor. In Wisconsin and Michigan, it entered forest, fire memory, and copper ground. Copper Harbor does not overwhelm those stories. It gathers them at a final small community whose harbor once depended on ships and whose present life depends on the road. The journey ends beside Fort Wilkins with no need for a larger conclusion. Route 41 has carried the traveler north until pavement gives way to the landscape it could not improve by continuing. Copper Harbor remains between two kinds of water, beneath a mountain and beside a forest, its few streets holding the memory of ships, mines, lights, forts, cabins, and highway travel. The final shield does not point onward. It marks a place where arrival matters more than distance, and where the long road north finally becomes still. Afterword. At the northern end of U.S. Route 41, the pavement stops near Fort Wilkins without a grand monument. The road simply reaches the limit of its practical purpose. Forest, rock, lake water, and weather take over. That modest ending suits a highway whose character is best understood through ordinary places. Route 41 is long, but its meaning is local. Every mile depends on a street, bridge, business, maintenance crew, farm entrance, rail crossing, or town that gives the route a reason to continue. The 30 communities in this book reveal how often transportation reused the same ground. Footpaths became wagon roads. Stage routes guided rail surveys. Railroad towns later welcomed numbered highways. Interstates then carried the fastest traffic around many older centers. Each change altered commerce and daily life, yet the basic geography remained. Rivers still required crossings, ridges still demanded gaps, prairie water still needed drainage, and winter still tested every northern road. Small cities and towns make those relationships visible. In a large metropolitan area, layers of construction can hide the route that came before. In Sweetwater, Adel, Adams, Kentland, or Calumet, older systems remain close enough to compare. A depot may face a brick street. A grain elevator may rise beside the highway. A museum may occupy a former school. The clues are not isolated attractions. They form a working landscape whose parts explain one another. The journey also shows that survival rarely means remaining unchanged. Everglades City adapted after rail service and county business moved away. Venice reused its depot and rail corridor. Acworth faced two new lakes. Monteagle turned an old rail grade into a trail. Peshtigo rebuilt after fire. Calumet found new purpose within an industrial landscape built for a vanished scale of mining. Preservation succeeded when old places became useful to new generations. Route 41 rewards a slower kind of attention. Interstate travel measures success by minutes saved. The old highway measures distance through changes in architecture, soil, crops, water, vegetation, and weather. Florida light gives way to Georgia red earth, Tennessee ridges, Kentucky fields, Indiana prairie, Wisconsin forest, and Michigan rock. City names on signs become chapters in a continuous geography. The road teaches by allowing one landscape to follow another at ground level. Many businesses, depots, mills, and roadside stops described here no longer serve their original purpose. Their disappearance does not make the journey empty. It makes observation more important. A foundation, shifted street, broad loading door, old alignment, or reused building may be the surviving evidence. Local museums, archives, parks, historical groups, and families keep those details connected. Their work turns ordinary objects into public memory. The highway itself continues to work. It carries commuters, farm machinery, freight, school trips, service vehicles, visitors, and local errands. In some places, it is a busy divided corridor. In others, it is a two-lane road beneath trees. That variety is not a flaw. It is the record of how one national route entered hundreds of local systems without becoming identical in each of them. From the Tamiami Trail to Copper Harbor, Route 41 remains a line of exchange between communities. Its longest story is not speed or distance, but adaptation. Towns found ways to receive trains, automobiles, trucks, industries, visitors, and change while keeping a recognizable center. The road ends in Michigan, but the places along it continue. Their streets hold the journey after the traveler has turned around and started south.